Schuster Audio presents Billy Summers, a novel by Stephen King, read by Paul Sparks.
Chapter 1. 1. Billy Summers sits in the hotel lobby, waiting for his ride. It's Friday noon. Although he's reading a digest-sized comic book called Archie's Pals and Gals, he's thinking about Emile Zola, and Zola's third novel, his breakthrough, Thérèse Raquin. He's thinking it's very much a young man's book. He's thinking that Zola was just beginning to mine what would turn out to be a deep and fabulous vein of ore. He's thinking that Zola is, the nightmare version of Charles Dickens. He's thinking that would make a good thesis for an essay. Not that he's ever written one. At 12:02, the door opens and two men come into the lobby. One is tall, with black hair combed in a 50s pompadour. The other is short and bespectacled. Both are wearing suits. All of Nick's men wear suits. Billy knows the tall one from out west. He's been with Nick a long time. His name is Frank McIntosh. Because of the pomp, some of Nick's men call him Frankie Elvis, or, now that he has a tiny bald spot in back, Solar Elvis. But not to his face. Billy doesn't know the other one. He must be local. McIntosh holds out his hand. Billy rises and shakes it. "Hey, Billy, been a while. Good to see you." "Good to see you too, Frank." "This is Paulie Logan." "Hi, Paulie." Billy shakes with the short one. "Pleased to meet you, Billy." McIntosh takes the Archie Digest from Billy's hand. "Still reading the comics, I see." "Yeah," Billy says. "Yeah, I like them quite a bit. The funny ones. Sometimes the superheroes, but I don't like them as much." McIntosh breezes through the pages and shows something to Paulie Logan. "Look at these chicks. Man, I could jack off to these." "Betty and Veronica," Billy says, taking the comic back. Veronica is Archie's girlfriend, and Betty wants to be. "You read books, too?" Logan asks. "Some, if I'm going on a long trip, and magazines, but mostly comics." "Good, good," Logan says, and drops McIntosh a wink. Not very subtle, and McIntosh frowns, but Billy's okay with it. "You ready to take a ride?" McIntosh asks. "Sure." Billy tucks his digest into his back pocket. Archie and his bosomy gal pals. There's an essay waiting to be written there, too, about the comfort of haircuts and the attitudes that don't change, about Riverdale and how time stands still there. "Then let's go," McIntosh says. "Nick's waiting." 2. McIntosh drives. Logan says he'll sit in back because he's short. Billy expects them to go west because that's where the fancy part of town is, and Nick Majarian likes to live large, whether home or away, and he doesn't do hotels. But they go northeast instead. 2 miles from downtown, they enter a neighborhood that looks lower middle class to Billy, 3 or 4 steps better than the trailer park he grew up in, but far from fancy. No big gated houses. Not here. This is a neighborhood of ranch houses, with lawn sprinklers twirling on small patches of grass. Most are one story. Most are well maintained, but a few need paint, and there's crabgrass taking over some of the lawns. He sees one house with a piece of cardboard blocking a broken window. In front of another, a fat man in Bermuda shorts and a wife-beater sits in a lawn chair from Costco or Sam's Club, drinking a beer and watching them go by. Times have been good in America for a while now, but maybe that is going to change. Billy knows neighborhoods like this. They are a barometer, and this one has started to go down. The people who live here are working the kind of jobs where you punch a clock. McIntosh pulls into the driveway of a 2-story with a patchy lawn. It's painted a subdued yellow. It's okay, but it doesn't look like a place where Nick Majarian would choose to live, even for a few days. It looks like the kind of place a machinist or lower echelon airport employee would live, with his coupon-clipping wife and 2 kids making mortgage payments every month and bowling in a beer league on Thursday nights. Logan opens Billy's door. Billy puts his Archie Digest on the dashboard and gets out. McIntosh leads the way up the porch steps. It's hot outside, but inside it's air-conditioned. Nick Majarian stands in the short hallway leading down to the kitchen. He's wearing a suit that probably cost almost as much as a monthly mortgage payment on this house. His thinning hair is combed flat. No pompadour for him. His face is round and Vegas tanned. He's heavy-set, but when he pulls Billy into a hug, that protruding belly feels as hard as stone. "Billy!" Nick exclaims and kisses him on both cheeks. Big, hearty smacks. He's wearing a $1 million grin. "Billy, Billy, man! It's good to see you!" "Good to see you too, Nick." He looks around. "You usually stay somewhere fancier than this." He pauses. "If you don't mind me saying." Nick laughs. He has a beautiful, infectious laugh to go with the grin. McIntosh joins in, and Logan smiles. "I got a place over on the west side. Short-term, house-sitting you could call it. There's a fountain in the front yard. Got a naked little kid in the middle of it. There's a word for that." "Cherub," Billy thinks but doesn't say. He just keeps smiling. "Anyway, a little kid peeing water, you'll see it. You'll see it. No, this one isn't mine, Billy. It's yours. If you decide to take the job, that is." 3. Nick shows him around. "Fully furnished," he says, like he's selling it. Maybe he sort of is. This one has a second floor, where there are 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. The second small, probably for the kids. On the first floor there's a kitchen, a living room, and a dining room that's so small it's actually a dining nook. Most of the cellar has been converted into a long, carpeted room with a big TV at one end and a ping-pong table at the other. Track lighting. Nick calls it the rumpus room, and this is where they sit. McIntosh asks them if they'd like something to drink. He says there's soda, beer, lemonade, and iced tea. "I want Arnold Palmer," Nick says. "Half and half, lots of ice." Billy says that sounds good. They make small talk until the drinks come. The weather, how hot it is down here in the border south. Nick wants to know how Billy's trip in was. Billy says it was fine, but doesn't say where he flew in from, and Nick doesn't ask. Nick says, "How about that fucking Trump?" And Billy says, "How about him?" That's about all they've got. But it's okay, because by then McIntosh is back, with 2 tall glasses on a tray, and once he leaves, Nick gets down to business. "When I called your man Bucky, he tells me you're hoping to retire." "I'm thinking about it. Been at it a long time. Too long." "Truth. How old are you anyway?" 44. "Been doing this ever since you took off the uniform?" "Pretty much." He's pretty sure Nick knows all this. "How many in all?" Billy shrugs. "I don't exactly remember. It's 17. 18 counting the first one, the man with the cast on his arm." "Bucky says you might do one more if the price was right." He waits for Billy to ask. Billy doesn't, so Nick resumes. "The price on this one is very right. You could do it, spend the rest of your life someplace warm, drinking pina coladas in a hammock." He busts out the big grin again. $2 million. 500,000 up front, the rest after. Billy's whistle isn't part of the act, which he doesn't think of as an act, but as his dumb self, the one he shows to guys like Nick and Frank and Paulie. It's like a seatbelt. You don't use it because you expect to be in a crash, but you never know who you might meet coming over a hill on your side of the road. This is also true on the road of life, where people veer all over the place and drive the wrong way on the turnpike. Why so much? The most he's ever gotten on a contract was $70K. It's not a politician, is it? Because I don't do that. Not even close. Is it a bad person? Nick laughs, shakes his head, looks at Billy with real affection. Always the same question with you. Billy nods. The dumb self might be a shuck, but this is true. He only does bad people. It's how he sleeps at night. It goes without saying that he has made a living working for bad people, yes, but Billy doesn't see this as a moral conundrum. He has no problem with bad people paying to have other bad people killed. He basically sees himself as a garbage man with a gun. This is a very bad person. Okay. And it's not my $2 million. I'm just the middleman here, getting what you call an agenting fee. Not a piece of yours, mine's on the side. Nick leans forward, hands clasped between his thighs. His expression is earnest. His eyes are fixed on Billy's. The target is a pro shooter like you. Only this guy, he never asks if it's a bad person or a good person. He doesn't make those distinctions. If the money's right, he does the job. For now, we'll call him Joe. 6 years ago, or maybe it was 7, it don't matter. This guy Joe took out a 15-year-old kid on his way to school. Was the kid a bad person? No. In fact, he was an honor student. But someone wanted to send the kid's dad a message. The kid was the message. Joe was the messenger. Billy wonders if the story is true. It might not be. It has a fairy tale fabulism to it. But it somehow feels true. You want me to hit a hitter? Like he's getting it straight in his mind. Nailed it. Joe's in Los Angeles lockup now. Men's Central, charged with assault and attempted rape. The attempted rape thing, tell you what, if you're not a Me Too chick, it's sort of funny. He mistook this lady writer who was in L.A. for a conference, feminist lady writer, for a hooker. He propositioned her, a bit on the hard side, I guess, and she pepper sprayed him. He popped her one in the teeth and dislocated her jaw. She probably sold another 100,000 books out of that. Should have thanked him instead of charging him, don't you think? Billy doesn't reply. Come on, Billy. Think about it. The man's off God knows how many guys, some of them very hard guys, and he gets pepper sprayed by a dyke woman's liver. You gotta see the humor in that. Billy gives a token smile. L.A.'s on the other side of the country. That's right, but he was here before he went there. I don't know why he was here, and I don't care. But I know he was looking for a poker game, and someone told him where he could find one. Because, see, our pal Joe fancies himself a high roller. Long story short, he lost a lot of money. When the big winner came out around 5 in the morning, Joe shot him in the gut and took back not just his money, but all the money. Someone tried to stop him, probably another moke who was in the game, and Joe shot him too. He killed them both. Big winner died in the hospital, but not before he ID'd Joe. Guy who tried to intervene pulled through. He also ID'd Joe. You know what else? Billy shakes his head. Security footage. You see where this is going? Billy does. Absolutely. Not really. California's got him for assault, which will stick. The attempted rape would probably get thrown out. It's not like he dragged her into an alley or anything. In fact, he fucking offered to pay her. So it's just solicitation. DA won't even bother about that. The time served, he might get 90 days in county. Debt paid. But here, it's murder, and they take that very serious on this side of the Mississippi. Billy knows it. In the red states, they put stone killers out of their misery. He has no problem with that. And after looking at the security footage, the jury would almost certainly decide to give old Joey the needle. You see that, right? Sure. He's using his lawyer to fight extradition. No big surprise there. You know what extradition is, right? Sure. Okay, Joe's lawyer is fighting it for all he's worth. And the guy ain't no ambulance chaser. He's already got a 30-day delay on a hearing. And he'll use it to figure out other ways to stall, but in the end, he's going to lose. And Joe's in an isolation cell because somebody tried to stick a shiv into him. Old Joey took it away and broke his wrist for him. But where there's one guy with a shiv, There could be a dozen. Gang thing, Billy asks. Crips, maybe? They got a beef with them? Nick shrugs. Who knows? For now, Joe's got his own private quarters. Doesn't have to get sloppy with the rest of the hogs. Gets 30 minutes in the yard all by his lonesome. Also, meantime, the lawyer man is reaching out to people. The message he's sending is that this guy will talk about something very big unless he can get a pass on the murder charge. Could that happen? Billy doesn't like to think so, even if the man this Joe killed after the poker game was a bad person. The prosecutors might take the death penalty off the table, or maybe even step it down to second degree or something. Not bad, Billy. You're on the right track at least. What I'm hearing is that Joe wants all the charges dismissed. He must be holding some high cards. He thinks he can trade something to get away with murder? Says the guy who got away with it God knows how many times. Nick says and laughs. Billy doesn't. I never shot anyone because I lost money in a poker game. I don't play poker, and I don't rob. Nick nods vigorously. I know that, Billy. Just bad people. I was only busting your chops a bit. Drink your drink. Billy drinks his drink. He's thinking, $2 million for one job. And he's thinking, what's the catch? Someone must really want to stop this guy from giving up whatever he's got. Nick points a finger gun at him, like Billy has made an amazing leap of deduction. You know it. Anyway, I get a message from this local guy. You'll meet him if you take the job. And the message is, we're looking for a pro shooter who's the best of the best. I think that's Billy Summers. Case fucking closed. You want me to do this guy, but not in L.A. Here. Not me. I'm just a middleman, remember? It's someone else. Someone with very deep pockets. What's the catch? Nick turns on the grin. He points another finger gun at Billy. Straight to the point, right? Straight to the fucking point. Except it's not really a catch. Or maybe it is, depending on how you feel. It's time. You see? You're going to be here. He waves his hand to indicate the little yellow house. Maybe the neighborhood it sits in as well. The one Billy will discover is called Midwood. Maybe the whole city, which sits east of the Mississippi and just below the Mason-Dixon line. For quite a while. 4. They talk some more. Nick tells Billy that the location is set, by which he means the place Billy will shoot from. He says Billy doesn't have to decide until he sees it and hears more. Billy will get that from Ken Hoff. He's the local guy. Nick says Ken is out of town today. Does he know what I use? This isn't the same as saying he's in, but it's a big step in that direction. $2 million for mostly sitting around on his ass, then taking one shot. Hard to turn down a deal like that. Nick nods. Okay, when do I meet this Hoff guy? Tomorrow. He'll give you a call at your hotel tonight. Time and place. If I do it, I'll need some kind of cover story for why I'm here. All worked out. And it's a beaut. Giorgio's idea. We'll tell you tomorrow night, after you meet with Hoff. Nick rises. He sticks out his hand. Billy shakes it. He has shaken with Nick before, and he never likes it because Nick is a bad guy. Hard not to like him a little, though. Nick is also a pro, and that grin works. 5. Paulie Logan drives him back to the hotel. Paulie doesn't talk much. He asks Billy if he minds the radio, and when Billy says no, Paulie puts on a soft rock station. At one point he says, Logan's in Messina. They're the best. Except for cursing at a guy who cuts him off on Cedar Street. That's the extent of his conversation. Billy doesn't mind. He's thinking of all the movies he's seen about robbers who are planning one last job. If noir is a genre, then one last job is a subgenre. In those movies, the last job always goes bad. Billy isn't a robber, and he doesn't work with a gang, and he's not superstitious, but this last job thing nags at him just the same. Maybe because the price is so high. Maybe because he doesn't know who's paying the tab, or why. Maybe it's even the story Nick told about how the target once took out a 15-year-old honor student.
"You sticking around?" Paulie asks when he pulls the car into the hotel's forecourt. "'Cause this guy Hoff will get you the tool you need. I could have done it myself, but Nick said no."
Is he sticking around? Don't know. Maybe. He pauses, getting out. Probably. 6. In his room, Billy powers up his laptop. He changes the timestamp and checks his VPN because hackers love hotels. He could try Googling Los Angeles County courts. Extradition hearings have got to be matters of public record. But there are simpler ways to get what he wants. And he wants. Ronald Reagan had a point when he said trust, but verify. Billy goes to the LA Times website and pays for a 6-month subscription. He uses a credit card that belongs to a fictitious person named Thomas Hardy, Hardy being Billy's favorite writer, of the naturalist school, anyway. Once in, he searches for feminist writer and adds attempted rape. He finds a half-dozen stories, each smaller than the last. There's a picture of the feminist writer, who looks hot and has a lot to say. The alleged attack took place in the forecourt of the Beverly Hills Hotel. The alleged perpetrator was discovered to be in possession of multiple IDs and credit cards. According to the Times, his real name is Joel Randolph Allen. He beat a rape charge in Massachusetts in 2012. So, Joe was pretty close, Billy thinks. Next, he goes to the website of this city's newspaper. Once again uses Thomas Hardy to get through the paywall and searches for murder victim poker game. The story is there, and the security photo that runs with it is pretty damning. An hour earlier, the light wouldn't have been good enough to show the doer's face, but the timestamp on the bottom of the photo is 5:18 a.m. The sun isn't up, but it's getting there, and the face of the guy standing in the alley is as clear as you'd want if you were a prosecutor. He's got his hand in his pocket. He's waiting outside a door that says, "Loading zone, do not block." And if Billy was on the jury, he'd probably vote for the needle just on the basis of that. Because Billy Summers is an expert when it comes to premeditation. And that's what he's looking at, right here. The most recent story in the Red Bluff paper says that Joel Allen has been arrested on unrelated charges in Los Angeles. Billy is sure that Nick believes he takes everything at face value, like everyone else Billy has worked for over the years he's been doing this. Nick believes that outside of his awesome sniper skills, Billy is a little slow, maybe even on the spectrum. Nick believes the dumb self because Billy is at great pains not to overdo it. No gaping mouth, no glazed eyes, no outright stupidity. An Archie comic does wonders. The Zola novel he's been reading is buried deep in his suitcase, and if someone searched his case and discovered it, Billy would say he found it in the pocket of an airline seat and picked it up because he liked the girl on the cover. He thinks about looking for the 15-year-old honor student, but there isn't enough info. He could Google that all afternoon and not find it. Even if he did, he couldn't be sure he was looking at the right 15-year-old. It's enough to know the rest of the story Nick told checks out. He orders a sandwich and a pot of tea. When it comes, he sits by the window, eating and reading Therese Raquin. He thinks it's like James M. Cain, crossed with an EC horror comic from the 1950s. After his late lunch, he lies down with his hands behind his head and beneath the pillow, feeling the cool that hides there, which, like youth and beauty, doesn't last long. You'll see what this Ken Hoff has to say, and if that also checks out, he thinks he will take the job. The waiting will be difficult. He's never been good at that. Tried Zen once. Didn't take. But for a $2 million payday, he can wait. Billy closes his eyes and goes to sleep. At 7 that evening, he's eating a room service dinner and watching The Asphalt Jungle on his laptop. It's a jinxed one last job picture, for sure. The phone rings. It's Ken Hoff. He tells Billy where they'll meet tomorrow afternoon. Billy doesn't have to write it down. Writing things down can be dangerous. And he's got a good memory. Chapter 2. 1. Like most male movie stars, not to mention men Billy passes on the street who are emulating those movie stars, Ken Hoff has a scruff of beard, as if he forgot to shave for 3 or 4 days. This is an unfortunate look for Hoff, who is a redhead. He doesn't look rough and tough. He looks like he has a bad sunburn. They're sitting at an umbrella-shaded table outside an eatery called the Sunspot Cafe. It's on the corner of Main and Court. Billy guesses the place is plenty busy during the week, but on this Saturday afternoon, it's almost deserted inside, and they have the outside scatter of tables to themselves. Hoff is maybe 50 or a hard-living 45. He's drinking a glass of wine. Billy has a diet soda. He doesn't think Hoff works for Nick because Nick is based in Vegas, but Nick has his fingers in many pies, not all of them out west. Nick Majarian and Ken Hoff may be connected in some way, or maybe Hoff is hooked up with the guy who is paying for the job, always assuming the job happens, that is.
That building across the street is mine, Hoff says. Only 22 stories, but good enough to make it the second highest in Red Bluff. It'll be the third highest when the Higgins Center goes up. That's going to be 30 stories high, with a mall. I got a piece of that one too, but this one, strictly my baby. They laughed at Trump when he said he was going to fix the economy, but it's working. It's working.
Billy has no interest in Trump or Trump's economy, but he studies the building with professional interest. He's pretty sure it's where he's supposed to take the shot. It's called the Girard Tower. Billy thinks that calling a building that only has 22 stories a tower is a little overblown, but he supposes in this city of small brick buildings, most of them shabby, it probably seems like a tower. On the well-tended and watered greensward in front of it is a sign reading office space and luxury apartments now available. There's a number to call. The sign looks like it's been there a while.
Hasn't filled the way I expected, Hoff says. The economy's booming. Yeah, people with money falling out of their asses. And 2020 is going to be even better, but you'd be surprised how much of that is internet-driven, Billy. Okay to call you Billy?
Sure.
Bottom line, I'm a little bit tight this year. Cash flow problems since I bought into WWE. But 3 of Phil's, how could I say no?
Billy has no idea what he's talking about. Something about pro wrestling, maybe, or the monster truck jam they keep advertising on TV. Since Hoff clearly thinks he should know, Billy nods his head as if he does.
The local old money assholes think I'm overextended, but you have to bet on the economy. Am I right? Roll the dice while the dice are hot. Takes money to make money, yeah?
Sure.
So I do what I have to do. And hey, I know a good thing when I see it, and this is a good deal for me. A little risky, but I need a bridge. And Nick assures me that if you were to get caught, I know you won't, but if you did, you'd keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, I would. Billy has never been caught and doesn't intend to get caught this time.
Go to the road, am I right?
Sure. Billy has an idea that Ken Hoff has seen too many movies, some of them probably in the one last job subgenre. He wishes the man would get to the point. It's hot out here, even under the umbrella, and muggy. This climate is for the birds, Billy thinks, and probably even they don't like it.
I get you a nice corner suite on the 5th floor, Hoff says. 3 rooms, office, reception, kitchenette. A kitchenette. How about that, huh? You'll be okay no matter how long it takes. Snug as a bug in a rug. I'm not going to point, but I'm sure you can count to 5, right?
Sure, Billy thinks. I can even walk and chew gum at the same time. The building is square, your basic saltine box with windows. So there are actually 2 corner suites on the 5th floor, but Billy knows which one Hoff means. The one on the left. From the window, he traces a diagonal down Court Street, which is only 2 blocks long. The diagonal, the path of the shot he'll take if he takes the job, ends at the steps of the county courthouse. It's a gray, granite sprawl of a building. The steps, at least 20, lead up to the plaza with blindfolded Lady Justice in the middle holding out her scales. Among the many things he will never tell Ken Hoff, Lady Justice is based on Eustace, a Roman goddess more or less invented by the Emperor Augustus. Billy returns his gaze to the fifth-floor corner suite, and once more eyes the diagonal. It looks to him like 500 yards from the window to the steps. That's a shot he's capable of making even in a strong wind. With the right tool, of course.
What have you got for me, Mr. Hoff?
Huh? For a moment, Hoff's dumb self is on full view. Billy makes a curling gesture with his index finger of his right hand. It could be taken to mean, come on, but not in this case.
Oh, sure. What you asked for, right?
He looks around, sees no one, but lowers his voice anyway.
Remington, 700.
The M24. That's the Army classification. Hoff reaches into his back pocket, takes out his wallet, and thumbs through it. He removes a scrap of paper and looks at it. M24. Right. He starts to put the piece of paper back in his wallet, but Billy holds out his hand. Hoff hands it over. Billy puts it in his own pocket. Later, before he goes to see Nick, he'll flush it down the toilet in his hotel room. You don't write stuff down. He hopes this guy Hoff isn't going to be a problem. Optics? Huh? Scope. The sight? Hoff looks flustered.
It's the one you asked for.
Did you write that down too?
On the paper I just gave you.
Okay.
I've got the tool in the...
I don't need to know where. I haven't even decided if I want this job. He has, though. Does the building over there have security? Another dumb self-question.
Yeah, sure.
If I do take the job, getting the tool up to the 5th floor will be on me. Are we good on that, Mr. Hoff?
Yeah, sure.
Hoff looks relieved. Then I think we're done here. Billy stands and holds out his hand. It was very nice meeting you. It wasn't. Billy isn't sure he trusts the man, and he hates that stupid, scruffy beard. What woman would want to kiss a mouth surrounded by red bristles? Hoff shakes.
Same here, Billy. This is just a squeeze I'm going through. You ever read a book called The Hero's Journey?
Billy has, but shakes his head.
You should. I just skimmed the literary stuff to get to the main part. Straight to the meat of the thing. That's me. Cut through the bullshit. Can't remember the name of the guy who wrote it, but he says every man has to go through a time of testing before he becomes a hero. This is my time.
By supplying a sniper rifle and an Overwatch sight to an assassin, Billy thinks. Not sure Joseph Campbell would put that in the hero category. Well, I hope you pass. 2. Billy supposes he'll get a car eventually if he stays here, but right now he doesn't know his way around, and he's happy to let Paul Logan drive him from the hotel to where Nick is house-sitting. It's the McMansion Billy was expecting yesterday, a cobbled-together horror show on what looks like 2 acres of lawn. The gate to the long curving driveway swings open at a touch of Polly's thumb to the gadget on his visor. There is indeed a cherub peeing endlessly into a pool of water, and a couple of other statues, Roman soldier, bare-breasted maiden, that are lit by hidden spots now that dusk is here. The house is also lit, the better to show off its wretched excess. To Billy it looks like the bastard child of a supermarket and a megachurch. This isn't a house. It's the architectural equivalent of red golf pants. Frank McIntosh, a.k.a. Frankie Elvis, is waiting on the endless porch to receive him. Dark suit, sober blue tie. Looking at him, you'd never guess he began his career breaking legs for a loan shark. Of course, that was long ago, before he moved up to the bigs. He comes halfway down the porch steps, hand outstretched, like the lord of the manor, or the lord of the manor's butler. Nick is once more waiting in the hall, one much grander than that of the humble yellow house in Midwood. Nick is built big, but the man with him is enormous, way north of 300. This is Giorgio Piglielli, of course known to Nick's Las Vegas cadre as Georgie Pigs. and also never to his face. If Nick is a CEO, then Giorgio is his chief operating officer. For them both to be here, so far from their home base, suggests that what Nick called the agenting fee must be very high. Billy has been promised $2 million. How much have these guys been promised? Or already pocketed? Someone is very worried about Joel Allen. Someone who probably owns a house like this, or one even uglier. Hard to believe such a thing is possible, but it probably is. Nick claps Billy on the shoulder and says,
You probably think this fat ass is Giorgio Piglielli.
Sure looks like him, Billy says cautiously, as Giorgio gives a chuckle as fat as he is. Nick nods. He's got that $1 million grin on his face.
I know it does, but this is actually George Russo, your agent.
Agent? Like in real estate?
Nope, not that kind, Nick laughs. Come on in the living room. We'll have drinks, and Giorgio will lay this out for you. Like I said yesterday, it's a beaut.
3. The living room is as long as a Pullman car. There are 3 chandeliers, 2 small and 1 big. The furniture is low and swoopy. 2 more cherubs are supporting a full-length mirror. There's a grandfather clock that looks embarrassed to be here. Frank McIntosh, the leg-breaker turned manservant, brings them drinks on a tray. Beer for Billy and Nick, and what looks like a chocolate malted for Giorgio, who seems determined to ingest every calorie possible before dying at the age of 50. He chooses the only chair that will fit him. Billy wonders if he'll be able to get out of it without help. Nick raises his glass of beer.
Here's to us. May we do business that makes us happy and leaves us satisfied.
They drink to that. Then Giorgio says, Nick tells me you're interested, that you haven't actually signed on for this yet. Still in what could be called the exploratory phase. That's right, Billy says.
Well, for the purposes of this discussion, let's pretend you're on the team. Giorgio sucks on the straw in his malted. Man, that's good. Just a ticket on a warm evening.
He reaches into the pocket of his suit coat, enough fabric there to clothe an orphanage, Billy thinks, and produces a wallet. He holds it out. Billy takes it. A Lord Buxton. Nice, but not fancy, and it's been slightly aged with a couple of scuffs and nicks in the leather. Look through it. It's who you'll be in this godforsaken burg. Billy does. $70 or so in the billfold. A few pictures, mostly of men who could be friends and women who could be gal pals. Nothing to indicate he has a wife and kids.
I wanted to Photoshop you into one, Giorgio says. Standing at the Grand Canyon or something. But nobody seems to have a photo of you, Billy.
Photos can lead to trouble. Nick says,
Most people don't carry pictures of themselves in their wallets anyway. I told Giorgio that.
Billy continues to go through the wallet, reading it like a book, like Thérèse Raquin, which he finished while eating supper in his room. If he stays here, his name will be David Lockridge. He has a Visa card and a MasterCard, both issued by Seacoast Bank of Portsmouth. What are the limits on the plastic? He asks Giorgio.
500 on the Master, 1,000 on the Visa. You're on a budget. Of course, if your book works out, like we hope it will, that could change.
Billy stares at Giorgio, then at Nick, wondering if this is some kind of setup, wondering if they've seen through the dumb self.
He's your literary agent, Nick suddenly shouts. Isn't that a hoot, or what?
A writer is my cover? Come on, I've never finished high school. I got my GED in the sand, for God's sake, and that was a gift from Uncle Sam for dodging IEDs and Mujis in Fallujah and Ramadi. It won't work. It's crazy.
It's not. It's genius, Nick says. Listen to the man, Billy. Or should I start calling you Dave now?
You're never calling me Dave, if this is my cover. Too close to home. Far too close. He's a reader, that's for sure, and he sometimes dreams of writing. although he's never actually tried his hand except for scraps of prose here and there, which he always destroyed.
It'll never fly, Nick. I know you guys have already started this going. He raises the wallet. And I'm sorry, but it just won't work. What would I say if someone asked what my book was about? Give me 5 minutes, Giorgio says. 10, tops. And if you still don't like it, we'll all part friends.
Billy doubts if that's true, but tells him to go ahead. Giorgio puts his empty malted glass on the table, probably a Chippendale, beside his chair and belches. But when he turns his full attention on Billy, he can see what Georgie Pigs really is. A lean and athletic mind buried inside the ocean of blubber that will kill him before many more years.
I know how it sounds at first blush, you being the kind of guy you are, but it will fly.
Billy relaxes a little. They still believe what they see. He's safe on that score, at least.
You're going to be here for at least 6 weeks, and maybe as long as 6 months, Giorgio says. Depends on how long it takes for the Moke's lawyer to run out the string, fighting extradition, or until he thinks he has a deal on the murder charge. You're getting paid for the job, but you're also getting paid for your time. You get that, right?
Billy nods.
Which means you need a reason to be here in Red Bluff, and it's not exactly a vacation spot.
Truth, Nick says, and makes a face like a little kid looking at a plate of broccoli.
You also need a reason to be in that building down the street from the courthouse. You're writing a book. That's the reason.
But Giorgio holds up his fat hand.
You don't think it will work, but I'm telling you it will. I'm going to show you how.
Billy looks doubtful, but now that he's over his fear that they've seen through the camouflage of the dumb self, he thinks he can see where Giorgio is going. This might have possibilities.
I did my research, read a bunch of writers' magazines plus a ton of stuff online. Here's your cover story. David Lockridge grew up in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Always wanted to be a writer, but barely finished high school. Worked construction. You kept writing, but you were a hard partier. Lots of drinking. I thought about giving you a divorce, but decided it would be a lot to keep straight.
For a guy who's smart about guns, but not about much else, Billy thinks.
Finally, you get going on something good, okay? There's a lot of talk in the blogs I read about writers suddenly catching fire. And that's what happens to you. You write a bunch, maybe 70 pages, maybe 100.
About what? Billy's actually starting to enjoy himself now, but he's careful not to show it. Giorgio exchanges a glance with Nick, who shrugs.
Haven't decided that yet, but I'll come up with something.
Maybe my own story. Dave's story. I mean, there's a word for that.
Autobiography,
Nick snaps like he's on Jeopardy.
That might work,
Giorgio says. His face says, nice try, Nick, but leave this to the experts.
Or maybe it's a novel. The important thing is you never talk about it on orders from your agent. Top secret. You're writing. You don't keep that a secret. Everybody you meet in the building will know the guy on the 5th floor is writing a book. But nobody knows what it's about. That way you never get your stories mixed up.
As if I would, Billy thinks. How did David Lockridge get from Portsmouth to here? And how did he wind up in the Gerard Tower?
This is my favorite part,
Nick says. He sounds like a kid listening to a well-loved story at bedtime, and Billy doesn't think he's faking or exaggerating. Nick is totally on board with this. You looked for agents online, Giorgio says, but then hesitates. You go online, don't you? Sure, Billy says. He's pretty sure he knows more about computers than either of these two fat men, but that is also information he doesn't share. I do email, sometimes play games on my phone. Also, there's Comixology. That's an app. You download stuff. I use my laptop for that.
Okay, good. You look for agents. You send out letters saying you're working on this book. Most of the agents say no, because they stick with proven earners like James Patterson and the Harry Potter babe. Read a blog that said it's a catch-22. You need an agent to get published, but until you're published, you can't get an agent. It's the same in the movies,
Nick puts in.
You got your famous stars, but it's really all about the agents. They have the real power. They tell the stars what to do, and boy, they do it.
Giorgio waits patiently for him to finish, then goes on.
Finally, one agent says, yeah, okay, what the fuck? I'll take a look. Send me the first couple of chapters.
You, Billy says.
Me, George Russo. I read the pages. I flip for them. I show them to a few publishers I know.
The fuck you do, Billy thinks. You show them to a few editors, you know. But that part can be fixed if it ever needs to be.
And they also flip, but they won't pay big money, maybe even 7-figure money until the book is finished, because you're an unknown commodity. Do you know what that means?
Billy comes perilously close to saying of course he does, because he's getting jazzed by the possibilities here. It could actually be an excellent cover, especially the part about being sworn to secrecy concerning his project. And it could be fun, pretending to be what he's always sort of wished he could be. It means a flash in the pan. Nick flashes the money grin. Giorgio nods.
Close enough. Some time passes. I wait for more pages, but Dave doesn't come through. I wait some more. Still no pages. I go to see him up there in Lobsterland, and what do I find? The guy is partying his ass off like he's Ernest fucking Hemingway. When he's not working, he's either out with his homeboys or hungover. Substance abuse goes with talent, you know?
Really?
Proven fact. But George Russo is determined to save this guy, at least long enough to finish his book. He talks a publisher into contracting for it, paying in advance of, let's say, 30 or maybe 50,000. Not big money, but not small money either. Plus the publisher can demand it back if the book doesn't show up by a certain deadline, which they call a delivery date. But see, here's the thing, Billy. The check is made out to me instead of you.
Now it's all clear in Billy's mind, but he'll let Giorgio spin it out.
I have certain conditions for your own good. You have to leave Lobsterland and all your hard-drinking, coke-snorting friends. You have to go somewhere far away from them, to some little shit pot of a town or city where there's nothing to do, and no one to do it with even if there was. I tell you, I'm going to rent you a house.
The one I saw, right?
Right. More important, I'm going to rent you an office space, and you're going to go there every weekday and sit in a little room and pound away until your top-secret book is done. You agree to those terms, or your golden ticket goes bye-bye.
Giorgio sits back. The chair is sturdy, but still gives out a little groan.
Now, if you tell me that's a bad idea, or even if you tell me it's a good idea but you can't sell it, we'll call the whole thing off.
Nick holds up a hand.
Before you say anything, Billy, I want to lay out something else that makes this good. Everybody on your floor will get acquainted with you, and a lot of the other people in the building, too. I know you, and you've got another talent besides hitting a quarter at a quarter of a mile.
Like I could do that, Billy thinks. Like even Chris Kyle could.
You get along with people without buddying up to them. They smile when they see you coming, and then, as if Billy had denied it, I've seen it. Hoff tells me that a couple of food wagons stop at that building every day, and in nice weather, people line up and sit outside on the benches to eat their lunches. You could be one of those people. The time waiting doesn't have to be for nothing. You can use it to get accepted. Once the novelty of how you're writing a book wears off, you'll be just another 9-to-5er who goes home to his little house in Midwood.
Billy sees how that could happen.
So when it finally goes down, are you the stranger that no one knows? The outsider who must have done it? You've been there for months. You make chit-chat in the elevator. You play dollar poker with some of the collection agency guys from the second floor to see who buys the tacos.
They're going to know where the shot came from, Billy says.
Sure, but not right away, because at first, everyone would be looking for that outsider. And because it's going to be a diversion. Also, because you've always been fucking Houdini when it comes to disappearing after the hit. By the time things start to settle, you'll be long gone.
What's the diversion?
We can talk about that later,
Nick says, which makes Billy think Nick might not have made up his mind about that yet. Although with Nick, it's hard to tell.
Plenty of time. For now,
he turns to Giorgio, a.k.a. Georgie Pigs, a.k.a. George Russo. Over to you, the look says. Giorgio reaches into the pocket of his gigantic suit jacket again and pulls out his phone.
Say the word, Billy. The word being the passcode of your favorite offshore bank, and I'll send 500 grand to it. It'll take about 40 seconds, a minute and a half if the connection's slow. Also, plenty of walking around money in a local bank to get you started.
Billy understands they're trying to rush him into a decision, and has a brief image of a cow being driven down a chute to the slaughterhouse. But maybe that's just paranoia because of the enormous payday. Maybe a person's last job shouldn't just be the most lucrative. Maybe it should also be the most interesting. But he would like to know one more thing. Why is Hoff involved?
His building,
Nick says promptly. Yeah, but Billy frowns, putting an expression of great concentration on his face. He said there's lots of vacancies in that building.
The corner spot on the 5th floor is a prime, though, Nick says. Your agent, Georgie here, had him lease it, which keeps us out of it.
He also gets the gun, Giorgio says. May have it already. In any case, it won't be traced back to us. Billy knows that already, from the way Nick has been careful not to be seen with him. No, not even on the porch of his gated estate. But he's not entirely satisfied, because Hoff struck him as a chatterbox, and a chatterbox isn't a good person to have around when you're planning an assassination. 4. Later that night, closing in on midnight, Billy lies on his hotel room bed, hands beneath the pillow, relishing the cool that's so ephemeral. He said yes, of course, and when you say yes to Nick Majarian, there's no going back. He is now starring in his own last job story. He had Giorgio send the $500,000 to a bank in the Caribbean. There's a good amount of money in that account right now, and after Joel Allen dies on those courthouse steps, there will be a good deal more. Enough to live on for a long, long time, if he's prudent. And he will be. He doesn't have expensive tastes. Champagne and escort services have never been his thing. And 2 other banks, local ones, David Lockridge will have an additional $18,000 to draw on. It's plenty of walking around money, but not enough to twang any federal tripwires. He did have a couple of other questions. The most important was how much lead time he could expect when the deal was about to go down.
Not a lot, Nick said. But it won't be. He's going to be there in 15 minutes either. We'll know right after the extradition is ordered. And you'll get a call or a text. It'll be 24 hours at the very least. Maybe 3 days, or even a week. Okay?
Yeah, Billy said. Just as long as you understand, I can't guarantee anything if it is 15 minutes, or even an hour.
It won't be.
What if they don't bring him up the courthouse steps? What if they use another door? There is another door, Giorgio said. It's the one some of the courthouse employees use, but you still have a sight line from the 5th floor, and the distance is only 60 yards or so longer. You can do that, can't you? He could, and said so. Nick lifted a hand as if to wave away a troublesome fly.
It'll be the steps. Count on it. Anything else?
Billy said there wasn't, and now he lies here, thinking it over, waiting for sleep. On Monday, he'll be moving into the little yellow house, leased for him by his agent, his literary agent. On Tuesday, he'll see the office suite Georgie Piggs is also leased for him. When Giorgio asked him what he'd do there, Billy told him he'd start by downloading Comixology to his laptop, and maybe a few games. "Be sure to write something between funny books," Giorgio said, half joking and half not. "You know, get in a character. Live the part." Maybe he will. Maybe he will do that. Even if what he writes isn't very good, it will pass the time. Autobiography was his suggestion. Giorgio suggested a novel, not because he thinks Billy's bright enough to write one, but because Billy could say that when someone asked. And someone will. Probably lots of someones, once he gets to know the people in the Gerard Tower. He's slipping toward sleep when a cool idea wakes him up. Why not a combination of the two? Why not a novel that's actually an autobiography? One written not by the Billy Summers who read Zola and Hardy and even plowed his way through Infinite Jest, but one written by the other Billy Summers, the alter ego he calls his dumb self. Could that work? He thinks yes, because he knows that Billy as well as he knows himself. I might give it a try, he thinks. With nothing but time on my hands, why not? He's thinking about how he might begin when he finally drifts off. Chapter 3 1. Billy Summers once more sits in the hotel lobby, waiting for his ride. It's Monday noon. His suitcase and laptop case are beside his chair, and he's reading another comic book, this one called Archie Comics Spectacular, Friends Forever. He's not thinking about Teresa Rican today, but what he might write in the fifth-floor office he's never seen. It isn't clear in his mind, but he has the first sentence and holds on to it. That sentence might connect to others. Or not. He's prepared for success, but he's also prepared for disappointment. It's the way he rolls, and it's worked out pretty well so far, in the sense, at least, that he's not in jail. At 4 minutes past 12, Frank McIntosh and Polly Logan enter the lobby dressed in their suits. There are handshakes all around. Frank's pompadour appears to have had an oil change.
"Need to check out?"
"Taken care of."
"Then let's go."
Billy tucks his Archie book into the side pocket of his bag and picks it up.
Nah,
Frankie says.
"Let Paulie. He needs the exercise."
Paulie holds his middle finger against his tie like a clip, but he takes the bag. They go out to the car. Frank drives. Paulie sits in back. They drive to Midwood and the little yellow house. Billy looks at the balding lawn and thinks he'll water it. If there's no hose, he'll buy one. There's a car in the driveway, a subcompact Toyota that looks a few years old. But with Toyotas, who can really tell? "Mine?"
"Yours,"
Frank says.
"Not much, but your agent keeps you on a tight budget, I guess."
Paulie puts Billy's suitcase down on the porch, takes an envelope from his jacket pocket, removes a keyring, unlocks the door. He puts the keys back in the envelope and hands it to Billy. Written on the front is 24 Evergreen Street. Billy, who didn't check the street sign yesterday or today, thinks, now I know where I live.
"Car keys are on the kitchen table,"
Frank says. He holds out his hand again. So this is goodbye. That's okay with Billy.
"Shake her easy,"
Paulie says. Less than 60 seconds later, they're gone. Presumably back to the McMansion with the endlessly peeing cherub in the gigantic front yard. 2. Billy goes upstairs to the master bedroom and opens his suitcase on a double bed that looks freshly made. When he opens the closet to put things away, he sees it's already loaded with shirts, a couple of sweaters, a hoodie, 2 pairs of dress pants. There's a new pair of running shoes on the floor. All the sizes look right. In the dresser, he finds socks, underwear, T-shirts, Wrangler jeans. He fills up one of the empty drawers with his own stuff. There's not much. He thought he'd be buying more clothes at the Walmart he saw down the way. But it seems like that won't be necessary. He goes down to the kitchen. The Toyota keys are on the table beside an engraved card that says Kenneth Hoff and Entrepreneur. Entrepreneur, Billy thinks. There's a word for you. He turns the card over and sees a brief note in the same hand as on the envelope containing the house keys. If you need anything, just call. There are 2 numbers, one for business and one for cell. He opens the refrigerator and sees it stocked with staples: juice, milk, eggs, bacon, a few bags of deli meats and cheeses, a plastic carton of potato salad. There's a rack of Poland Spring water, a rack of Coke, and a 6-pack of Bud Light. He pulls out the freezer drawer and has to smile because what's in there says so much about Ken Hoff. He's single, and until his divorce, Billy's sure there was at least one. He's been fed and watered by women, starting with his mother, who probably called him Kenny and made sure he got his hair cut every 2 weeks. The freezer is stuffed with Stouffer's entrees and frozen pizza and 2 boxes of ice cream novelties, the kind that come on a stick. There are no vegetables, fresh or frozen. Don't like 'em, Billy says aloud. He's not smiling anymore. No, and he doesn't like what Hoff is doing in this. Aside from Hoff being too out front after the deal goes down, there's something Nick's not telling him. Maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe it does. As Trump says at least once a day. Who knows? 3. There's a hose in the basement, coiled up and dusty. That evening, as the heat of day is starting to fade a little, Billy lugs it outside and hooks it up to the faucet bib on the side of the house. He's standing on the front lawn, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, spraying the grass, when a man comes over from next door. He's tall, his own tee blinding white against his very black skin. He's carrying 2 cans of beer. "Hi, neighbor," he says. "Brought you a cold one to welcome you to the neighborhood. Jamal Ackerman." He's got both beers in one big hand and holds out the other. Billy shakes. "David Lockridge. Dave. And thanks." He twists the hose shut. "Come on inside. Or we can sit out on the steps. I haven't really got the place sorted out yet." No need of the dumb self here. In Midwood, he can be a more regular self. "Porch steps do fine," Jamal says. They sit. They open the cans. Billy tips his to Jamal's and says, "Thanks." They drink. They survey the lawn. "It'll take more than water to bring that mess back," Jamal says. "I've got some Miracle Grow, if you want to use some. They had a BOGO deal at the Wally World Garden Center last month, and I have plenty." "I might take you up on that. I'm planning a trip to Wally World myself. I might get a couple of chairs for the porch, but probably not until next week. You know how it is, new place and all." Jamal laughs. "Do I ever? This is the 3rd house we've lived in since I got married in '09. First one was her mom's." He pretends to shiver. "Ooh." Billy smiles. "Got 2 kids, 10 and 8, boy and girl. When they bug you, 'cause they will, holler 'em back home. If they don't break the windows or light the place on fire, they won't bug me." "You buying or renting?" "Leasing. I'll be here a while. Don't know just how long. It's a little embarrassing to come right out and say it, but I'm writing a book. Trying, anyway. Looks like there's a chance I can get it published. Might even be some real money in it, but I'll have to buckle down. I've got an office in town, the Girard Tower. At least, I think I do. I'm going to look at it tomorrow." Jamal's eyes have gotten very wide. "An author? Living right here on Evergreen Street? I'll be goddamned." Billy laughs and shakes his head. "Easy, big fella. I'm just a wannabe for now." "Still, man. Wow. Why don't I tell Corrine? We got to have you over to dinner some night. We'll be able to tell people we knew you win." He holds up a hand. Billy slaps him 5. "You get along with people without butting up to them," Nick said. It's true, and it's not a shuck. Billy likes people, and he likes to keep them at arm's length. It sounds like a contradiction, but it's not. "What's it about? Your book?" "Can't tell you. This is where the editing begins. Giorgio may think he knows it all from reading a few writers' magazines and online posts, but he doesn't. Not because it's a big secret or something, but because I gotta keep it bottled up. If I start talking about it, he shrugs. Yeah, man, got it, Jamal smiles. And so, yeah, just like that. 4. That night, Billy browses Netflix on the big TV in the rumpus room. He knew it was a thing these days, but has never bothered to investigate it when there are so many books to read. There's so much to watch as well, it seems. The sheer volume of choices is intimidating, and he decides to go to bed early instead of watching anything. Before undressing, he checks his phone and finds a text from his new agent. G. Russo, 9 a.m. at Gerard Tower. Don't drive. Uber. Billy doesn't have a David Lockridge phone. Neither Giorgio nor Frank McIntosh gave him one. And he doesn't have a burner. He decides to use his personal since Giorgio already did. With the encrypted messaging app, it should be all right. And Billy has something he really needs to say. Billy S. Okay, don't bring Hoff. Dots roll as Giorgio composes his reply. It doesn't take long. G. Russo. Have to. Sorry. The dots disappear. Discussion over. Billy empties his pockets and puts his pants in the washing machine along with everything else. He does this slowly, brow furrowed. He doesn't like Ken Hoff. Did not like him, in fact, even before he opened his mouth. Gut reaction. What Giorgio's parents and grandparents would have called reazione istintiva. But Hoff is in it. Giorgio's text made that clear. Have to. It's not like Nick and Giorgio to bring a local into their business, especially not life and death business like this. Is Hoff in it because of the building? Location, 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 as the real estate guys like to say. Or because Nick isn't local himself. Neither of these things quite excuse Ken Hoff in Billy's mind. I'm a little bit tight this year, he'd say. But Billy guesses you had to be more than a little bit short in the shekels department to get involved in an assassination plot. And from the very first, the macho beard scruff, the eyes-odd shirt, the dockers with the slightly frayed pockets, the Gucci loafers worn at the heel. Hoff smelled to Billy like the guy who would be the first to flip in an interrogation room if offered a deal. Deals, after all, were what the Ken Hoffs of the world made. He turns in and lies in the dark, hands under the pillow, looking up at nothing. Some traffic on the street, but not that much. He's wondering when $2 million starts to look like not enough, when it starts to look like dumb money. The answer seems obvious, after it's too late to back out. 5. Billy Ubers to the Gerard Tower, as instructed. Hoff and Giorgio are waiting in front. The face bristles still make Hoff look, to Billy at least, like a hobo instead of a cool dude. But otherwise he's squared away in a summer-weight suit and subdued gray tie. George Russo, on the other hand, looks larger than ever in an unfortunate green shirt, untucked, and blue jeans with enough ass in them to make a pup tent. Billy supposes it's that fat man's idea of how a big-time literary agent dresses for a visit to Sticksville. Propped between his feet is a laptop case. Hoff seems to have pulled back on the salesman bon ami, at least a little, possibly at Giorgio's request, but he still can't resist a jaunty little salute. Mon Capitan? Good to see you. The security guy on duty this morning and most weekdays is Irv Dean. He'll want your driver's license and a quick snap. That okay? Because it has to be if they're going to proceed. Billy nods. A few work-bound people are still crossing the lobby to the elevators. Some wear suits. Some of the women are in those high heels Billy thinks of as click-clack shoes. But a surprising number are dressed informally. Some even in branded tees. He doesn't know where they work, but it's probably not meeting the public. The guy sitting at the concierge-type stand at the lobby's center is portly and elderly, The lines around his mouth are so deep, they make him look like a life-size ventriloquist dummy. Billy guesses retired cop, now only 2 or 3 years from total retirement. His uniform consists of a blue vest with Polk Security on it in gold thread. A cheap hire. More evidence that Hoff is in trouble. Big trouble, if he's solely on the hook for this building. Hoff turns on his charm turbocharger, approaching the old guy with a smile and outstretched hand.
How's it going, Irv? All okay? Fine, Mr. Hoff. Wife tip-top? The arthritis bothers her some, but otherwise she's fine. This is George Russo. You met him last week, and this is David Lockridge. He's going to be our resident author. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Lockridge,
Dean says. A smile lights up his face and makes him look younger. Not much, but a little.
Hope you find some good words here.
Billy thinks that's a nice thing to say. Maybe even the best thing. I hope so, too.
Mind me asking what your book is about?
Billy puts a finger to his lips. Top secret.
Okay, I hear you. That's a nice little suite on 5. I think you'll like it. I have to take your picture for your building ID if that's okay.
Sure.
Got a DL?
Billy hands over the David Lockridge driver's license. Dean uses a cell phone with Gerard Tower dymoed on the back to photograph first his license and then Billy himself. Now there's a picture of him on this building's computer servers, retrievable by anyone with authorization or hacking skills. He tells himself it doesn't matter. This is his last job. But he still doesn't like it. It feels all wrong.
I'll have a card for you when you leave. You need to use it if there's nobody here at the stand. Just put it on this reader gadget. We like to know who's in the building. I'll be here most of the time, or Logan when I'm off, and when we are, we'll sign you in.
Got it.
You can also use your card for the parking garage on Main. It's good for 4 months. Your agent paid for that. It'll open the barrier as soon as I put you in the computer. Parking on the street when court's in session, forget it.
Which explains the Uber.
There's no assigned space in the garage, but most days you'll find a spot on the first or second level. We're not overcrowded just now.
He gives Ken Hoff an apologetic look, then returns his attention to the new tenant.
Anything I can do for you, just tap 11 on your office phone. Landline's installed. Your agent there took care of that too.
Mr. Dean has been very helpful, Giorgio says.
It's his job, Hoff exclaims cheerfully. Isn't it, Irv? Absolutely right. You say hi to your wife, and tell her I hope she feels better. Those copper bracelets are supposed to help, the ones they advertise on TV. Might give them a try,
Dean says, but he looks dubious, and good for him. When they pass the security stand, Billy sees that Mr. Polk Security has a copy of the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue in his lap. There's a bodacious babe on the cover, and Billy makes a mental note to pick one up. The dumb self likes sports, and he likes babes. They take the elevator up to 5 and step out in a deserted corridor.
There's an accounting office down there, Hoff says, pointing. 2 connecting suites. Also some lawyers. There's a dentist on this side, I think. Unless he moved out. I guess he did, because the plaque on the door is gone. I'll have to ask the rental agent. Rest of the floor is unoccupied.
Oh, this guy is in real trouble, Billy thinks again. He risks a glance at Giorgio, but George, is gazing at the door behind which there is now no dentist, as if there was something there to see. Near the end of the hall, Hoff reaches into his suit coat pocket and produces a little cloth keycard wallet with GT stamped on the front in gold.
This is yours. Also 2 spares.
Billy touches one of the keycards to the reader and steps into what would be a small reception area if this were a going business. It's stuffy, stale.
Jesus, somebody forgot to turn on the air conditioning. Just a second. Wait 1.
Hoff punches a couple of buttons on the wall controller and has an anxious moment when nothing happens. Then, cool air begins to whoosh from the overhead vent, Billy reads Hoff's relief in the slump of his shoulders. The next room is a big office that could double as a small conference room. There's no desk, just a table long enough for maybe 6 people, if they cram shoulder to shoulder. On it is a stack of Staples notebooks, a box of pens, a landline telephone. This room, his writing studio, Billy supposes, is even hotter than the antechamber because of the morning sun flooding in. No one has bothered to lower the blinds either. Giorgio flaps the collar of his shirt against his neck. Whew. It'll cool quick, real quick, Hoff says. He sounds a bit frantic. This is a great HVAC system, state-of-the-art. It's starting already. Feel it? Billy doesn't care about room temperature, at least for the time being. He steps to the right side of the big window facing the street and looks down that diagonal to the courthouse steps. Then he traces another diagonal to the small door further on, the one courthouse employees use. He imagines the scene, a police car pulling up, or maybe a van with sheriff's department or city police on the side. Law enforcement gets out, 2 at least, maybe 3, 4, probably not. They will open the door on the curbside if it's a car, the back doors if it's a van. He'll watch Joel Allen clear the vehicle. There will be no problem picking him out. He'll be the one bracketed by cops and wearing handcuffs. When the time comes, if it comes, there will be nothing to this shot. Billy! Hoff's voice makes him jerk, as if waking him from a dream. The developer is standing in the doorway of a much smaller room. It's the kitchenette. When Hoff sees he has Billy's attention, he gestures around palm up, pointing out the mod cons like a model on The Price is Right. Dave, Billy says. I'm Dave. Right. Sorry. My bad. You got your little 2-burner stove, no oven, but you got your microwave for popcorn, Hot Pockets, TV dinners, whatever, plates and cookware in the cupboards. You've got your little sink to wash up your dishes, mini fridge. No private bathrooms, unfortunately. The men's and women's are at the end of the hall, but at least they're at your end. Short walk. And then there's this. He takes a key from his pocket and reaches up to the rectangular wooden panel above the door between the office, conference room, and the kitchenette. He turns the key, pushes the panel, and it swings up. The space inside looks to be 18 inches high, 4 feet long, 2 feet deep. It's empty. Storage, Hoff says, and actually mimes shooting an invisible rifle. The key's so you can lock it on Fridays. When the cleaning staff... Billy almost says it, but Giorgio beats him to it, and that's good because he's supposed to be the thinker, not Billy Summers. No cleaning in here. Not on Fridays, not on any other day. Top secret writing project, remember? Dave can keep the place neat and up himself. He's a neat guy. Right, Dave? Billy nods. He's a neat guy. Tell Dean, tell the other security guy, Logan, yeah? And tell Broder, to Billy he says, Stephen Broder, the building super. Billy nods and files the name away. Giorgio hoists the laptop bag onto the table, pushing aside the tools for writing by hand, a gesture Billy finds both sad and somehow symbolic, and unzips it. MacBook Pro, best money can buy, state-of-the-art. My present to you. You can use your own if you want to, but this baby, all the bells and whistles. Can you get it going okay? There's probably an instruction book or something. I'll figure it out. No problem there, but something else might be. If Nick Majarian hasn't rigged this beautiful black torpedo so he can use it as a kind of magic mirror into what Billy writes in this room, he has missed a trick. And Nick doesn't miss many. Oh, sugar pie! That reminds me, Hoff says, and hands Billy another of his engraved cards, along with the key to the cubby over the door to the kitchenette. Wi-Fi password. Totally safe. Secure as a bank vault. Bullshit, Billy thinks as he puts the card in his pocket. Well, Giorgio says, I guess that's about it. We'll leave you to your creative endeavors. Come on, kid. Hoff seems reluctant to leave, as if he feels there should be more to show. You can call me if you need anything, but Dave, anything at all. Entertainment, maybe? A TV? Maybe a radio? Billy shakes his head. He has a considerable musical library on his phone, mostly country and western. He has many things to do in the days ahead, but at some point, he'll find time to rip his tunes to the fine new laptop. If Nick decides to listen in, he can catch up on Reba and Willie and all Hank Jr.'s rowdy friends. And maybe he'll write that book after all, on his own laptop, which he trusts. He will also take security measures on both lappies, the new one and his personal, which is an old pal. Giorgio finally gets Hoff out, and Billy is on his own. He goes back to the window and stands there tracing both diagonals, the one leading to the wide stone steps and the one leading to the employee's door. Again, he imagines what will happen, seeing it vividly. Real-world events are never quite the same as the ones you see in your head, but this work always begins with the seeing. It's like poetry that way. The things that change, the unexpected variables, the revisions, that stuff has to be dealt with when it comes up. But it starts with the seeing. His phone dings with a text. G. Russo, sorry about H. I know he's a bit of an asshole. Billy S. Do I need to see him again? G. Russo. Don't know. Billy would prefer something more definitive, but this will do for now. It will have to. 6. When he gets back to what he supposes is now home, his new David Lockridge building ID is in his pocket. Tomorrow he'll be driving his new used car to work. On the porch, leaning against the door, is a bag of Miracle Grow lawn food with a note taped to it. Thought you could use this. Jamal A. Billy gives the house next door a wave, although he's not sure there's anyone there to see. It's still half an hour shy of noon. Probably both Ackermans work. He takes the lawn food inside, props it in the hall, then drives to Walmart, where he buys 2 burner phones, an Air and a spare, and a couple of flash drives, although he'll probably need just the one. He could put the complete works of Emile Zola on a single thumbie and barely fill a corner of the space available. He also impulse buys a cheap Alltech laptop, which he puts in his bedroom closet, still in the carton. He pays cash for the phones and the flash drives. He uses his David Lockridge Visa for the laptop. He has no immediate plans for the burners, may never even use them. It all depends on his exit strategy, which at this point is only a shadow. He stops at a Burger King on the way back, and when he gets to the yellow house, a couple of kids on bikes are in front of it, a boy and a girl, one white and one black. He guesses the girl must belong to Jamal and Corrine Ackerman. "Are you our new neighbor?" the boy asks. "I am," Billy says, and he thinks he'll have to get used to being one. Might even be fun. "I'm Dave Lockridge. Who are you?" "Danny Fazio. This is my bud, Shanice. I'm 9. She's 8. Billy shakes hands with Danny, then with the girl, who looks at him shyly as her brown hand disappears into his white one. "Nice to meet you both. Enjoying your summer vacation?" "Summer reading program's okay," Danny says. "They give out stickers for each book you read. I've got 4. Shanice got 5, but I'll catch up. We're going over to my house. After lunch, a bunch of us going to play Monopoly down the park." He points. "Sham brings the board, and I'm always the race car." Kids on their own in the 21st century, Billy marvels. How about that? Only then he notices the fat guy 2 houses down, wife-beater, Bermudas, grass-stained sneakers, keeping an eye on him, and on how he behaves with these kids. "Well, see you later, alligator," Danny says, mounting his bike. "After a while, crocodile," Billy responds, and both kids laugh. That afternoon, after taking a nap, he supposes that he's allowed an afternoon nap, now that he's a writer. He takes the 6-pack of Bud from the fridge. He leaves it on the Ackerman's porch with a note that says, "Thanks for the lawn fertilizer. Dave." Off to a good start here. And downtown? He thinks so. He hopes so. Except maybe for Hoff. Hoff bugs him. 7. That evening, while Billy's putting down lawn food, Jamal Ackerman comes over with 2 of the beers that were in Billy's fridge. Jamal is wearing a green coverall with his name in gold thread on one breast and "Excellent Tire" on the other. With him, holding a can of Pepsi, is a young boy.
"Hey there, Mr. Lockridge," Jamal says. "This little man is my son, Derek. Shanice says you met her already."
"Yes, with a little man named Danny."
"Thanks for the beers. Hey, what is that you're using? Looks like my wife's flour sifter."
"Exactly what it is. I thought about buying a lawn spreader at Walmart, but for this so-called lawn..." He looks at the small bald patch and shrugs. "Too much expense for too little return."
"Looks like it works fine. May even give it a try myself. But what about in back? That's a lot bigger."
"It needs to be mown short first, and I don't have a mower. Yet."
"You can borrow ours, can't he, Dad?"
Derek says. Jamal ruffles the kid's hair. "Anytime." "No, that's too much," Billy says. "I'll buy one. Always supposing I get traction on the book I'm trying to write and stick around." They go over to the porch and sit on the steps. Billy opens the beer and drinks. It hits the spot, and he says so.
"What's your book about?"
Derek asks. He's sitting between them. "Top secret," smiling as he says it.
"Yeah, but is it make-believe or true?"
A little of both." "That's enough," Jamal says. "It's not polite to pry." A woman is approaching from one of the houses at the far end of the street. Mid-50s, graying hair, bright lipstick. She's holding a highball glass and walking not quite straight. "That's Mrs. Kellogg," Jamal says, keeping his voice low. "Widow lady. Lost her husband last year. Had a stroke." He gazes thoughtfully at Billy's excuse for a lawn. "While mowing the grass, actually."
"Is this a party, and can I crash it?"
Mrs. Kellogg asks. Even though she's still on the walk and there's no breeze, Billy can smell the gin on her breath. "As long as you don't mind sitting on the steps." Billy gets up and offers his hand. "Dave Lockridge." And now, here comes the guy who was keeping an eye on Billy's interaction with Shanice and Danny. He's swapped his wife-beater and Bermudas for a pair of jeans and a Masters of the Universe t-shirt. With him is a tall, scrawny blonde in a house dress and sneakers. From next door, bearing what looks like a plate of brownies, comes Jamal's wife and daughter. Billy invites them all inside, where they can sit in actual chairs. "Welcome to the neighborhood," he thinks. 8. The Masters of the Universe guy and his skinny blonde wife are the Raglins. The Fazios also show up, although without their son, and the Petersons from the far end of the block with a bottle of red wine. The living room fills up. It's a nice little impromptu party. Billy enjoys himself, partly because he doesn't have to work at projecting the dumb self, partly because he likes these people, even Jane Kellogg, who is pretty tight and has to keep visiting the bathroom, which she calls the Biffy. And by the time they all drift away, early because tomorrow is a working day, Billy knows he will fit in here. He will be of interest because he's writing a book, and that makes him something of an exotic. But that will pass. By midsummer, always supposing Joel Allen doesn't show up early for his date with a bullet, he'll be just another guy on the street, another neighbor. Billy learns that Jamal is the foreman at Excellent Tire, and Corey is, small world, a steno at the courthouse. He learns that Diane Fazio keeps an eye on Shanice during the summer vacation while Jamal and Corey are at work. Shanice's brother Derek goes to day camp and will go to basketball camp in August. He learns that the Dugans, who moved out of the yellow house very suddenly last October, skedaddled is how Paul Raglan puts it, were snooty, and Dave Lockridge is, consequently, a good change. After the shot, they'll tell reporters that he seemed like such a nice man. That's okay with Billy. He thinks of himself as a nice man, one with a dirty job. At least, he thinks, I never shot a 15-year-old on his way to school. Supposing Joel Allen, a.k.a. Joe, actually did that. Before bed, he unboxes his Alltech laptop, powers it up, and Googles Ken Hoff. He's quite the mover and shaker in Red Bluff. He's an elk. He's in Rotary. He was president of the local JC's chapter, chairman of the local Republican Party during the 2016 election cycle, and there's a picture of pre-beard scruff Ken wearing a red MAGA hat. He was on the city planning board but stepped down in 2018 after accusations of conflict of interest. He owns a half-dozen downtown buildings, including the Girard Tower, which Billy supposes makes him a kind of Donald Trump mini-me. He owns 3 TV stations, one here in Red Bluff and 2 in Alabama. All 3 are affiliated with Worldwide Entertainment, which probably explains Hoff's reference to WWE. He's divorced not once, but twice. That means helimony. Plans to build a golf course were scrapped late last year. Plans for another downtown building are on hold. So is Hoff's application for a casino license. All in all, it's a picture of a man whose small-time business empire is teetering. One push, and off the cliff it will go. Billy hits the rack and lies staring up into the dark, with his hands under the pillow. He's starting to understand why Nick was attracted to Ken Hoff, and why Ken Hoff was attracted to Nick. Nick can be charming, that $1,000,000 grin, and he's smarter than the average bear. But when you get right down to it, he's a hyena. And what hyenas are good at is sizing up the passing herd and picking out the one that's limping. The one that will soon fall behind. Ken Hoff is the patsy. Not for the killing. He'll have a cast-iron alibi for that. But when the cops start looking for the guy who ordered the killing, they won't find Nick. They'll find Ken. Billy decides that's okay with him. He's used up the reservoir of cool under the pillow, so he rolls over on his right side and goes to sleep almost at once. Being a good neighbor is tiring. Chapter 4 1. The next day, Billy hooks up his new MacBook in the office on the 5th floor and downloads a solitaire app. There are a dozen different versions. He opts for Canfield and rigs the computer to leave a 5-second pause before each move. If Nick or Giorgio should choose to look in and monitor his activities, or maybe Frankie Elvis would be given that task, they will have no idea the computer is playing solo. Billy goes to the window and looks out. Both sides of Court Street are lined with parked cars, many of them police cruisers. The umbrella-shaded tables outside the Sunspot Cafe are filled with people eating donuts and Danish. A few people are descending the wide courthouse steps, but a lot more are on their way up. Some trot, showing off their aerobic fitness. Others plod. Most of the plodders are lawyers, identifiable by their huge, boxy briefcases. Court will soon be in session. As if to underline this, a small bus, once red, now washed pink, trundles slowly down the choked street, passes the steps, and stops outside the smaller door at the right-hand end of the big stone building. The door of the bus folds open. A cop gets out. Then a conga line of prisoners in orange jumpsuits, then another cop. The jumpsuits perp-walk around the bus's snub nose. The door of the employees' entrance opens and the men in the jumpsuits go inside, where they'll wait to be arraigned. Interesting, and worth filing away. But Billy believes Nick is right. When Alan comes, he'll be escorted up the steps to the main entrance. Not that it matters. The shot will be almost the same either way. What's important is that Court Street is a busy place during the work week. There may be fewer people out and about in the afternoons, but most arraignments take place in the morning.
"You've always been fucking Houdini when it comes to disappearing after the hit,"
Nick said.
"By the time things start to settle, you'll be long gone."
He'd better be, because disappearing is part of what they're paying him for. A large part. Nick surely knows that using Billy has certain advantages if he botches the disappearance. He has no friends or relatives that can pressure him, or be used to pressure him into giving up the name of his employer. And while Nick might consider Billy far from the brightest bulb in the chandelier, he knows his hired gun is smart enough to realize he can't trade a name for a reduction to homicide in the second, or manslaughter. When you shoot a man with a sniper rifle from the 5th floor of a building where you've been set up for weeks or months, there could be no argument about the charge. That's premeditation in big red letters, and only murder in the first would do. Yet if Billy were caught, there's one offer the prosecution could make. And Nick would know that too. This is a death penalty state. A smart DA might well offer Billy a shot at life in Rincon Correctional instead of the needle. If he talked. Billy supposes that if it came to that, he actually could still keep Nick out of it. He could name Ken Hoff. Because Hoff wouldn't live long if the cops grabbed Billy Summers coming out of Girard Tower. Hoff might not live long in any case. When dealing with Nick Majarian's ilk, Patsy's rarely did. Billy might not live long even so, because safe is always better than sorry. He might fall down a flight of prison stairs with his hands cupped behind his back. He might be stabbed in the shower with a sharpened toothbrush or have a bar of soap stuffed down his throat. He could hold his own against one guy, maybe even two, but faced with a posse of 88s or 3 or 4 wide bodies from People Nation? No. And does he want to spend life in prison in any case? Also no. Better dead than caged. He guesses Nick knows that too. None of it will be an issue if he isn't caught. He never has been. 17 times he's gotten away clean, but he's never been faced with a situation like this one. It's not like shooting from an alley with a car nearby to carry you away. The best route out of town, carefully marked. How did you disappear after you'd gunned a man down from the 5th floor of a downtown office building with a shit ton of city and county cops right across the way? Billy knows how it would work in a movie. The bad guy shooter would use a sound and flash suppressor. That's not an option in this case. The range is just a little too long, and he won't get a second chance if he misses the first time. Also, there's going to be the unmistakable crack of the bullet breaking the sound barrier. A suppressor can do nothing about that. Billy has a personal issue as well. He has simply never trusted potato busters. Put a gadget at the end of a good rifle, and you're taking a risk of fucking up your shot. So it's going to be loud. And while the source may not be immediately identifiable, when people stop cringing and look up, they're going to see a window on the 5th floor from which a small circle of glass is missing. Because these windows don't open. The problems don't daunt Billy. On the contrary, they engage him. The way the prospect of certain dangerous escapes, being chained up inside a safe and thrown into the East River, or dangling from a skyscraper in a straitjacket, no doubt engaged Houdini. Billy doesn't have a whole plan yet, but he's got a start. The parking garage was a little more loaded on the first 2 levels than Irv Dean had indicated. Maybe today's court docket is especially heavy, but by the time Billy got to level 4, he had his pick of spots. Privacy, in other words, and privacy is good. Billy is sure Houdini would have agreed with that. He goes back to the table, where the expensive Mac Pro is still playing Canfield. He powers up his own laptop and goes to Amazon. You can buy anything on Amazon. 2. A stretch of curb in front of Girard Tower has been stenciled, "Authorized parking only." At 11:15, a truck with a big sombrero on the side pulls up there. Below the sombrero, Jose's Eats. And below that, Todos Comen. People start leaving the building, trundling toward the truck like ants drawn to sugar. 5 minutes later, another truck pulls up behind the first. On the side of this one is a grinning cartoon boy wolfing down a double cheeseburger. At 11:30, while people are lined up for burgers and fries and tacos and enchiladas, a hot dog wagon appears. Time to eat, Billy thinks. Also time to meet some more neighbors. There are 4 people waiting for the elevator, 3 men and a woman, all dressed for business and all look to be in their mid-30s. The woman may be even younger. Billy joins them. One asks if he's the new writer in residence, as if Billy has supplanted an old one. Billy says he is and introduces himself. They do likewise, John, Jim, Harry, Phyllis. Billy asks, "What's good down below?" John and Harry suggest the Mexican wagon. "Excellent fish tacos," John says. Jim says the burgers aren't bad, and the onion rings are A+. Phyllis says she's had her face fixed on one of Pete's chili dogs. "None of it's haute cuisine," Harry says, "but it beats brown bagging it." Billy asks about the cafe across the street, and all 4 shake their heads. Such instant unanimity strikes Billy funny, and he has to grin. "Stay away from it," Harry says. "Crowded at lunch. And the prices are high," John adds. "I don't know about writers, but when you work for a startup law firm, You have to watch your nickels and dimes. Lots of lawyers in the building? Billy asks Phyllis as the elevator doors open. Don't ask me, ask them, she says. I'm with Crescent Accounting. Answer the phone and check tax returns. Quite a few of us legal beagles, Harry says. Some on 3 and 4, a few more on 6. I think there's a startup architectural firm on 7, and I know there's a photography studio on 8. Commercial stuff for catalogs. John says, if this place was a TV show, they'd call it The Young Lawyers. The big firms are mostly 2 or 3 blocks over, other side of the courthouse on Holland Street and Emery Plaza. We stay close and get crumbs from the big boys' table. And wait for the big boys to die, Jim adds. Most of the lawyers in the old-line firms are dinosaurs who wear 3-piece suits and sound like Boss Hogg. Billy thinks of the sign in front, office space and luxury apartments now available. It looked like he'd been there a while, and like Hoff, it had a certain whiff of desperation. I guess your firm got a break on the lease. Harry gives Billy a thumbs up. Bang! 4 years at a price just north of incredible, and the lease will hold up even if the guy who owns the building, Hoff's his name, goes into Chapter 11. Ironclad. It gives us little fellas some time to get traction. Besides, says Jim, a lawyer who gets screwed on his own lease agreement deserves to go broke. The young lawyers laugh. Phyllis smiles. The doors open on the lobby. The 3 men forge ahead, intent on chow. Billy crosses the lobby with Phyllis at a more leisurely pace. She's a good-looking woman, in an understated way, more daisy than peony. Curious about something, he says. She smiles. It's a writer's stock in trade, isn't it? Curiosity? I suppose so. I'm seeing a lot of people dressed casual, like them. He points to a couple just approaching the door. The guy is wearing black jeans and a Sun Ra tee. The woman with him is in a smock top that declares her pregnant belly rather than hiding it. Her hair is pulled back in a careless ponytail, secured with a red rubber band. Don't tell me those 2 are lawyers or architectural assistants. I guess they could be from the photography studio, but there's a whole herd of them. They work for Business Solutions on the 2nd floor. The whole 2nd floor. It's a collection agency. We call them BS for a reason. She wrinkles her nose, as if at a bad smell, but Billy doesn't miss the touch of envy in her voice. Dressing for success may be exciting at first, but as time passes, it must become a drag, especially for women. The good hair, the good makeup, the click-clack shoes. Surely this nice-looking woman from the accounting firm on the 5th floor must from time to time think about how much of a relief it would be to just slop on a pair of jeans and a shell top, add a dash of lipstick, and call it good. You don't need to dress up when you spend the day working the phones in a great big open-plan office, Phyllis says. Your targets don't see you when you're telling them to cough up the cash or the bank will slap a lien on your house. She stops just shy of the doors, looking thoughtful. I wonder what they make. I guess you don't crunch their numbers. You guess right. But keep us in mind if you hit it big with your book, Mr. Lockridge. We're also a new firm. I think I've got a card in my purse. Don't bother, Billy says, touching her wrist before she can do any serious digging. If I hit it big, I'll just come down the hall and knock on your door. She gives him a smile and an appraising look. There's no engagement or wedding ring on her 3rd finger left, and Billy thinks that in another life, this is when he'd asked her to come for a drink after work. She might say no, but that look, up under her lashes, along with the smile, makes him think she'd say yes. But he won't ask. Meet people, yes. Get liked and like in return, yes. But don't get close. Getting close is a bad idea. Getting close is dangerous. Maybe after he retires, that will change. 3. Billy gets a burger dragged through the garden and sits on one of the plaza benches with lawyer Jim, whose actual name is Jim Albright. Try one of these, he says, holding out a fat onion ring. Fucking delicious. It is. Billy says he's got to get some of those, and Jim Albright says, goddamn right you do. Billy gets his rings in a little paper boat along with some packets of ketchup and goes back to sit with Jim. So what's your book about, Dave? Billy puts a finger to his lips. Top secret. Even if I signed an NDA? Johnny Colton specializes in them. He points to one of his colleagues, over by the Mexican wagon. Not even then. I admire your discretion. I thought writers love to talk about what they're working on. I think writers who talk a lot probably don't write a lot, Billy says. But since I'm the only writer I actually know, I'm really just guessing. Then, and not entirely to change the subject either, look at that guy over there at the hot dog wagon. That's an outfit you don't see every day. The man he's pointing to has joined some of his colleagues at the Mexican food wagon. Even among the other Business Solutions employees, this one stands out. He's wearing gold parachute pants that take Billy back to his Tennessee childhood, when some of the would-be town Sharpies wore such gear to the Friday night dances at the Roller Dome. Above it is a paisley shirt with a high collar, like the ones worn by British invasion rock groups in old YouTube videos. The ensemble is finished off with a pork pie hat. From beneath it, lush black hair spills to his shoulders. Jim laughs. That's Colin White. Quite the fashion plate, ain't he? Gay as hell and cheerful as a Sunday afternoon in Paris. Most of the BSers stick to their own. Earning their beer and Skittles by dunning people at the end of their financial rope doesn't exactly make them popular, and they know it. But Colin's a regular social butterfly. Jim shakes his head. At least at lunch he is. I have to wonder what he's like when he's on the clock, hectoring widows and busted-up vets out of their last quarters and dimes. He must be good at the job, because there's a lot of turnover at that company, and he's been here longer than I have. How long is that? 18 months. Sometimes Col comes to work wearing a kilt. Serious. Sometimes a cape. He's also got a Michael Jackson outfit. You know, the cavalry officer deal with the epaulets and the brass buttons. Billy nods. Colin White is currently holding a cardboard box with a couple of tacos in it. He stops to talk with Phyllis, and something he says causes her to throw back her head and laugh. He's a doll, Jim says, with what sounds like genuine affection. Phyllis strolls off and sits with a few other women. A couple of Colin White's cohorts make room for him. Before sitting down, he puts one foot behind the other and executes a quick turn that would have done the gloved one proud. Billy puts him at 5'9", 5'10" at most. Another piece of the plan. Maybe. Level 4 in the parking garage, maybe more laptops, and now Colin White, a bird of rare plumage. 4. That afternoon he sets the Mac Pro to playing itself at cribbage, with a 5-second delay before each player 1 move. He also sets it so that player 2 will beat player 1 every time. That should hold any looky-loos for an hour or so. Then he powers up his own Mac, returns to Amazon, and buys 2 wigs. A blonde one with short hair and a black one with long hair. In other circumstances, he would have these sent to a storefront mail drop, but on this job there's no point. Not when David Lockridge will be ID'd as the shooter before the sun goes down on the day it happens. With the wigs taken care of, he puts one of the blank Staples notebooks beside his personal lappy and begins a virtual tour of houses and apartments for rent. He finds a number of possibilities, but any boots-on-the-ground investigation will have to wait until he gets his goods from Amazon. It's only 2 o'clock when he finishes his virtual house hunting. Too early to call it a day. It's time to actually start writing. He thought about this quite a lot. At first he assumed he would use his own machine for that. Using the Pro might mean his employer, and possibly his literary agent, could be reading over his shoulder, which makes him think of the telescreens in 1984. Would Nick and Giorgio be suspicious if they looked in and didn't see any copy? Billy thinks they would be. They wouldn't say anything, but it might give them the idea that Billy knows more about snooping and hacking than he wants them to know. And there's another reason to write on the Pro, even though it may be bugged. It's a challenge. Can he really write a fictionalized dumb self version of his own life story? Risky, but he thinks maybe he can. Faulkner wrote dumb in The Sound and the Fury. Flowers for Algernon by Daniel Keyes is another example. There are probably more. Billy quits the automated cribbage game and opens a blank Word document. He titles it The Story of Benji Compson, a nod to Faulkner he's sure neither Nick nor Giorgio will tip to. He sits for several seconds, drumming his fingers on his chest and looking at the blank screen. This is a crazy risk, he thinks. This is the last job, he thinks, and he types the sentence he's been holding in his mind for just this occasion. The man my ma lived with came home with a broke arm. He looks at this for almost a minute, then types again. I don't even remember his name, but he was plenty mad. I guess he must have went to the hospital first because it was in a cast. My sister... Billy shakes his head and fixes it so it's better. He thinks so anyway. The man my ma lived with came home with a broke arm. I guess he must have went to the hospital first because it was in a cast. My sister was trying to bake cookies and she burnt them. I guess she forgot to keep track of the time. When that man came home, he was plenty mad. He killed my sister, and I don't even remember his name. He looks at what he's written, and he thinks he can do this. More, he wants to do this. Before starting to write, he would have said, yes, I remember what happened, but only a little. Only now there's more. Even that short paragraph has unlocked a door and opened a window. He remembers the smell of burned sugar and seeing smoke seep out of the oven, and the chip on the side of the stove, and the flowers in the teacup on the table, and some kid outside chanting, 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4. He remembers the heavy clod, clod, clod of the man's boots coming up the steps, that man, that boyfriend, and now he even remembers the name. It was Bob Raines. He remembers thinking when he heard that man use his fists on Ma, Bob is raining. Bob is raining on Ma. He remembers her smiling after and saying, he didn't mean it, and it was my fault. Billy writes for an hour and a half, wanting to bolt ahead, but holding himself back. If Nick or Giorgio or even Elvis is looking in, they must see the dumb self going slowly, struggling for every sentence. At least he doesn't have to deliberately misspell words. The ones the computer doesn't correct automatically, it underlines in red. At 4 o'clock, he saves what he's written and shuts down. He finds he's looking forward to picking up the thread tomorrow. Maybe he's a writer after all. 5. When he gets back to Midwood, Billy finds a note thumbtacked to his door. It's an invitation to have ribs and slaw and cherry cobbler at the Raglan's down the street. He goes because he doesn't want to be seen as standoffish, but with no enthusiasm, expecting an after-dinner conversation over cans of suds, having to do with commie college kids this and dirty immigrants that. He is stunned to discover that Paul and Denise Ragland voted for Hillary Clinton and can't stand Trump, who they call President Crybaby, proving once more, Billy supposes, as he walks home, that you can't judge a man by his wife-beater. He's already been sucked in by a Netflix show called Ozark and is ready to start the 3rd episode when his cell phone, his David Lockridge cell, dings with a text. George Russo, ever the concerned agent, wants to know how his first day went. D-Lock. Pretty well. I did some writing. G. Russo. Good to hear. We'll make you a bestseller yet. Can you drop by Thursday night? 7 p.m. Dinner. N wants to talk to you. Nick is still in town then, and probably in Vegas withdrawal. D-Lock. Sure, but no H. G. Russo. Absolutely not. That's good. Billy thinks he could live long and die happy if he never saw Ken Hoff again. He turns off the TV and goes to bed. He slips easily into sleep, and at some point, just before the dawn's prologue, he slips just as easily into a nightmare, which he will write down tomorrow as Benji Compson, changing the names to protect the guilty. 6. The man my ma lived with came home with a broke arm. I guess he must have went to the hospital first because it was in a cast. My sister was trying to bake cookies and she burnt them. I guess she forgot to keep track of the time. When that man came home, he was plenty mad. He killed my sister, and I don't even remember his name. He started yelling as soon as he came in. I was on the floor of the trailer putting together a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle that, when it was done, would be 2 kittens playing with a ball of yarn.
I could smell the booze he was drinking, even with the smoke from the cookies, and found out later he got into a fight at Wally's Tavern. He must have lost because he had a black eye too. My sister,
Catherine was her name, although that's not the one he'll use. Almost, but not quite. Catherine Ann Summers, just 9 on the day she died. Blonde, small.
My sister Cassie was at the table we ate off, coloring in her book. She would have turned 10 in 2 or 3 months, and she was looking forward to being in 2 figures instead of just 1. I was 11 and supposed to be looking out for her. The boyfriend was yelling and waving at the smoke, which only just started before he came in, asking, "What did you do? What did you do?" And Kathy,
Billy deletes that fast, hoping nobody is looking right then.
Cassie said I was baking cookies. I guess they burn, I'm sorry. And he said, "You are a stupid little bitch, and I don't believe how stupid you are." He opened the oven door, and more smoke come out. If we had a smoke detector, it would have gone off, but we didn't have one in our trailer. He picked up a dish towel and started flapping it at the smoke. I would have gotten up to open the outside door, but it was already open. The boyfriend reached in to get that cookie sheet. He grabbed it with his good hand, but the dish towel slipped, and he burned his hand and spilled those cookies that were in shapes I helped Cassie cut out, and they were all over the floor. Cassie got down and picked them up, and that's when he started killing her. Or maybe it happened right away when he swatted her with that cast upside her head and she flew into the wall. Out like a light anyway, but maybe still alive. Only then he started kicking her with those boots he always wore that my ma called motorhuckle boots. "Stop it. You're killing her," I said, but he didn't stop it until I said, "Stop it, you son of a bitch, bully, chicken shit fucker. Stop hurting my sister." So then I went to tackle him, and he pushed me down.
Billy gets up and goes to the window of the office that is now, he supposes, his writing room. People are coming and going on the courthouse steps, but he doesn't see them. He goes to the little kitchenette for a drink of water. He spills a bit of it because his hands are trembling. They don't tremble when he's going to take a shot. They are always stone steady then. But they are now. Not a lot, but enough to spill some water. His mouth and throat are dry, and he drinks down the whole glass. It has all come back to him, and it all makes him ashamed. He will leave what he has written about trying to tackle Bob Raines, because it puts a layer of heroic fiction over the truth, which is close to unbearable. He didn't tackle Bob Raines, while Bob Raines was kicking his sister and stepping on her and crushing her fragile chest on which no breasts would ever appear. Billy was supposed to take care of her. "Take care of your sister," was the last thing Ma always said when she left for her job at the laundry. But he didn't take care of her. He ran. He ran for his life. But it was in my mind even then, he thinks as he goes back to the table and the laptop. It must have been, because it wasn't our room I ran for. I ran for theirs, Billy says, and picks up where he left off. So then I went to tackle him, and he pushed me down, and I got up and ran down the trailer to their room at the end and slammed the door behind me. He started pounding on it right away, calling me every name in the book, and said, "If you don't open this door right now, Benji, you're going to be one sorry-ass motherfucker." Only I knew it didn't matter if I opened the door or not, because he'd do me like he did Cassie, because she was dead. Even a kid of 11 could see that. Ma's boyfriend used to be in the Army, and he kept his footlocker at the end of the bed with a blanket over it. I pushed the blanket off and opened the footlocker. He had a padlock for it, but hardly ever used it. Maybe never. If he had of, I wouldn't be writing this because I would be dead. And if that gun of his hadn't been loaded, I would be dead. But I knew it was because he kept it loaded in case of what he called burger-gurglers. Burger-gurglers, Billy thinks. Christ, how it all comes back. He bust in the door like I was pretty sure he would. Not pretty sure, Billy thinks. I knew, because it was nothing but fiberboard. Kathy and I used to hear them going at it just about every night, in the afternoon if Ma came home early. But that was another fiction he would leave. And when he come in, I was sitting with my back against the foot of the bed with his gun pointing at him.
It was an M9x19 that took 15 parabellum rounds. I didn't know that then, of course, but I knew it was heavy, and I held it in both hands against my chest. And he said, "Give it to me, you useless piece of shit. Don't you know kids ain't supposed to play with guns?" Then I shot him, dead center mass. He just stood there in the doorway like nothing happened, but I knew it did because I saw the blood fly out of his back. The M9 recoiled against my chest. Billy remembers making a "ugh" sound and burping, and later on he had a bruise there above his sternum. And he fell down, and I went over to him and said to myself that I might have to shoot him again. If I had to, I would. He was my mother's boyfriend, but he was wrong. He was a bad guy. Except he was dead, Billy says. Bob Raines was dead. He thinks briefly of deleting everything he's written. It's awful, but saves it instead. He doesn't know what anyone else might think, but Billy thinks it's good, and good that it's awful, because awful is sometimes the truth. He guesses he really is a writer now, because that's a writer's thought. Emile Zola might have thought the same when he was writing Thérèse Raquin, or when Nana gets sick and all of her beauty rots away. His face feels hot. He goes back to the kitchenette, splashes water on it, then stands, bent over the little sink with his eyes shut. The memory of shooting Bob Raines doesn't bother him, but it hurts to remember Kathy. Take care of your sister. Writing is good. He's always wanted to do it, and now he is. That's good. Only who knew it hurt so much? The landline phone rings, making him jump. It's Irv Dean, telling him he has a package from Amazon. Billy says he'll come right down and pick it up. "Man, that company sells everything," Irv says. Billy agrees, thinking, "You don't know the half of it." 7. It's not the wigs. Even with Amazon's speedy delivery, those won't come until tomorrow. What he's got today would fit in the cubby over the doorway between the office and the kitchen, but Billy has no intention of stowing it there. All his Amazon swag is going back to the yellow house in Midwood. He opens the box and takes out the things he's ordered one by one. From Fun Time Limited in Hong Kong is a box containing a mustache made of real human hair, blonde, like one of the wigs he's ordered. It's a little bushy. When the time comes, he'll trim it. He wants to disguise, not to stand out. Next is a pair of horn-rimmed glasses with clear lenses. These are surprisingly hard to find. You can buy reading glasses at any drugstore, but Billy's vision is 20/10, and even the slightest magnification gives him headaches. He tries them on and finds the fit a little loose. He could tighten the bows, but won't. If they slide down on his nose a bit, that'll give him a scholarly air. Last, the most expensive item, the pièce de résistance. It's a silicone pregnancy belly, sold by Amazon but made by a company called Mom Time. It was expensive because it's adjustable, allowing the wearer to look anywhere from 6 to 9 months pregnant. It attaches with Velcro straps. Billy knows these fake bellies are notorious shoplifting tools. Big-box security personnel are told to be on the lookout for them, but Billy has not come to this small city to shoplift, and it won't be a woman wearing it when the time comes. That will be his job. Chapter 5. 1. Billy shows up at Nick's borrowed McMansion a bit before 7 on Thursday evening. He has read somewhere that polite guests arrive 5 minutes early, no more and no less. Paulie is the official greeter this time. Nick is once more waiting in the hall, thus out of sight of any passing law enforcement drones. Unlikely, but not impossible. His smile is turned up to maximum, arms outstretched to enfold Billy in a hug. "Chateaubriand on the menu. I got a cook. I don't know what he's doing in this rinky-dink town, but he's great. You're going to love it. And save some room." He holds Billy back at arm's length and drops his voice into a hoarse whisper. "I heard a rumor about baked Alaska. You have to be tired of microwave dinners, right? Right?" "That's right," Billy says. Frank appears,
in an ascot and a pink shirt with his hair combed in gleaming swoops and swirls, piled high above an Eddie Munster widow's peak. He looks like the hoodlum in a gangster movie who gets killed first. He's got some glasses and a big green bottle on a tray.
Champers, molten Shandon.
He sets down the tray and eases the cork from the bottle's neck. No pop and no splurt. Frankie Elvis may not know French, but his opening technique is superb. So is his pour. Nick lifts a glass. The others do likewise.
To success!
Billy, Paulie, and Frank clink and drink. The champagne goes pleasantly to Billy's head at once, but he refuses another glass.
I'm driving. Don't want to get stopped.
That's Billy, Nick says to his amigos.
Always thinking 2 steps ahead.
3, Billy says, and Nick laughs like this is the funniest thing he's heard since Henny Youngman died. The amigos dutifully follow suit.
Okay, Nick says. Enough with the bubble water. Mangiamo, mangiamo.
It's a good meal, starting with French onion soup, progressing to beef marinated in red wine, and ending with the promised baked Alaska. It's served by an unsmiling woman in a white uniform. Except for the dessert course. Nick's hired chef wheels that in himself, to the expected applause and compliments, nods his thanks, and leaves. Nick, Frank, and Paulie carry the conversation, which is mostly about Vegas, who's playing there, who's building there, who's looking for a casino license, as if they don't understand that Vegas is obsolete, Billy thinks. Probably they don't. There's no sign of Giorgio. When the serving woman comes in with the after-dinner liqueur, Billy shakes his head. So does Nick.
Marge, you and Alan can leave now, Nick says. It was a great meal. Thanks, but we've just started to clean up the... We'll worry about it tomorrow. Here, give this to Alan. Car fare, my old man would have said.
He pushes some bills into her hand. She mutters that she will and turns to go.
And Marge...
She turns back.
You haven't been smoking in the house, have you?
No. Nick nods.
Don't linger, okay? Billy lets you and me go into the living room for a little chin-chin. You guys find something to do.
Paul tells Billy it was good seeing him and heads for the front door. Frank follows Marge into the kitchen. Nick drops his napkin into the smeared remains of his dessert and leads Billy into the living room. The fireplace at one end is big enough to roast the Minotaur. There are statues in niches and a ceiling mural that looks like a porno version of the Sistine Chapel.
Great, isn't it?
Nick says, looking around. It sure is, Billy says, thinking that if he had to spend too much time in this room, he might lose his mind.
Sit down, Billy. Take a load off.
Billy sits. Where's Giorgio? Did he go back to Vegas?
Well, he might be there, Nick says. Or he might be in New York. Or Hollywood, talking to movie people about this great book he's agenting.
None of your business, in other words, Billy thinks. Which is, in a way, fair enough. He's just an employee, after all. What they'd call a hired gun in the old Western movies Mr. Stepanek used to like. Thinking of Mr. Stepanek makes him think of 1,000 junk cars. Seemed like 1,000 to a kid, anyway. And maybe there really were that many, with their cracked windshields winking in the sun. How many years since he thought of that automobile graveyard? The door to the past is open. He could push it shut, latch and lock it, but he doesn't want to. Let the wind blow in. It's cold, but it's fresh, and the room he's been living in is stuffy.
Hey, Billy!
Nick is snapping his fingers.
Earth to Billy!
I'm here.
Yeah? Thought for a minute I lost you. Listen, are you actually writing something?
I am, Billy says.
Real life or made up?
Made up.
Not about Archie Andrews and his friends, is it?
Smiling. Billy shakes his head, also smiling.
They say a lot of people writing fiction for the first time use their own experiences. Write what you know. I remember that from senior English, Paramus High, go Spartans. That the case with you?
Billy makes a seesaw gesture with one hand. Then, as if the idea has just occurred to him, "Hey, you aren't getting up on what I'm writing, are you?" A dangerous question, but he can't help himself. "Because I wouldn't want—"
God, no,
Nick says, sounding way past surprised, sounding actually shocked, and Billy knows he's lying.
Why would we do that, even if we could?
"I don't know, I just—" A shrug. "Wouldn't want any peeking. Because I'm no writer, just trying to stay in character and passing the time. I'd be embarrassed for anyone to see it."
You put a password on the laptop, right?
Billy nods.
Then nobody will.
Nick leans forward, his brown eyes on Billy's. He lowers his voice like he did when he was telling Billy about the baked Alaska.
Is it hot? Threesomes and all that?
"No, A pause. "Not really."
Get some sex in there. That's my advice. Because sex sells.
He chuckles and goes to the cabinet across the room.
I'm going to have a splash of brandy. Want some?
"No thanks." He waits for Nick to come back. "Any word on Joe?"
Same old, same old. His lawyer's appealing the extradition like I told you. And the whole thing is on hold. Maybe. Who knows? Because Johnny Judge is off on vacation.
But he's not talking about what he knows?
If he was, I'd know.
Maybe he might have an accident in jail. Never get extradited at all.
They're taking very good care of him. Out of Gen Pop, remember?
Oh, yeah, right. That seems a little convenient, is an observation Billy can't make. It would be a bit too smart.
Be patient, Billy. Settle in. Frankie says you're meeting the neighbors out there in Midwood.
So, he hasn't seen Frank in the neighborhood, but Frank has seen him. Nick is checking his sexy new lappy at will, and also keeping an eye on him at his temporary home. Billy thinks again of 1984.
I am. And in the building?
There too, sure. Mostly at lunch. The food wagons.
That's great. Blend in with the scenery. Become a part of the scenery. You're good at that. I bet you were good at it in Iraq.
I was good at it everywhere, Billy thinks. At least after I killed Bob Raines, I was. Time to change the subject. You said there was going to be a diversion. Said we'd talk about it later. Is this later enough?
It is.
Nick takes a mouthful of brandy, swirls it around like it's mouthwash, swallows.
Happens to feed into the idea I wanted to try out on you. The diversion is going to be a couple of flashpots. Do you know what those are?
Billy does, but shakes his head.
Rock bands use them. There's a bang and a big flash of light, like a geyser. When I know for sure that Joe's coming east, I have a couple planted near the courthouse. One for sure in the alley that runs behind the cafe on the corner. Polly suggested putting one in the parking garage, but it's too far away. And besides, what terrorist blows up a fucking parking garage?
Billy makes no attempt to hide his alarm. Planting those things isn't going to be Hoff's job, is it? Nick doesn't bother to swirl a second mouthful of brandy, just gulps it down. He coughs, and the cough turns into a laugh.
What do you think, I'm stupid enough to give a job like that to a grande filio di puttana like him? I'd be sad if that was your opinion of me. No, I got a couple of my guys coming in. Good boys. Trustworthy.
Billy thinks, you don't want Hoff placing the flashpots because that could come back to you. But you don't mind him procuring the gun and placing it in the shooter's nest because that will come back to me. How stupid do you think I am?
I'll probably be in Vegas when this thing goes down. But Frankie Elvis and Paulie Logan will be here with the two other guys I'm bringing in. If you need anything, they'll take care of you.
He leans forward, earnest and smiling.
It's going to be a beautiful thing. The gunshot goes, scaring everybody. The flashpots go boom, boom. And anybody who's not running already starts running. And then they're screaming their heads off. Active shooter! suicide bombers, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, whatever. But the real beauty of it, unless somebody breaks a leg running away, nobody gets hurt except for Joel Allen. That's his real name. Court Street's in a panic, and that brings me to what I wanted to talk to you about.
Okay.
Now I know you're used to planning your own getaways, and you've always been good at it. Fucking Houdini, like I said. But Giorgio and I had a little idea, because...
Nick shakes his head.
Man, this could be a tough one, even for you. And even if we panic the street with the flashbangs, which we will. If you've already got something worked out, go with God. But if you don't...
I don't. Although he's getting there. Billy gives a big, dumb self-smile. Always happy to listen, Nick. 2. He's home. He guesses the yellow house is home, at least for a while, by 11 p.m. All of his Amazon swag is in the closet. It would have stayed there until he got the call that Alan is headed east from Los Angeles, but things have changed. Billy is uneasy. The black wig can stay here when it comes, but he takes the other stuff out to the car, stows it in the trunk. He won't be spending all of tomorrow in the 5th-floor office, and that's okay. The nice thing about being the Gerard Towers writer in residence is that he's not a working stiff who has to keep regular hours. He can come in late and leave early. He can take a stroll if the urge strikes him. If anyone asks, he can say he's working over a new idea, or doing research, or just taking an hour or two off. Tomorrow he will stroll 9 blocks to 658 Pearson Street. It's a 3-story house on the border of municipal downtown. Billy has already looked at the house on Zillow, but that's not good enough. He wants eyes on. He locks the car and goes back inside. He brought the shiny new MacBook Pro back from his office and parked it on the kitchen table. Now he opens it and reads what he's written as Benji Compson. It's only a couple of pages, ending with Benji shooting Bob Raines. He reads it over 3 times, trying to see it as Nick must have. Because Nick has read it. After that crack about writers using their own experiences, Billy has no doubt of it. He doesn't care if Nick finds out about his childhood. For all Billy knows, Nick has checked that out already. What Billy does care about is protecting the dumb self, at least for now. He won't be able to sleep until he makes sure there's nothing in those 2 or 3 pages that make him seem too smart. So he goes over it a 4th time. At last, he shuts the laptop down. He doesn't think there's anything in the prose that a C student in English couldn't have written, assuming most of it really happened. The spelling is mostly good, and the punctuation, but Nick would chalk that up to autocorrect. Although the word program isn't able to detect the difference between CAN' and CANT, the computer always turns DONT into DON'. It underlines mixed spellings in red. It even notes the most egregious grammatical lapses. The verb tenses in what he's written come and go, which is fine, because that's above the computer's pay grade. Although the day will probably come when it flags those too. But he's uneasy. He's never had a reason to distrust Nick, who is undoubtedly a bad person, but who has always played straight with Billy. He is not playing straight now, or he wouldn't have denied cloning the Pro. Would not have cloned it in the first place. Billy feels he can still assume the job is straight. The first quarter of the payout is in his bank account, $500,000. Tall tickets, but this whole thing still feels wrong. Not big wrong, just a little wonky. It's like one of those shots you sometimes see in a movie where the camera has been slightly tilted to give you a sense of disorientation. Dutching is what the movie people call that kind of tilt, and that's how this job feels. Dutched. Not enough to call it off, which he might not be able to do anyway now that he said yes, but enough to be concerning. And there's the getaway plan, Nick sprang on him.
If you've already got something worked out, go with God, he said. But if you don't, me and Giorgio had an idea that might work fine.
Nick's idea isn't a problem because it's bad. It's not. It's good. But disappearing after the job is done has always been Billy's responsibility. And for Nick to get in his business like that is, well, Dutched. Billy murmurs to his empty kitchen. Nick said that 6 weeks ago, when this job looked like becoming a reality, he sent Paul Logan up to Macon and told him to buy a Ford Transit van. Not new, but not more than 3 years old. Transits were the workhorses of the Red Bluffs Department of Public Works fleet. Billy has already seen several painted yellow and blue with the motto, "We are here to serve," painted on the sides. The brown Transit Frank bought in Georgia was now in a garage on the outskirts of town, painted in DPW colors with the DPW motto.
I'll have a good idea when Alan's extradition is getting close, Nick said.
He was sipping a little more brandy.
Those guys I told you about, the ones coming in, will start being out and about in that van. Always looking busy, but not really doing anything. Never staying too long in one place, but always near the courthouse and the Girard Tower. An hour here, 2 hours there, becoming part of the scenery, in other words. Like you, Billy.
On the day of Alan's arrival, Nick said this bogus DPW van would be parked around the corner from the Girard Tower. The bogus city workers would maybe open a manhole cover and pretend to be doing something inside. When the shot came and the flashpot explosions, people would run everywhere, including from the Girard Tower and including Billy Summers, who would race around the corner and into the back of the van. There he would jump into a pair of DPW coveralls.
The van pulls around to the courthouse,
Nick says.
Cops are already on the scene. My guys and you pile out and ask if there's anything you can do to help. Put up sawhorses to block the street or something. In all the confusion, it will look 100% natural. You see that?
Billy saw. It was bold, and it was good.
The cops,
they probably tell us to get lost, Billy said. We're city workers, but we're civilians. Is that right? Nick laughed and clapped his hands.
See? Anyone who thinks you're stupid is full of shit. My guys say, "Yes, sir, officers," and off you drive. And you keep driving. After switching vehicles, of course.
Driving to where?
De Pere, Wisconsin, 1,000 miles from here. There's a safe house. You stay there a couple days, relax, check your bank account for the rest of your payday. Think about how you're going to spend your money. After that, you're on your own. How does that sound?
It sounded good. Too good? A possible setup? Unlikely. If anyone in this deal is being set up, it's Ken Hoff. Billy's problem with Nick's unexpected offer is that he's never had to depend on other people to disappear before. He doesn't like it, but it wasn't the time to say so. Let me think about it, okay?
You bet,
Nick said.
Plenty of time.
3. Billy hauls his suitcase out of the master bedroom closet. He puts it on the bed and unzips. It looks empty, but it's not. The lining has a Velcro strip running along the underside. He pulls the lining up and takes out a small, flat case. It's the kind smart people, those who read more challenging stuff than Archie digests and supermarket checkout lane scandal papers, might call an etui. There's a wallet inside, and credit cards, and a driver's license issued to Dalton Curtis Smith of Stowe, Vermont. There have been many other wallets than IDs during Billy's career, not one for each of his assassinations. He calls them what they are, but at least a dozen, leading up to the current one belonging to a make-believe individual named David Lockridge. Some of his previous selves had good ID, some not so good. The credit cards and DL and the David Lockridge wallet are very good indeed, but the stuff in the flat gray case is better. The stuff in there is gold. Putting it together has been the work of 5 years, a labor of love going back to when he decided he must eventually get out of a business that makes him, admit it, just another bad person. Dalton Smith isn't just a Lord Buxton wallet with a legit-looking driver's license inside. Dalton Smith is practically a real person. The MasterCard, the Amex card, and the Visa all get used regularly. Ditto the Bank of America debit card. Not every day, but often enough so the accounts don't gather dust. His credit rating isn't excellent, which might draw attention, but it's very good. There's a Red Cross blood donor card, his Social Security card, and Dalton's membership in an Apple user group. No dumb self here. Dalton Curtis Smith is a freelance computer tech with a fairly lucrative sideline that allows him to go wherever the wind blows. Also in the wallet are pictures of Dalton with his wife. They were divorced 6 years ago. Dalton with his parents, killed in the ever-popular car crash when Dalton was a teenager. Dalton with his estranged brother. They don't talk, since Dalton found out his brother voted for Nader in the 2000 election. Dalton's birth certificate is in the etui, and references. Some are from individuals and small businesses whose computers Dalton has fixed. Others from people who have rented to him in Portsmouth, Chicago, and Irvine. His go-to guy in New York, Bucky Hansen, has created some of these references. Bucky is the only person Billy trusts completely. Others, Billy created himself. Dalton Smith never stays long in one place. A tumbling tumbleweed is he, but when he is in situ, he is a very good tenant, neat and quiet, always pays the rent on time. To Billy, Dalton Smith, with his low-key but impeccable bona fides, is as beautiful as a snowfield without a single track on it. He hates the idea of defacing that beauty by putting Dalton to work. But isn't this exactly what Dalton Curtis Smith was created for? It is. One last job. The ever-popular last job. And Billy can disappear into a new identity. Probably not live the rest of his life in it, but even that's possible, assuming he can get out of this town without being burned. The $500,000 down payment has already made the rounds and is finished up at Dalton's bank account in Nevis, and $500,000's the biggest sign that Nick isn't playing this funny. When the work is done, the rest will follow. Dalton's DL headshot shows a man of about Billy's age, maybe a year or two younger, but he's blonde instead of dark, and he has a mustache. 4. The next morning, Billy parks on the 4th level of the garage near the Girard Tower. After making certain adjustments to his appearance, he walks in the opposite direction. This is Dalton Smith's maiden voyage. When the city is small distances can make a big difference. Pearson Street is only 9 blocks from the Main Street parking garage, a brisk 15-minute walk. Girard Tower still looms close enough to be clearly seen. But this is a different world from the one where guys in ties and gals in click-clack shoes man and woman their posts, and lunch in the kind of restaurants where the waiter hands you a wine list along with the menu. There's a grocery store, but it's closed up. Like many declining neighborhoods, this one is a food desert. There are 2 bar rooms, one closed and the other looking like it's just hanging on. A pawn shop that doubles as a check cashing and small loans business. A sad little strip mall a bit further on, and a line of homes that are trying to look middle class and not getting there. Billy guesses the reason for the area's decline is the vacant lot right across the street from his target house. It's a big expanse of rubbly, trash-strewn ground. Cutting through it are rusting railroad tracks barely visible in high weeds and summer goldenrod. Signs posted at 50-foot intervals read, "City Property," and "No Trespassing," and "Danger, Keep Out." He notes the jagged remains of a brick building that once must have been a train station. Maybe it served bus lines as well. Greyhound, Trailways, Southern. Now the city's land-based transportation has moved elsewhere, and this neighborhood, which might have been busy in the closing decades of the last century, is suffering from a kind of municipal COPD. A rusty shopping cart lies overturned on the sidewalk across the way. A tattered pair of men's undershorts flap from one of its wheels, and a hot wind that tousles the hair of Billy's blonde Dalton Smith wig and flutters his shirt collar against his neck. Most of the houses need paint. Some have for sale signs in front of them. 658 also needs paint, but the sign in front reads, "Furnished apartments for rent." There's a real estate agent's number to call. Billy notes it down and then goes up the cracked cement walk and looks at the line of doorbells. Although it's just a 3-story, there are 4 bells. Only one of them, second from the top, has a name. Jensen. He rings it. At this time of day, there's probably nobody home. But his luck is in. Footsteps descend the stairs. A youngish woman peers through the dirty glass of the door. What she sees is a white man in a nice open-collared shirt and dress pants. His blond hair is short. His mustache is neatly trimmed. He wears glasses. He's quite fat, not to the point of obesity, but getting there. He doesn't look like a bad person. He looks like a good person who could stand to drop 20 or 30 pounds. So she opens the door. But not all the way. As if I couldn't push my way in and strangle you right there in the foyer, Billy thinks. There's no car in the driveway or parked at the curb, which means your husband's at work, and those 3 unmarked bells strongly suggest you are the only person in this old faux Victorian.
I don't buy from door-to-door salesmen, Miss Jensen says.
No, ma'am. I'm not a salesman. I'm new in the city, and I'm looking for an apartment. This looks like it might be in my price range. I just wanted to know if this is a nice place. My name's Dalton Smith. He holds out his hand. She gives it a token touch, then draws her own hand back. But she's willing to talk.
Well, it's not the greatest area, as you can see, and the nearest supermarket's a mile away, but me and my husband haven't had any real problems. Kids get into that old train yard across the way sometimes, probably drinking and smoking dope, and there's a dog around the corner that barks half the night, but that's about the worst of it.
She pauses, and he sees her look down, checking for a wedding ring that's not there.
You don't bark at night, do you, Mr. Smith? By which I mean parties and loud music.
No, ma'am. He smiles and touches his stomach. The fake pregnancy belly has inflated to about 6 months. I like to eat, though.
Because there's a clause about excessive noise in the rental agreement.
May I ask how much you pay per month?
That's between me and my husband. If you want to live here, you'd have to take it up with Mr. Richter. He's the man that handles this place. A couple of others down the block, too. Although this one's nicer, I think.
Completely understood. Apologize for asking. Mrs. Jensen thaws a little.
I will tell you, you don't want the 3rd floor. That place is a hot box, even when the wind blows from across the old train yard, which it does most of the time.
No air conditioning, I take it.
You take it right. But when it comes on cold weather, the heat's okay. Of course, you'd have to pay for it. Electricity, too. It's all in the agreement. If you've rented before, I guess you know the drill.
Boy, do I ever. He rolls his eyes and finally gets a smile out of her. Now he can ask what he really wants to ask. What about the downstairs? Is that a basement apartment? Because it looks like there's a bell. Her smile widens. Oh, yes, and it's quite nice. Furnished, like the sign says, although just the basics. I wanted that one, but my husband thought it would be too small if our application gets approved. We're trying to adopt. Billy marvels at this. She has just revealed a crucial piece of her heart, of her marriage's heart, after she balked at revealing how much rent she and her husband pay, which he asked not because he really wanted to know, but because it would make him seem plausible. Well, good luck to you, and thanks. If this Mr. Richter and I see eye to eye, maybe you'll see more of me. You have a good day now.
You too. Nice to meet you.
This time she holds out her hand for a real shake, and Billy thinks again about what Nick said. You get along with people without buddying up to them. Nice to know it works, even if you look fat. As he walks down the sidewalk, she calls after him.
I bet that basement apartment stays nice and cool, even in the hottest weather. I wish we'd taken it.
He gives her a thumbs up and heads back toward downtown. He has seen all he needs to see and has come to a decision. This is the place he wants, and Nick Majarian doesn't need to know a thing about it. Halfway back, he comes to a hole-in-the-wall store that sells candy, cigarettes, magazines, cold drinks, and burner phones and blister packs. He buys one, paying cash, and sits on a bus bench to get it up and running. He will use it as long as he has to, then dispose of it. The others as well, always supposing the deal goes down and the cops are going to know right away that it was David Lockridge who assassinated Joel Allen. They will then discover that David Lockridge is an alias of one William Summers, a Marine vet with sniper skills and sniper kills. They will also discover Summers' association with Kenneth Hoff, the designated fall guy. What they must not discover is that Billy Summers, a.k.a. David Lockridge, has disappeared into the identity of Dalton Smith. Nick can never know that either. He calls Bucky Hansen in New York and tells Bucky to send the box marked Safeties to his Evergreen Street address. "So this is it, huh? You're really pulling the pin." "Looks like it," Billy says. "But we'll talk some more." "Sure we will. Just make sure it isn't collect from some Tulibop City jail. You're my man, Hoss." Billy ends the call and makes another, to Richter, the real estate guy who is serving as rental agent for 658 Pearson. "I understand it's furnished. Would that include Wi-Fi?" "Just a second," Mr. Richter says, but it's more like a minute. Billy hears paper rustling. At last Richter says, "Yes, put in 2 years ago, but no television. You'd have to supply that." "All right," Billy says. "I want it. How about I drop by your office?" "I could meet you there, show you the place." "That won't be necessary. I just want it as a base of operations while I'm in this part of the country. Could be a year, could be 2. I travel quite a bit. The important thing is the neighborhood looks quiet." Richter laughs. "Since they demolished the train station, you bet it is. But the people out there might trade a little more noise for a little more commerce." They set a time to meet the following Monday, and Billy returns to level 4 of the parking garage, where his Toyota is parked in a dead spot neither of the security cameras can see, if they can see at all. They look mighty tired to Billy. He removes the wig, the mustache, the glasses, and the fake pregnancy belly. After stowing them in the trunk, he takes a short walk back to Girard Tower. He's there in time to get a burrito from the Mexican wagon. He eats it with Jim Albright and John Colton, the lawyers from 5. He sees Colin White, the dandy who works for Business Solutions. Today he's looking mighty cute in a sailor suit. "That guy," Jim says, laughing, "he's quite the bandbox, isn't he?" "Yes," Billy agrees and thinks, "a bandbox who's just about my height." 5. It rains all weekend. On Saturday morning, Billy goes to Walmart, where he buys a couple of cheap suitcases and a lot of cheap clothes that will fit his overweight Dalton Smith persona. He pays cash. Cash has amnesia. That afternoon, he sits out on the porch of the yellow house, watching the grass in his front yard. Watching it, rather than merely looking at it, because he can almost see it perking up. This is not his house, not his town or state. He'll leave without a look back or a single regret, but he still feels a certain proprietorial pride in his handiwork. It won't be worth mowing for a couple of weeks, maybe not even until August, but he can wait. And when he's out there, zinc ointment on his nose, mowing in gym shorts and a sleeveless tee, maybe even a wife-beater, he'll be one step closer to belonging, to blending in with the scenery. "Mr. Lockridge?" He looks next door. The 2 kids, Derek and Shanice Ackerman, are standing on their porch, looking at him through the rain. It's the boy who's spoken. "My ma just made sugar cookies. She asked me to ask you if you want half a dozen." "That sounds good," Billy says. He gets up and runs through the rain. Shanice, the 8-year-old, takes his hand with a complete lack of self-consciousness and leads him inside, where the smell of fresh-baked cookies makes Billy's stomach rumble. It's a neat little house, tight and ship-shape. There are about 100 framed photos in the living room, including a dozen on the piano that holds pride of place. In the kitchen, Corrine Ackerman is just removing a baking sheet from the oven. "Hi, neighbor. Do you want a towel for your hair?" "I'm fine, thanks," ran between the raindrops. She laughs. "Then have a cookie. The kids are having milk with theirs. Would you like a glass? There's also coffee if you'd prefer that. Milk would be fine. Just a little. Double shot. She's smiling. Sounds about right, smiling back. Then sit down. He sits with the kids. Corinne puts a plate of cookies on the table. Be careful, they're still hot. Your take-homes will be in the next batch, David. The kids grab. Billy takes one. It's sweet and delicious. Terrific, Corinne. Thank you. Just the thing on a rainy day. She gives her kids big glasses of milk. Billy a small one. She pours her own small glass and joins them. The rain drums on the roof. A car goes hissing by.
I know your book is top secret, Derek says, but
Don't talk with your mouth full, Corinne admonishes. You're spraying crumbs everywhere.
I'm not,
Shanice says. No, you're doing good, Corinne says. Then with a sideways glance at Billy, doing well. Derek has no interest in grammar.
But tell me one thing. Is there blood in it?
Billy thinks of Bob Raines flying backward. He thinks of his sister with all her broken ribs. Yes, every fucking one. And her chest stomped in. Nope, no blood. He takes a bite of his cookie. Shanice reaches for another. You can have that one, her mother says. And one more. You too, Dee. The rest are for Mr. Lockridge and for later. You know your dad likes these. To Billy she says, Jamal works 6 days a week, and overtime when he can get it. The Fazios are good about keeping track of these two while we're both at work. This is not a bad neighborhood, but we've got our eye on something better. Moving on up, Billy says. Corinne laughs and nods.
I don't ever want to move,
Shanice says, and then adds with a child's charming dignity.
I have friends. So do I,
Derek says.
Hey, Mr. Lockridge, do you know how to play Monopoly? Me and Shan are going to play, but it's stupid with just two, and Mom won't.
Mom won't is right, Corinne says. Most boring game in the world. Get your father to play with you tonight. He will if he's not too tired.
That's hours away,
Derek says.
I'm bored right now.
Me too, Shanice says. If I had a phone, I could play Crossy Road. Next year, Corinne says, and rolls her eyes in a way that makes Billy think the girl has been phone campaigning for quite a while, maybe since the age of 5. Do you play? Derek asks, although without much hope. I do, Billy says, then leans across the table, pinning Derek Ackerman with his eyes. But I have to warn you that I'm good, and I play to win.
So do I,
Derek is smiling below a milk mustache.
So do I,
Shanice says. I wouldn't hold back just because you're kids and I'm a grown-up, Billy says. I'd wound you with my rental properties, then kill you with my hotels. If we're going to play, you have to know that up front.
Okay,
Derek says, jumping up and almost spilling the rest of his milk.
Okay,
Shanice cries, also jumping up. Are you kids going to cry when I win?
No.
Okay, as long as we have that straight. Are you sure? Corinne asks him. That game, I swear it can go on all day. Not with me rolling the dice, Billy says.
We play downstairs,
Shanice says, and once more takes his hand. The room down there is the same size as the one in Billy's house, but it's only half a man cave. In that part, Jamal has set up a workspace with tools pegged to the wall. There's also a bandsaw, and Billy notes with approval that there's a padlock cover on the on-off switch. The kids' half of the room is littered with toys and coloring books. There's a small TV hooked up to a cheap game console that uses cassettes. To Billy, it looks like a yard sale purchase. Board games are stacked against one wall. Derek takes the Monopoly box and puts the board on a child-sized table.
Mr. Lockridge, it's too big for our chairs,
Shanice says, sounding dismayed. I'll sit on the floor. Billy removes one of the chairs and does so. There's just room for his crossed legs under the table. What piece you want? Derek asks. I usually take the racing car when it's just me and Shan, but you can have it if you want. That's okay. Which one do you like, Shan?
The thimble,
she says, then adds rather grudgingly,
unless you want it.
Billy takes the top hat. The game begins. 40 minutes later, when Derek's turn comes around, he calls for his mother.
Ma, I need advice.
Corrine comes down the stairs and stands with her hands on her hips, surveying the board and the distribution of Monopoly money.
I don't want to say you kids are in trouble, but you kids are in trouble.
I warned them, Billy says.
What do you want to ask me, Dee? Keep in mind your mother barely passed home economics back in the day. Well, here's my problem, Derek says. He's got 2 of the green ones, Pacific and Pennsylvania, but I've got North Carolina. Mr. Lockridge says he'll give me $900 for it. That's 3 times what I paid, but...
But, Corrine says. But, Billy says.
But then he can put houses on the green ones, and he already has hotels on Park Place and Boardwalk.
So, Corrine says. So, Billy says. He's grinning.
I gotta go to the bathroom, and I'm almost broke anyway, Shanice says and gets up.
Honey, you don't have to announce your bathroom calls. You just need to say, excuse me. Shanice says with the same winning dignity,
I'm going to powder my nose, okay?
Billy bursts out laughing. Corrine joins him. Derek pays no attention. He studies the board, then looks up at his mother.
Sell or not? I'm almost out of money.
It's a Hobson's choice, Billy says. That means you have to decide between taking a chance or standing pat. Between you and me, Dee, I think you're kind of sunk either way. Think he's right, hon, Corrine says.
He's really lucky, Derek says to his mother. He landed on free parking and got all the money in there, and it was a bundle.
Also, I'm really good, Billy says. Admit it. Derek tries to scowl. He can't manage it for a long time. He holds up the deed with the green stripe. 1,200. Done, Billy cries, and hands over the cash. 20 minutes later, the children are bankrupt and the game is over. When Billy stands up, his knees crack, and the kids laugh. You guys lost, so you have to put the game away, right?
That's the way Daddy plays too,
Shanice says.
But sometimes he lets us win.
Billy leans down, smiling. I don't do that.
Big bully,
she says and giggles with her hands over her mouth. Danny Fazio comes jingling down the stairs in a yellow rain slicker and unbuckled galoshes that gape like funnels.
Can I play?
Next time, Billy says. I make it a policy to only beat up on kids once a weekend. It's just more joking around, what these kids might call throwing shade. But suddenly, he sees burned cookies littering the floor in front of the stove in their trailer, and the cast on Bob Raines' arm thudding against the side of Kathy's face, and it isn't funny anymore. The 3 kids laugh, because to them it is. None of them have watched their sister being stepped on by a drunken ogre with a fading mermaid on his arm. Upstairs, Corrine gives him a bag of cookies and says, "Thank you for making a rainy day so much fun for them. I had fun, too." He did, right up until the end. When he gets home, he throws the cookies into the trash. Corrine Ackerman is a good little baker, but he can't think of eating cookies now. He can't even bear to look at them. 6. On Monday, he goes to see the rental agent, who does business in the sad little strip mall 3 blocks from 658. Merton Richter's office is a hole-in-the-wall 2-roomer between a tanning salon and the Jolly Roger tattoo parlor. Parked in front is a blue SUV, pretty old, with a stick-on sign on one side, Richter Real Estate, and a long scratch on the other. The guy gives Dalton Smith's painstakingly crafted references a cursory glance, then hands them back along with the rental agreement. The places where Billy is supposed to sign have been highlighted in yellow.
You could tell me it's a little over market, Richter says, as if Billy had protested. And you might be right, but only a little, considering the furnishings and the Wi-Fi. And with no street parking until 6 p.m., the driveway's a real convenience. You'll be sharing it with the Jensens, of course. I'm planning to keep my car in a municipal garage for the most part. I can use the exercise.
He pats his fake belly.
The rent does seem a little high, but I want the place. Sight unseen,
Richter marvels. Mrs. Jensen spoke well of it.
Ah, I see. In any case, if we're in agreement...
Billy signs the form and writes his debut check as Dalton Smith. First month, last month, and a damaged deposit. That's fucking outrageous, unless the cookware is all clad, the china Limoges, and the lamps come with Tiffany shades.
IT guy, huh?
Richter says, stashing the check away in his desk drawer. He pushes an envelope marked keys across the desk, then whacks his old PC, like you'd whack a dog you don't have much use for, but keeps hanging around.
I could sure use some help with this bulky bitch.
I'm off the clock, Billy says, but I can give you some advice.
Which is?
Replace it before you lose everything. Do you hook me up with heat, electric, water, and cable? Richter smiles, as if giving Billy a prize.
Nope. That's all you, brother.
And he offers his hand. Billy could ask Richter what he actually does for his commission. The agreement is pretty obviously a form printed off the internet, with the local details dropped in. But does he care? Not at all. 7. Billy would like to get back to his story. It seems premature to call it a book, and maybe unlucky as well. But there's more to do. When the banks open on Tuesday, he goes to Southern Trust and withdraws some of the walking around money that has been deposited in a David Lockridge account. He goes to 3 different chain stores and buys 3 more laptop computers, all for cash, all cheap, off-brands, like the Alltech. He also buys a cheap table model TV. That he pays for with the Dalton Smith credit card. Next on his list is leasing a car. He stashes his Toyota in a garage on the other side of town from the one he uses as David Lockridge, not wanting to chance anyone from his building seeing him in his Dalton Smith rig. That would be a small chance at this time of day. All the worker bees should be in the hive. But taking even small chances is stupid. It's how people get nailed. When he's put on the wig, glasses, mustache, and big belly, he calls an Uber and asks to be driven to McCoy Ford on the western edge of the city. There he leases a Ford Fusion for 36 months. The dealer reminds him that if Billy drives it over 10,500 miles per year, he'll pay a pretty hefty overcharge. Billy doubts if he'll even put 300 miles on the Fusion. The important thing is that Billy has wheels Nick knows about, and Dalton Smith now has wheels Nick doesn't know about. It's a precaution in case Nick should be planning something hinky. But it's more. It's keeping Dalton Curtis Smith separate from what's going to happen on those courthouse steps, keeping him clean. Billy parks his new ride next to his old ride. Different garage, same upper-level blind spot, long enough to transfer the TV and new laptops to the Fusion, also the cheap suitcases he stashed in the Toyota's trunk late last night. They are filled with cheap Walmart clothes. He drives the Fusion to 658 Pearson Street and parks in the driveway, which is your basic asphalt stub with grass growing up the middle. He hopes Mrs. Jensen will see him moving in, and he's not disappointed. Does Dalton Smith see her looking down from her second-story window? Billy decides he doesn't. Dalton is a computer nerd, lost in his own world. He struggles and puffs 2 of the suitcases up to the door and uses his new key to unlock it. 9 steps down take him to the door of Dalton Smith's new apartment, where he uses another key. The door opens directly onto the living room. He drops the bags on the industrial carpet and walks around, checking out the 4 rooms, 5 if you count the bathroom.
The furnishings are quite nice,
Richter said. That's not true, but they're not terrible either. The word generic comes to mind. The bed's a double, and when Billy lies down on it, there are creaks but no springs poking at him, so that's a win. There's an easy chair in front of the table, obviously meant to hold a small TV, like the one he bought at Discount Electronics. The chair is comfortable enough, but the zebra striping is almost the stuff of nightmares. He'll want to cover it with something. On the whole, he likes the place. He goes to the one narrow window, which is set at lawn level. It's almost like looking out through a periscope, Billy thinks. He digs the perspective. It feels cozy somehow. He likes his Midwood neighbors, especially the Ackermans next door. But he thinks he likes this place better. It has a sense of safety. There's an old couch that also looks comfortable, and he decides he'll move it to where the zebra-striped chair is now, so he can sit on it and look out at the street. People passing on the sidewalk might look at the house, but most won't glance down at the basement windows and see him looking back. It's a den, he thinks. If I have to go to ground, this is where I should do it, not some safe house in Wisconsin. Because this place is actually in the ground. There's a light knock from the door behind him. Actually more of a rattle. He turns and sees Mrs. Jensen standing in the door he left open, twiddling her fingernails in the jam. "Hello, Mr. Smith." "Oh, hi." His Dalton Smith voice is slightly higher than the one he uses as Billy Summers and David Lockridge. A little breathy, maybe a touch of asthma. "You caught me moving in, Mrs. Jensen." He gestures to the suitcases. "Since we're going to be neighbors, why don't you call me Beverly?" "Okay, thanks. And I'm Dalton. Sorry I can't offer you coffee or anything. No supplies yet." "I totally understand. Moving in's crazy, isn't it?" "It sure is. The good part is that I travel a lot, so I don't have a lot. See more motels than I ever wanted to. Spending the rest of the week in Lincoln, Nebraska. Then Omaha." Billy has found that if you lie about business travel to cities of secondary size and importance in the economic scheme of things, people believe you. "I've got a few more things to bring in, so if you'll excuse me." "Do you need help?" "No, I'm fine." Then, as if reconsidering, "Well..." They go out to the Fusion. Billy gives her the 3 off-brand computers. With the boxes in her arms, she looks like a woman who delivers for Domino's. "Gosh, I better not drop these. They're brand new, and probably worth a fortune." They're only worth about $900, but Billy doesn't contradict her. He asks if they're too heavy. "Pooh, less than a laundry basket of wet wash. Are you going to set all of these up?" "As soon as I get the power on." "Yes," Billy says. "It's how I do my business. Some of it, anyway. Most I outsource." Outsource is one of those impressive-sounding words that might mean anything. He hefts out the carton containing the TV. They go up the walk, through the open front door, down the stairs. "Come on up, once you're a little bit settled," Beverly Jensen says. "I'll put on the coffee pot, and I can give you a donut if you don't mind day old." "I never say no to a donut. Thank you, Mrs. Jensen." "Beverly." He smiles. "Beverly. Right. One more suitcase to bring in, and then I'll be with you." Bucky has sent Billy's box, the one marked Safeties. Dalton Smith's iPhone is in it. And once he's unloaded the Fusion, Billy uses it to make some Dalton Smith calls. By the time he's drunk a cup of coffee and eaten a donut in the Jensen's second-floor apartment, listening with apparent fascination as Beverly tells him all about her husband's problems with the boss at the company where he works, the power is on in his new place. His below-ground den. 8. He's at 6:58 until mid-afternoon, unpacking the cheap clothes, booting up the cheap computers, and shopping at the Brookshires a mile away. Except for a dozen eggs and some butter, he steers clear of perishables. Most of what he buys is stuff that will keep when he's not here. Canned goods and frozen dinners. At 3 o'clock, he drives the leased Fusion back to the 4th level of parking garage number 2, and after making sure he's unobserved, removes the glasses and the fake facial hair. Getting rid of the fake belly is an incredible relief, and he sees he'll need to get some baby powder if he wants to avoid a rash. He drives the Toyota back to parking garage number 1, then returns to the 5th floor of the Girard Tower. He doesn't work on his story, and he doesn't play games on the computer either. He just sits and thinks. No rifle in the office. Nothing more lethal than a paring knife in one of the kitchenette's drawers, and that's okay. It may be weeks or even months before Billy needs a gun. The assassination Might not even happen at all. And would that be so bad? In monetary terms, yes. He'd lose 1.5 mil. As for the 500,000 he's already been paid, would the person who's ordered the assassination, the one Nick is go-betweening for, want the money back? Good luck with that, Billy says, and laughs. 9. As he plods back to the parking garage, Billy is thinking about bigamy. He's never been married once, let alone to 2 different women at the same time. But now he knows how that must feel. In a word, exhausting. He's getting his feet set in not just 2 different lives, but 3. To Nick and Giorgio, also to Ken Hoff, which he hates. He's a gun for hire named Billy Summers. To the inhabitants of the Gerard Tower, he's a wannabe writer named David Lockridge. Ditto the residents of Evergreen Street in Midwood. And now, on Pearson Street, 9 blocks from Gerard Tower and 4 safe miles from Midwood, he is an overweight computer geek named Dalton Smith. Come to think of it, there's even a 4th life. That of Benji Compson, who is just enough not Billy, so Billy can look at painful memories he usually avoids. He started writing Benji's story on a laptop he's pretty sure, no, positive, has been cloned because it was a challenge, and because it's that fabled last job. But he now understands there was a deeper, truer reason. He wants to be read. By anyone. Even a couple of Vegas hardballs like Nick Majarian and Giorgio Piglielli. Now he understands. He never did before, never even considered it. That any writer who goes public with his work is courting danger. It's part of the allure. Look at me. I'm showing you what I am. My clothes are off. I'm exposing myself. As he approaches the entrance to the parking garage, deep in these thoughts, there's a tap on his shoulder that makes him jump. He turns and sees Phyllis Stanhope, the woman from the accounting firm. "I'm sorry," she says, taking a step back. "I didn't mean to startle you." Has she seen something in that unguarded moment? A flash of who he really is? Is that what the backward step was about? Maybe. If so, he tries to dismiss it with an easy smile and the absolute truth. "It's fine. I was just a million miles away." "Thinking about your story?" "About bigamy." "That's right." Phyllis falls in step beside him. Her handbag is slung over one shoulder. She's also wearing a child's backpack with SpongeBob on it and has exchanged her click-clack shoes for white socks and sneakers. "I didn't see you at lunch today. Did you eat at your desk?" "I was out and about, still trying to get settled in. Plus, I had a long talk with my agent." He did in fact speak with Giorgio, although it wasn't a long talk. Nick has returned to Vegas, but Giorgio is in residence at the McMansion, and he brought the 2 new guys, Reggie and Dana are their names, with him. Billy doesn't think Nick and Georgie Pigs are tag-teaming him exactly, but this is a very big deal for them, and Billy would be surprised if they were careless. Shocked, really. The one they may actually be keeping an eye on is Ken Hoff, the patsy in waiting. Besides, even when a writer's not at his desk, he's working. He taps his temple. She returns his smile. It's a good one. I bet that's what they all say. In truth, I seem to have hit a little bit of a roadblock. Maybe it's the change of scene. Maybe. He doesn't think there actually is a roadblock. He hasn't written anything beyond the first episode, but the rest is right there, waiting. He wants to get to it. It means something to him. It's not like journaling. It's not like an effort to make peace with a life that has, in many ways, been unhappy and traumatic. It's not confessional even, though it may amount to a confession. It's about power. He's finally tapped into power that doesn't come from the barrel of a gun. Like the view from his new apartment's ground-level windows. He likes it. In any case, he says as they reach the entrance to the parking garage, I plan to buckle down, starting tomorrow. She raises her eyebrows. Jam yesterday, jam tomorrow. He chimes in, and they finish together. But never jam today. In any case, I can't wait to read it. They start up the ramp. It's deliciously cool after the hammer-stroke sun on the street. She stops halfway up the first turn. This is me. She beeps her key fob. The taillights of a little blue Prius respond. 2 bumper stickers flank her license plate. Our bodies, our choices. And believe the women. You're apt to get keyed with those, Billy says. This is a deep red state. She lifts her purse in front of her and gives a smile unlike the one she greeted him with. This is more of a Dirty Harry smile. It's also a concealed carry state. So if anyone tries to key off my bumper stickers, they better do it while I'm not around. Is that more show than go? The little accountant lady putting on a badass front for a man she might be interested in? Maybe. Maybe not. Either way, he admires her for being out front with what she believes, for being brave. This is how a good person acts. At least it is when they're being their best selves. Well, I'll see you around the campus, Billy says. I'm up a few levels. Couldn't find anything closer? Really? He could say it's because he came in late today, but that might come back to bite him, because he always parks on 4. He hoists a thumb. Less chance of a bump and run up there. Or getting your bumper stickers keyed off. I don't have any, Billy says, and then adds the absolute truth. I like to fly under the radar. Then, on impulse, and he's rarely an impulsive man, he says what he's promised himself he would not. Come for a drink with me sometime? Want to? Yes, with no hesitation, as if she's been waiting for him to pop the question. What about Friday? There's a nice place 2 blocks over. We can go Dutch. I always go Dutch when I have a drink with a man. She pauses. At least the first time. Probably a good policy. Drive safe, Phyllis. Phil. Call me Phil. He gives her taillights away before walking the rest of the way up to the 4th level. There's an elevator, but he wants to walk. He wants to ask himself why the fuck he did what he just did. Or what about playing Monopoly with Derek and Shanice Ackerman, especially when he knows they'll want a return engagement the coming weekend, and he'll probably oblige. What happened to getting friendly, but not too close? Can you be a part of the scenery when you're in the foreground? The short answer is no. Chapter 6. 1. Summer rolls along. Hot and humid days of blaring sunshine are punctuated by sudden thunderstorms, some of them vicious, with throats full of hail. A couple of tornadoes strike, but on the outskirts, none downtown or in Midwood. When the storms blow out, they leave streets that steam and dry quickly. Most of the apartments on the upper floors of the Girard Tower are empty, either unoccupied or deserted by their residents for cooler climes. Most of the businesses remain fully staffed because most of them are young firms still struggling to find their footing. Some, like the law firm down the hall from Billy's office, are startups that didn't even exist 2 years ago. Billy and Phil Stanhope go for that drink in a pleasant, wood-paneled bar adjacent to what Billy guesses is one of the Bluff's better restaurants, where steaks are the specialty of the house. She has a whiskey and soda. My dad's tipple, she says. Billy has an Arnold Palmer, explaining he's off alcohol, even beer, while working on his book. I don't know if I'm actually an alcoholic. The jury's out on that, he says. But I've had trouble with the booze. He gives her the backstory he's been given by Nick and Giorgio. Too much drinking back home in New Hampshire with too many party animal friends. They spend a pleasant enough half hour, but he senses her interest in him, as anything more than a friend, that is not as strong as he maybe had hoped it would be. He thinks it's the gulf between what's in their glasses. Drinking whiskey with a man who's drinking an iced tea lemonade mix is like drinking alone, and maybe the quick color that dashes into her cheeks as she takes down what's in hers suggests it might be so. Phil has a booze problem herself. Or will, in the coming years. It's too bad things are as they are, because he wouldn't mind taking her to bed, but keeping it friendly does lessen the chance of complications. He won't fade entirely into the background with her. There is that liking on both their parts, but no forensic unit will ever find his fingerprints in her bedroom. That's good. For both of them. Yet even getting this close, exchanging life summaries, hers real, his bogus, is too close, and he knows it. Dalton Smith has a backstory that doesn't include problems with booze, so he can have a beer on the back stoop of 658 Pearson with Beverly's husband. Don Jensen works for a landscaping company called Growing Concern. He's totally down with that other Don, the one who sits in the much grander digs at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. He especially agrees with the other Don when it comes to the issue of immigration.
Don't want to see America painted brown, he says.
Even though a large part of Growing Concern's workforce consists of undocumented aliens who don't speak English.
Although they do speak food stamps,
he says. When Billy points out the contradiction, Don Jensen waves it away.
Movie stars come and go, but wetbacks are forever,
he says. He asks Billy where he's off to next, and Billy says a couple of weeks in Iowa City, then on to Des Moines and Ames.
You sure don't spend much time here, Don says. Seems like a waste of rent money.
Summer's always my busy time. I need a place to hang my hat. You may see more of me this fall.
I'll drink to that. Want another beer?
No thanks, Billy says, getting up. I've got some work to do. Nerd, Don says, and gives him an affectionate clap on the back.
Guilty as charged,
Billy says. On Evergreen Street, the Raglins, Paul and Denise, invite him over for barbecued chicken from Big Cluck's. For dessert, Denise serves strawberry shortcake made in her own kitchen. It's delicious. Billy has seconds. The Fazios, Pete and Diane, invite him over for Friday pizza, which they eat in the downstairs rumpus room, watching Raiders of the Lost Ark along with Danny Fazio and the Ackerman kids from across the street. The movie works well for them, as it did for Billy and Kathy when they went to see it at the third-run showing at the old Bijou. Jamal and Corinne Ackerman have him over for tacos and chocolate silk pie. It's delicious. Billy has seconds. He's put on 5 pounds. Not wanting to look like the neighborhood freeloader, he buys a grill at Walmart, using one of his David Lockridge credit cards, and invites all 3 families, plus Jane Kellogg, the widow who lives at the far end of the block, over for burgers and hot dogs in his backyard, which, like the front one, is enjoying a nice revival under his supervision. The weekend Monopoly games continue. Now they draw kids from all over the neighborhood, not just Evergreen Street, everyone vying to dethrone the champ. Billy takes them all to the cleaners. One Saturday, Jamal Ackerman takes his seat at the board claiming the race car as his token. "Come on, white America," he says to Billy with a grin. He's a little tougher than the kids, but not much. After 70 minutes, he's broke and Billy is gloating. It's Corinne who finally takes him down on the last Saturday before school reconvenes. All the kids who've been kibitzing applaud when Billy declares bankruptcy. So does Billy. Corinne bows, then takes a picture of the board that Billy is careful not to be seen in. Not that it matters much. This is the age of the cell phone camera, and he's sure he's on Derek's. Probably on Danny Fazio's, too. The Ackerman kids are looking at Billy with shining eyes as they applaud. These games have become important to Derek and Shanice. To all the kids, but especially to them, because they were there when the Saturday games started. He has become important to them, and he's going to let them down. He doesn't believe, or can't, or refuses to, that he's actually going to break their hearts when he kills Joel Allen. But he knows they will be shocked and shaken, disillusioned, Dutched. He can tell himself, if not by me, then by someone else, and does. But it won't wash. This is not how a good person behaves. But the situation is inflexible. he more and more hopes Alan will avoid extradition, or be killed in lockup, or even escape, rendering the whole thing moot. Weekdays he eats on the plaza of the Girard Tower, if it's not too hot. He makes it his business to strike up an acquaintance with Colin White, the flashy dresser. White comes across not as a stereotypical gay man, but as an actual caricature, a figure of fun out of a 1980s sitcom. He's all breathy voice and exaggerated gestures and great big oh-my-God eye rolls. He calls Billy darling and honey pie. Once Billy gets past that, he discovers a man of great wit, cutting wit. And when the eyeballs aren't rolling, they are sharply observant. Later, after the deed is done, there will be many descriptions of David Lockridge. Some, including Phyllis Stanhope's, will be good, but Billy thinks that this man's will be the most accurate. He intends to use Colin White, but in the meantime he needs to be careful of him. Billy has the dumb self. He thinks Colin White has a silly fucker self. It takes one to know one. One day while they're sitting on a bench in the plaza's scant noontime shade, Billy asks Colin how he can do his job of cousining people out of a few bucks when he's basically, face it, a pretty nice guy, not to mention as gay as Aunt Maudie's Easter hat. Colin puts his hand to the side of his face, gives Billy a wide-eyed ingenue stare and says, "Well, I sort of—" change. The hand drops, the pleasant smile, enhanced by the barest touch of lip gloss, disappears. So does the lilting delivery. The voice that comes out of a wispy Colin White today, dressed in his gold parachute pants and high-collared paisley shirt, is that of a pissed-off lawyer. "Ma'am, I don't know who you've been soft-soaping, but I am immune. You are all out of time. You want to keep your car? Because if I hang up on you without getting something, and I mean more than a promise, my next call is going to be to the repo company we use. Cry all you want. I am immune to that too." He sounds it. "I need $60 on my screen in the next 10 minutes, 50 at the very least, and only because I got up on the right side of the bed this morning." He stops, looking at Billy with wide eyes enhanced by just a trace of liner. "Does that help you understand?" It does. What it doesn't help Billy understand is whether Colin White is a good person or a bad one. Perhaps he's both. Billy has always found this a troubling concept. 2. He gets texts from his agent on his David Lockridge phone that summer, sometimes once a week, sometimes twice. "G. Russo, your editor hasn't had a chance to read your latest pages yet." G. Russo, "I called your editor, but he was out of the office." G. Russo, "Your editor is still in California." And so on. The one he's waiting for, the one meeting that a California judge has approved Alan's extradition, will be, "Your editor wants to publish." When Billy gets that, he'll begin his final preparations. Giorgio's final text will read, "The check is on the way." 3. Nick returns from Vegas in mid-August. He calls Billy and tells him to arrive at the McMansion after dark, an instruction Billy hardly needs. They sit down to a late dinner at 9:30. There's no help. Nick cooks himself. Veal parmigiana not great, but the Pinot Noir is good. Billy takes only a single glass, mindful of the drive back. Frankie, Paulie, and the new guys, Reggie and Dana, are in attendance. They praise the meal extravagantly, including the dessert, which is a supermarket pound cake garnished with either Cool Whip or Dream Whip. Billy knows the taste. He ate his share as a kid on Friday nights at the Stepanik house, which he and Robin and Gad, plus other assorted inmates, called the House of Everlasting Paint. That place is on his mind a lot these days. Robin, too. He was crazy for that girl. Soon he will be writing about her, although he'll change her name to something similar. Ricky, or maybe Ronnie. He'll change all the names, except maybe for the one-eyed girl. Most of Nick's crew, the guys Billy thinks of as the Vegas hardballs, have names ending in IE, like characters in a Coppola or Scorsese movie. Dana Edison, is different. He's a redhead with a tight little man bun in back to make up for what he's lost in front. His forehead looks more like a runway. Frankie Elvis, Paulie, and Reggie are muscular boys. Dana is slight and looks out at the world through rimless spectacles. At first glance you might take him to be inoffensive, a Mr. Milquetoast, but the eyes behind the specs are blue and cold. Shooter's eyes. "No word on Alan yet?" Billy asks when the meal is finished.
As a matter of fact, there is.
Then, to Paulie.
Don't you like that fucking stink bomb in here? There's a no smoking clause in the lease. Violation is cause for immediate termination plus $1,000 fine.
Paulie Logan looks at the cheroot he's taken from the pocket of his pink Paul Stewart shirt like he doesn't know where it came from, and puts it back with a muttered apology. Nick turns back to Billy.
Alan's gonna be in court the Tuesday after Labor Day. His lawyer will try for another continuance. Will he get it?
Nick lifts his hands, palms up.
Maybe, but what I'm hearing from my friends in L.A. is this judge is a grumpy old cunt.
Frank McIntosh laughs, then stops and crosses his arms over his chest when Nick frowns at him. Nick has been in a shitty mood most of the night. Billy thinks he wants to be back in Vegas, listening to some old-timer, Frankie Avalon, maybe Bobby Rydell sing Volare.
They tell me this has been a rainy summer here, Billy. Is that true?
It comes and goes, Billy says, thinking of his lawn in Midwood. It's as green as the felt on a new pool table. Even the grass in front of 658 Pearson looks better, and the brick jaw of the train station across the street is hidden by high sprouting weeds. When it comes hard, Reggie says. Not much like Vegas, boss.
Can you make a shot in the rain?
Nick asks.
That's what I want to know. And I want the truth, not some optimistic bullshit.
Unless it's pouring cats and dogs, sure.
Good. We'll hope the cats and dogs stay home. Come in the library with me, Billy. I want to talk to you a little more. Then you can go home, get your beauty rest. You guys find something to do. Paulie, if you smoke that thing outside, don't let me find the butt on the lawn tomorrow.
Okay, Nick.
Because I'll look.
Paul Logan and the 3 Vegas imports troop out. Nick takes Billy in a room lined floor to ceiling with books. Cunning little spotlights shine down sprays of light on leather-bound sets. Billy would love to browse those shelves. He's pretty sure he sees the complete works of both Kipling and Dickens. But that's not the sort of thing the Billy Nick knows would do. The Billy Nick knows sits in a wingback chair and gives Nick his best wide-eyed receptive look.
Have you seen Reggie and Dana around?
Yes, once in a while. They drive a DPW panel truck. Once they were parked at the curb in front of the Girard Tower, where the food trucks roost at lunchtime. They were fiddling with a manhole cover. Another time he saw them on Holland Street, kneeling down and shining their lights into a sewer grate. They were wearing gray coveralls, city gimme caps, work boots.
You'll see them a lot more. They look okay?
Billy shrugs. Nick returns it with an impatient look.
What does that mean?
They looked okay.
Not attracting any special attention.
Not that I saw.
Good. The truck's in the carriage house here. They don't take it out every day. At least not yet. But I want people to get used to seeing them cruising around.
Blending into the scenery, Billy says with his best dumb self-smile. Nick points a finger gun at him. It's his trademark, Billy knows. Probably picked it up from some Vegas lounge act. But Billy doesn't care for having even a make-believe gun pointed at him.
Exactly right. Have delivered your weapon yet?
No.
You seen him?
No, and don't much want to.
Okay.
Nick sighs and runs his hand through his hair.
Probably you'd like to sight the gun in, right? Take a few shots in the country?
Maybe, Billy says, but he won't risk shooting. Even out in the Tules, where every stop sign has been riddled with bullet holes. He can zero the rifle with an iPhone app and a laser gadget they sell on Amazon. Nick leans forward, hands clasped in front of his considerable basket. He wears an expression of friendly concern. To Billy, it makes him look like an imposter.
How you doing out there in, what's it called? Midwood?
Midwood. Yeah, pretty good.
Kind of a shithole, I know, but the payoff will be worth it.
Yeah, thinking it's actually a pretty nice neighborhood.
Keeping a low profile?
Billy nods. No need for Nick to know about the Monopoly games, or the get-together in his backyard, or the drink he had with Phil Stanhope, now or ever.
Have you thought any more about the getaway plan I mentioned to you? Because, as you see, the boys will be ready when it's time. Reggie's no rocket scientist, but Dana is a thinking cat, and both of them can drive.
I just run around the corner, right? And get in the back of the van?
Right. You change into one of the coveralls, like the ones the city employees wear. You guys ask the cops if you can help with crowd control or something.
Like Billy has forgotten all this.
If they say yes, they probably won't, but if they do, you pitch right in. Either way, you'll be out of state and on your way to Wisconsin by nightfall, maybe sooner. So what do you think?
Billy pictures himself not on his way to Wisconsin, but lying dead beside a county road, in a ditch along with beer cans and discarded Big Mac boxes. That picture is very clear. He smiles, big smile, and says, "It sounds good. Better than anything I could have thought up." Which is bullshit. What he's thought up seems strong to him no matter how much he turns it, this way and that. There are risks, but they are minimal. Nick doesn't need to know his actual getaway plan. He may be pissed off later, but really, how pissed off can he be if the job gets done? Nick rises to his feet.
Good. Glad to help you out, Billy. You're a good man.
No, I'm not, and neither are you. Thanks, Nick.
Last job, huh? You really mean that?
I do.
Well, come here, Bambino, and give me a hug.
Billy does. It isn't that he doesn't trust Nick, he thinks on his way back to the yellow house. It's just that he trusts himself more. Always has, always will. 4. A couple of days later, there's a knock at the door of his little office suite. Billy has been writing, lost in the past that's partly Benji Compson's but mostly his. He saves his work, shuts down, and opens the door. It's Ken Hoff. He looks like he's lost 10 pounds since Billy saw him in June. The scruff on his face is scruffier than ever. Maybe he still thinks it makes him look like the leading man in an action movie. But to Billy, he looks like a guy 1 day off of 5-day drunk. His breath doesn't help. The mint he's chewing can't disguise the shot or two he had on his way here, at 10:40 in the morning. His tie is natty, but his shirt is wrinkled and a bit untucked on one side. This is trouble on 2 legs, Billy thinks.
Hello, Billy.
It's Dave, remember?
Sure, Dave. Right.
Hoff looks over his shoulder, making sure there's no one in the hall that might have overheard his mistake. Can I come in? Sure, Mr. Hoff. He's not going to call the man who's essentially his landlord Ken. He stands aside. Hoff takes another look over his shoulder and comes in. They're standing in what would be the reception area if this was an actual business office. Billy closes the door. What can I do for you?
Nothing. I'm fine.
Hoff wets his lips, and Billy realizes the man is afraid of him.
Just came by to see if everything was, all right. If you needed anything.
Nick sent him, Billy thinks. The message? You got off on the wrong foot with Billy, and he's our man on the spot. So get right with him. Just one thing, Billy says. You'll make sure the merch is there when I need it, right? Meaning the M24, what Hoff called a Remington 700.
That's all in hand. All in hand, my friend. Do you want it now or...
No. One of our friends will tell you when it's time. Until then, keep it someplace safe.
No problem. It's in my... I don't want to know. Not yet.
Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof, he thinks. Book of Matthew. What he wants on this day is to get back to what he was doing. He had no idea how good writing could make you feel.
Okay, sure. Listen, you want to go for a drink sometime?
That wouldn't be a good idea. Hoff smiles. Probably it's charming when he's on his game, but he's not on it now. He's in a room with a paid killer. That's part of it, but not all of it. This is a man who feels the walls closing in, and Billy doesn't think it's because Hoff suspects he might be played for a patsy. He should know, but he doesn't. Maybe he can't conceive of it, the way Billy can't conceive of black holes far out in space as actual real things.
It'd be okay. You're a writer, after all. Socially, you're in my zone.
Whatever that means, Billy thinks. Wouldn't be good later, for you. You could answer any questions, say you had no idea what I was really doing here. But it'd be better if the questions never got asked.
But we're good, Billy, right?
It's Dave. You need to get used to that so you don't slip up. And sure, we're good. Why wouldn't we be? Billy gives him a wide-eyed, dumb self-look. It works. This time Hoff's grin is marginally more charming, because his tongue doesn't come out to slurp his lips in the middle of it.
Dave now and forever. I won't forget again. Are you sure you don't need anything? Because, hey, I own Carmike Cinema at the Southgate Mall. 9 screens. Got IMAX coming in next year. I could get you a pass if you...
That would be great.
Terrific. I'll bring it around this afternoon.
Why don't you mail it? Here, or to the address on Evergreen Street. You've got it, right?
Sure. Yeah. Your agent gave it to me. All the big pictures play in the summer, you know.
Billy nods, as if he can't wait to go see a bunch of actors in supersuits.
And listen, Dave, I've got an in at an escort service. Very nice girls, very discreet. I'd be happy to...
Better not.
Low profile, remember?
He opens the door. Hoff isn't just trouble. Hoff is an accident waiting to happen.
Serve Dean treating you all right?
The security guard who works days in the lobby.
Yeah, he and I match for buck scratch-off tickets sometimes.
Hoff laughs, too loudly. Then he looks over his shoulder again for people who might overhear. Billy wonders if Colin White and the other staff members of Business Solutions have Ken Hoff on their call list. Probably not. The people Ken is in debt to, and he is in debt, Billy is sure of it, don't call you on the phone. At a certain point, they just come to your house, drown your dog in the swimming pool, and break your fingers on the hand that doesn't write the checks.
Good. That's good. And Steve Broder?
Off Billy's blank look.
Building manager?
Haven't seen him, Billy says. Listen, Ken, thanks for stopping by. Billy puts an arm around the shoulders of the man's wrinkled shirt, escorts him to the hall, and turns him toward the elevators.
You bet. And I'll be Johnny on the spot with that item.
I know you will be. Hoff starts down the hall, but just when Billy thinks he's rid of him, Hoff comes back. No hiding the desperation in those eyes now. He speaks low.
We're really good, right? I mean, if I did anything to offend you or piss you off, I apologize.
Really good, Billy says, thinking, this guy could blow. And if he does, it won't be Nick Majarian on ground zero. It'll be me.
Because I need this,
Hoff says, still speaking low, smelling of certs and booze and Creed cologne.
It's like I'm a quarterback, and my receivers are covered, but then a slot opens like magic, and I'm, In
the middle of this strangled metaphor, the door to the lawyer's office down the hall opens. Jim Albright steps out, headed for the bathroom. He sees Billy and lifts a hand. Billy lifts his in return. I get it, Billy says. Everything's going to be fine. And because he can think of nothing else. Touchdown ahead. Hoff brightens.
3rd and goal,
he says. He grabs Billy's hand, gives it a brisk shake, then heads down the hall trying to look jaunty. Billy watches him until he steps into the elevator car and disappears from view. Maybe I should just run, he thinks. Buy a beater, as Dalton Smith, and run. But he knows he won't, and the pending $1.5 million is only half of the reason. What's waiting for him in the office conference room is the other half. Maybe more than half. What Billy most wants to do isn't play Monopoly or drink beer with Don Jensen or go to bed with Phil Stanhope or shoot Joe Allen. What he most wants to do is write. He sits down and powers up the laptop, opens the document he's been working on, and falls into the past. Chapter 7. 1.
I went over to him and said to myself, I might have to shoot him again. If I had to, I would. He was my mother's boyfriend, but he was wrong. He looked dead, but I had to make sure, so I licked my hand good and wet and kneeled down beside him. I put my wet hand in front of his mouth and nose so I could feel if there was still any breath in him. There wasn't, so then I knew for sure he was dead. I knew what to do next, but first I went over to Cassie. I was hoping, but I knew she was dead too. Had to be with her chest all crushed like it was. But I licked my hand good and wet again and put it in front of her mouth, but there was no breath in her either. I held her in my arms and cried, thinking of what my mom always said when she left for the laundry. Take care of your sister. But I didn't take care of her. I should have shot that son of a bitch before. That would have been taking care of her. And it would have been taking care of my mother too, because I knew he hit her sometimes. And she would laugh at her black eye or split lip and say that we were just wrestling around Benji. And I hit my face. Like I would believe that. Even Cassie didn't believe that, and she was only 9. After I finished crying, I went to the phone. It worked. It didn't always, but that day it did because the bill was paid. I called 911 and a lady answered. I said, hello, my name is Benji Compson, and I just killed my mother's boyfriend after he killed my sister. The lady asked me if I was sure the man was dead, and I said I was. She said, what is your address, son? I said, it's 19 Skyline Drive in the Hillview Trailer Park. She said, is your mother there? I said, no, she is at the 24-hour laundry in Edendale where she works. She said, are you sure your sister's dead? I said I was, because he stomped on her and crushed her chest all in. I said I licked my hand and felt for breath, and there wasn't any. And she said, okay, son, you stay where you are. The officer will be with you shortly. And I said, thank you, ma'am. You might think police would be coming already, what with the gunshot and all. Except the trailer park was on the edge of town, and people were always popping off at deers and coons and woodchucks in their gardens. Besides, this was Tennessee. People shoot guns there all the time. In Tennessee, it's like a hobby. I thought I heard something. Like maybe Mom's boyfriend was getting up to make a run at me even though he was dead. I knew he couldn't do that, except I was thinking of a movie I sneaked into. I sneaked Cassie in with me, and she hid her eyes at the gory parts, and later she had nightmares, and I knew it was mean of me to take her. I don't know why I took her. I think there's something mean in people. Sometimes it comes out like blood or pus. I would take that movie back if I could. But not shooting the boyfriend. He was a bad, bad person to kill a harmless little girl. I would have done it even if it meant going to the reform school. Anyway, there are only zombies in horror movies. He was dead as dog shit. I wondered if I should put a blanket or something over Cassie, but thought no. That would be sad and awful. So I called the 24-hour laundry from the paper tape to the wall where the phone was. A lady answered, 24-hour laundry, and I said, my name is Benji Compson. I have to talk to my mother, Arlene Compson. She works on the mangle. She said, is this an emergency? I said, yes, ma'am, it is. She said, we're awfully busy this morning. What is this big emergency? Which I thought was nosy and snotty, maybe because I was so upset, but I don't think so. I said, my sister is dead. That is the big emergency. And she said, oh my God, are you sure? And I said, please let me speak to my mom, because I'd had enough of that nosy bitch. I waited, and then my mom got on the phone, all out of breath, and she said, Benji, what happened? This better not be a joke. And I thought it would be better for all of us if it was a joke, but it's not. I said her boyfriend came in all drunk with his arm in a cast and killed Cassie and tried to kill me, but I shot him dead. I said the police are coming. I can hear the sirens, so you come home and don't let them take me to jail because it was him or me. I went out to the top step of the trailer, which weren't really steps at all but cement blocks my mom's last boyfriend, the one before the bad boyfriend, made into steps. That one's name was Milton, and he was okay. I wish he stayed, but he left. He didn't want the responsibility of 2 kids, Mom said, like it was our fault, like we asked to be born. Anyway, I went out to those steps because I didn't want to be in the trailer with dead people. I kept asking myself if Cassie could really be dead, and telling myself, yes, she really is. The first cops came, and I was telling them what happened when my mom came. The cops tried to keep her from going in, but she went in anyway. And when she saw Cassie, she screamed and moaned and carried on so much I put my hands over my ears. And I was mad at her. I thought, what did you think was going to happen? He hit us before, just like he hit you. So what did you think would happen? Sooner or later, bad people do bad things. Even the kid knows that. By then, all our neighbors were out and looking. One of the cops was nice. He sat me in the cop car where the neighbors couldn't look so easy and give me a hug. He said he had some candy in the glove compartment and did I want a piece, and I said no thank you. He said, okay, Benji, just tell me what happened. So I did. I don't know how many times I told that story, but it was quite a few. Anyway, I started to cry, and the cop gives me another hug, and he called me a brave kid, and I wish my mother would have a boyfriend like that guy. While I was sitting in the cop car and telling what happened, more cops came in a van that said Mayville Police Forensics Unit. One cop from the van took pictures, and I later saw some at the hearing, but not the bodies. I don't know why the people at the hearing felt like I couldn't look at the pictures of bodies I already saw in person. But what I want to say is that one of the pictures that man took got in the newspaper. It showed the cookies my sister made, how they were scattered all over the floor. Underneath it said, she was killed for cookies. I never forgot that, how it was mean and true at the same time. I had to go to the hearing. It wasn't with a judge, but with 3 people. There were 2 men and 1 woman who looked like teachers and talked like teachers. There was nobody in the room except for them and me and my mother and the cops who were first to get to the trailer, which they called the scene. We didn't have a lawyer like in Law and Order on TV, and we didn't need one. The woman said I was a brave boy and told my mother I should get counseling. My mother said that was a good idea, then later said to me some people think money grows on trees. We go to leave and I thought it was over, but then one of the men said, just a minute, Miss Compson. I need to say something. I need to say that you have to shoulder some of the blame for this tragedy. Then he told a story about how a scorpion begged a ride across a raging river from a kind-hearted frog. But halfway across, the scorpion stung the frog, and the frog said, why did you do that? Now we will both drown. And the scorpion said, it is my nature to sting, and you knew I was a scorpion when you let me ride on your back. The man said, you picked up a scorpion, Miss Compson, and he stung your little girl to death. You could have lost your son as well. You didn't, but this trauma will be with him for the rest of his life. I suggest the next time you come across a scorpion, you crush it under your foot instead of giving it a ride. My mom got all red in the face and said, how dare you? I never would put my children at risk if I knew something like this could happen. The man said, you are keeping custody of young Benjamin because we can't prove otherwise. But if you did not have warnings of Mr. Russell's violent nature, maybe only a few, maybe many, I would be very surprised. My mother started to cry, and that made me want to cry. She said, you are so unfair, sitting there on your high horse. When was the last time you had to do 40 hours of sweat labor to bring home groceries? He said, this isn't about me, Miss Compson. You have lost one child because of poor choices. Don't lose the other. This hearing is closed.
2. At some point during that summer, his season of many identities, Billy rereads the story of Bob Raines' death and the hearing that followed. Then he goes to the window and looks out at the courthouse, where a sheriff's car is pulled up to the curb. 2 cops in County Brown get out of the front seat. One opens the back door, and they wait for a man in there to climb out. The prisoner is rangy and skinny, wearing carpenter's jeans that bag in the seat, and a bright purple sweatshirt, too hot for this day, that has the Arkansas Razorback on it. Even at 500 yards, he looks to Billy like one sad fucking sack. Each cop takes an arm, and they lead him up the wide steps toward whatever justice awaits him. It's exactly the shot Billy will have to make when, and if, the time comes. But he barely sees it. He's thinking about his story. He set out to tell it as the dumb self, but it turned into something else, and he only realized it after reading it cold. The dumb self is there all right. Any reader, Nick and Giorgio for instance, would say the man who wrote it sticks mostly to Star Magazine, Inside View, and Archie Funny Books. But there's something more. It's the voice of the child self. Billy never set out to write in that voice, consciously at least, but that's what he did. It's as if he has been regressed under hypnosis. Maybe that's what writing is, when it really matters. Does it matter? When the only people who will ever see it are him and a couple of Vegas hardballs who may have already lost interest? It does, Billy says to the window. Because it's mine. Yes, and because it's true. He's changed the names a little. Cassie instead of Kathy. And his mother's name was Darlene, not Arlene. But mostly it's true. The child's voice is true. That voice never had a chance to speak. Not even at the hearing. He answered the questions he was asked, but no one asked how it felt to hold Kathy with her crushed chest. No one asked how it felt to be told, take care of your sister, and fail at the most important job in the whole round world. No one asked how it felt when you held your wet hand in front of your sister's mouth and nose, hoping, even though you knew hope was gone. No one ever knew that the gun's recoil had made him burp, as if he'd done no more than drink a soda fast. Not even the cop who hugged him asked those questions. And what a relief it is to let that voice speak. He goes back to the open MacBook and sits down, looks at the screen. He thinks, when I get to the Stepanek house part, only I'll call it Spec House, I can let that voice be a little more grown up. Because I was a little more grown up. Billy begins to tap the keys, slowly at first, then picking up speed. The summer rolls on around him. 3. After the hearing, me and my mom went back home. We buried Cassie. I don't know who buried the boyfriend and don't care. In the fall, I went back to school, where some of the kids started calling me Bang Bang Benji, and I got held back that year. I didn't get in trouble for fighting, but I skipped school a lot, and my mother said I had to smarten up if I didn't want to get taken away and put into a foster home. I didn't want that, so next year I tried harder and passed my courses. When I got sent to Spec House, it wasn't my fault. It was my mom's. She started drinking heavy after Cassie died, mostly at home, but sometimes she would go out to bars and sometimes bring a man home with her. To me, those men all look like the bad boyfriend. Assholes, in other words. I don't know why my mother would go back to the same types of men after what happened, but she did. She was like a dog that pukes and then laps it up. I know how that sounds, but I will not take it back. Her and those men, there were 3 at least, and maybe 5, would go in the bedroom, and she'd say they were just wrestling around, but of course by then I was older, and I knew they were fucking. Then, one night when she was drinking in the trailer, she went out to the 7-Eleven for a box of Cheez-Its, and on her way back, she got pulled over. She was charged with drunk driving and put in jail for 24 hours. She got to keep me that time, too, but she lost her license for 6 months and had to take the bus to the laundry. A week after she got her license back, she got stopped for drunk driving again. There was another hearing, this time just about me. But what do you know? The same man who told the story about the scorpion and the frog was sitting at the table with 2 new ones. He said, "You again." My mother said, "That's right. Me again. And you know I lost my daughter. You know what I've been through. The man said, I do know. And you don't seem to have learned your lesson, Miss Compson. My mom said, you have never walked in my shoes. She had a lawyer that time, but he didn't say much. After, she gave him hell and asked what he was good for. The lawyer said, you haven't given me much to work with, Mrs. Compson. She said, you're fired. He said, you can't fire me because I quit. When we came back to the hearing room a day later, they said I would have to go into foster care at a place called Spec House because she was an unfit mother. She said, you are bullshit artists, and I will fight this all the way to the Supreme Court. The man who told the story about the frog and the scorpion said, have you been drinking? My mother said, kiss my ass, you fat bastard. He didn't come back on her for that, but said, you have 24 hours to put Benji's things together, Mrs. Compson, and to say goodbye. It will mean more to him if you are sober when you do it. Then him and the other two walked out. We took the bus home. My mother said, we're going to run away, Benji. We will go to another town and change our names. We will start over. But we were still there the next day, and that was my last day in Hillview Trailer Park. The last day I lived with my mother. County cop came to take me to the Spec House. I wish the cop had been the one who hugged me, but it was another one. Deputy Malkin wasn't so bad, though. Anyway, Mom didn't make trouble because she was sober. She said to the cop, I put off packing his things because I didn't want to think this would really happen. Give me 15 minutes. The cop said that was quite all right and waited while she packed me a duffel full of clothes. He waited outside. Then she made me 2 PB&J sandwiches and put them in a lunch sack and told me to be a good boy. And then she started to cry, and I did too. It was her fault I had to go away. Everything was her fault. She was the one who gave the scorpion a ride. She was the one who kept getting drunk and blaming it on Cassie being dead. But I cried because I loved her. When we went outside, the cop said I could probably call when I got to Spec House in Evansville. My mother told me to call Mrs. Tillotson next door and said to the cop, it's because right now our phone isn't working, which meant the bill wasn't paid again. Deputy Malkin said that sounds like a plan and told me to hug my mom. I did. I smelled her hair because it always smelled good. It took about 2 hours to get to Evansville. I sat up front. Behind the front seats, there was a wire thing that made the back into a cage. The cop said if I stayed out of trouble, I would never have to ride back there. He asked me if I would stay out of trouble, and I said, yes. But I was thinking that when you're riding to a foster home in a cop car, you are in trouble already. I ate one of the PB&Js and saw she put a deviled egg in the lunch sack too, and that made me cry again, thinking of her hands doing that. The cop patted my shoulder and said, it gets better, son. His little name tag said FWS Malkin. I asked him what FWS stood for because I thought it was some kind of special job. He said it stood for his name, which was Franklin Winfield Scott Malkin. But he said, you can call me Frank, Benji. I wasn't crying then, but he must have seen that I was sad and maybe scared too, because he reached over and patted me on the shoulder and said, you'll be okay, Benji. There are a lot of nice kids there. They all get along, and if you mind your P's and Q's, you'll get along too. I know all the foster situations in the Tri-Counties, and the specs aren't the worst. They're not the best either, but we haven't ever had any trouble with them. Some of the things I've seen you don't want to know. If you behave and go along to get along, you will be fine. I said I miss my mother. He said, of course you do. And when she gets her feet back planted on the ground, there'll be another hearing, and you can go home. In the meantime, she can come on Wednesday evenings and any time Saturday or Sunday up to 7 o'clock. Be sure to tell her that when you speak to her. Only my mom never did get her feet back planted on the ground. She kept drinking and got a boyfriend who gave her crystal meth, and when you get on that stuff, your feet hardly ever get to the ground because you're high most of the time. At first, she come to see me quite a lot, then once in a while, then hardly ever, and then she stopped coming at all. The last time she come, some of her teeth were gone, and her hair was dirty. And she said, I hate for you to see me like this, Benji, and I said, I hate it too. I said, "You're a mess." By then, I was a teenager, and teenagers say anything to hurt when they are hurting. Speck House was out in the country. It was rickety, but big like a mansion with rooms everywhere, 3 stories, maybe even 4. It looked good outside, but inside was old and drafty and leaky and cold in wintertime. "Cold as a horse fucking a freezer," Ronnie used to say. But I didn't know it was old when I got there. I thought it was new, because rickety or not, it had bright red paint and blue trim. I found out pretty soon that the Speck foster kids painted it every year and got $2 an hour. One year it was green with white trim and then yellow with green trim. You can see why me and Ronnie called it the House of Everlasting Paint. The year I left to join the Marines, it was back to red and blue. Ronnie said, "It's only paint holding this rambling wreck together, Benji." That was a joke. She was always joking around. But it was also true. I guess most jokes have some truth in them, and that is what makes them funny. Deputy FWS Malkin said the Specks weren't the worst or the best, and that turned out to be true. I was there 5 years by the time I was old enough to sign for the Marines, and sometimes Mrs. Speck would slap me side of the head with a towel or dish rag, but she never hit me with her hand, and she never hit one of the little kids, like Peggy Pie, who was 6 and had her eye put out by a cigarette. When she slapped me side of the head, I deserved it. I only saw Mr. Speck slap kids a couple of times. Once it was when Jimmy Dykeman broke a storm window throwing stones, and once when he caught Sarah Peabody dancing around Peggy and singing, Peggy Pie, cross my heart and hope to die, Peggy Pie with just one eye." Mr. Speck slapped her face for that. Sarah was a mean girl, a bad person. Once when I asked her what she wanted to be when she grew up, she said, "I'm going to be a call girl and fuck famous men to get their money." Then she laughed like it was a joke, so maybe it was. The Specks weren't good people or bad people, just people living on money they got from the state of Tennessee. They passed all their inspections. We went to school on the bus and always in clean clothes, and when I decided to join the Marines, Mr. Speck went with me to one hearing so I could get emancipated from my mother, and another so he could become my legal guardian. That way he could sign the paper, and I could join at 17 and a half instead of waiting to 18. I thought my mother might show up at the emancipation hearing, but she never did. And how could she when she didn't know there was going to be one? I would have told her, but she was gone from the trailer park, and also the apartment where she lived for a while with the boyfriend that turned her into a meth head. After those 2 hearings, Mr. Speck said to me, "God help you now. You can do what you want, Benji." I said I don't believe in God, and he said, "You will. Give it time." What I learned in the House of Everlasting Paint. There aren't just 2 kinds of people, good and bad, like I thought there was when I was a kid, who got most of his ideas on how people act from TV. There are 3. The third type of people go along to get along, like Deputy FWS Malkin told me to do. Those are the most people in the world, and I think they are gray people. They will not hurt you, at least not on purpose, but they won't help you much either. They will say, "Do what you want, and God help you." I think in this world, you have to help yourself. When I came to the House of Everlasting Paint, there were 14 kids counting me. Ronnie said that was good, because 13 was an unlucky number. The youngest was Peggy Pie, who still wet her britches sometimes. There were twins, Timmy and Tommy, who were 6 or 7. The oldest kid was Glenn Dutton. He was 17 and went in the Army not too long after I came. He didn't need Mr. Speck to become his legal guardian and sign for him, though. His mother did it, because Glenn said he would send her the allotment. Glenn said to me and Ronnie, "That bitch would sign me into slavery with the ragheads if there was money in it for her." Glenn was big and cursed all the time, even more than Ronnie, who could swear like a sailor, but he never bullied the smaller kids. He was a whiz of a painter, too, always up on the highest scaffold. When Deputy Malkin pulled his cop car into the driveway, I was almost blinded by what was next door. It was junk cars far as I could see. Not just a few, but hundreds. They went up this one hill
and I soon found out they also went down the other side, getting older and rustier as they went. The sun was reflecting off all the windshields of the cars that still had windshields. Maybe half a click down from the spec house, there was a green auto body shop made of corrugated metal. I could hear people inside running pneumatic drills and wrenches. Out in front was a sign that said, Specs Auto Parts, and Small Repairs, and Best Buy's Lowest Prices. Deputy Malkin said, That's Specs' brother's place. Quite the eyesore, isn't it? It's just outside the county zoning, which is how he gets away with it. Your Spec is just inside the county zoning, which is why he had to put up a chain-link fence around the sides and back. I'm telling you so you won't look at all that fence and think you're going to a prison. That auto graveyard is a dangerous place, Benji. Off limits for a reason. Don't take it into your head to go there, all right? I said yes, but of course I did. Me and Glenn and Ronnie and Donnie. Just me and Ronnie and sometimes Donnie, after Glenn left for the Army. Then mostly just me when Ronnie ran away. Sometimes I wonder where she got off to. I hope she's all right. It was sad without her. Maybe that's why I went into the Marines. But if I'm going to tell the truth, I might have gone anyway. The 5 years I was a spec boy was long enough to see the House of Everlasting Paint change color 3 times. There are some things that stand out from when I was there, like the time I got suspended from school for fighting when 2 boys called me Bang Bang Benji, which had happened many times before, but that time I got sick of it. They were bigger, but I kept fighting even after one of them blacked my eye, and the other one almost bust my nose. That one, his name was Jared Klein. I got a hold of his pants and yanked them down so everyone saw his pea-stained underwear. He got teased about that, plenty, which served him right. Another thing that stands out is when Peggy Pie had to go to the hospital with pneumonia. Then a week later, or maybe it was 10 days, Mrs. Speck got us all together in the living room to pray because she said Peggy had passed on and went up to heaven to be with Jesus, and now she could see out of both her eyes. Donnie Wigmore said, I hope the food is better up there, and Mr. Speck told him to keep your smart remarks to yourself if you don't want me to slat you one. Anyway, we prayed for Peggy's soul, and Ronnie had to put her hand over her mouth to keep from laughing at what Donnie said, only she was crying too. Other kids were also crying, because Peggy was everyone's pet. I didn't cry, but I felt bad. Later on, when me and Ronnie and Glenn and Donnie were out in the demo derby, Ronnie cried some more. Glenn hugged her, and Ronnie said Peg was a sweetie, wasn't she? And Glenn said yes, she sure was. Then she hugged on me, and I hugged on her, and that was one happy thing that come out of Peggy dying, because I was in love with Ronnie Givens. I knew nothing could come of that because she was 2 years older and crushing on Glenn, but you can't help how you feel. Feelings are like breathing. They come in and go out. Demo Derby was what we called the car junkyard behind the House of Everlasting Paint and next to Specs Auto Parts. It was our special place. Being told to stay away from there made us want to go even more. Ronnie said it was like the forbidden fruit tree Eve wasn't supposed to eat from in the Garden of Eden. Glenn waved his hand at rows and rows of junk cars with all those windshields reflecting and turning one sun into hundreds of suns. And he said, This is a whole motherfucking orchard, which made me and Ronnie laugh. When we went there, we would look for the best cars, like Cadillacs and Lincolns and Beamers, or once there was this old Mercedes limo with its whole rear end gone. Glenn always carried a broom and whoomp the seats a couple of times before we got in, to scare away the mice if there were any. Once he scared out a big rat. Donnie was with us, and he said, There goes Mr. Speck, and we laughed fit to split. Anyway, we would sit in those cars and pretend they were whole, and we were going someplace. We could get into the demo derby easy because there was a hole in the chain-link fence at the back corner of the playground, and once Glenn said, Who knows how many fucked-up foster kids have gone through this hole, and where are they now? That made us all laugh, but then Ronnie said, Probably no place good. Donnie laughed at that too, but me and Glenn didn't. I looked at him, and he looked at me, and we were both thinking, No place good.
Sometimes Glenn would sit behind the wheel and pretend to drive, and Ronnie would sit in the shotgun seat. Sometimes it would be the other way around, and when Glenn was in the shotgun seat, he might yell stuff like, "Whoa, Ronnie, don't hit that fucking dog!" And Ronnie would turn the wheel and pretend to swerve. Glenn would flop over with his head in her lap, and Ronnie would push him away and say, "Buckle your seatbelt, dumbass." I would always sit in the back, with Donnie if he came with us, but mostly on my own, which I preferred. A couple of times Glenn brought a can of beer, which we would pass around until it was gone. Then Ronnie would give us certs to take the smell off our breath. Once Glenn brought 3 cans, and we got a little bit high. And Ronnie swooped the wheel back and forth, and Glenn said, "Don't get pulled over by 5-0, girlfriend." They laughed at that, but I didn't, because my mother really did get pulled over by 5-0, and it was no joke. Donnie smoked. I don't know if the same person who got Glenn his beers got Donnie his cigs, but he kept a pack of Marlboros behind a loose board under his bed. He mostly did it out back by the kitchen, but one day he pulled out his smokes when we were sitting in a big old Buick estate wagon and pretending to drive to Vegas where we would play roulette and shoot craps. Ronnie said, "Don't you dare light up out here, where there's all these dry weeds and spilled oil." Donnie said, "What are you on, the rag or something?" Glenn turned around and made a fist and said, "Take that back unless you want to eat your front teeth." Later on, when I was in Fallujah, this one time I saw Sergeant West shoot an RPG into an insurgent safe house in the part of town we called Pizza Slice, and it blew sky high because of all the ammo inside. Lucky we didn't all get killed, because we weren't expecting it. That made me think of how Donnie used to smoke sometimes in the supply shed, where the specs stored all their paint. That was probably a lot more dangerous than out in the demo derby. Donnie took it back, but Ronnie punched Glenn a good hard one on the shoulder. "I don't need you to stand up for me, Dutton," she said. When Ronnie called you by your last name, you knew she was mad. She turned around to the back seat and said, "I don't need to be on the rag to worry about fire, Wigmore, because I got this." She held out her arm and showed the shiny burn scar there. We all seen that before. It went from halfway up her forearm just about all the way to her shoulder. Her parents got burned up in a house fire, you see. Ronnie, she jumped out a second-story window just about in time, with her arm burned and part of her leg on that side and her hair on fire. That's how she wound up in the spec house of everlasting paint. When her one relative, an aunt, said, "I'm not taking her." The one time she visited Ronnie in the hospital, she said, "I raised 2 of my own, both hellions, and that's enough." Ronnie said she couldn't blame her for that. "I know what fire can do," she said. "If I ever forget, I only need to look at this arm to remember." Donnie said he was sorry, and I did too. I didn't have anything to apologize for. I just felt bad because she got burned, but also happy because it wasn't her face, which was pretty. Anyway, we was all friends again after that, although Donnie Wigmore was never a friend to me, like Ronnie and Glenn were. 4. We had some good times in the demo derby, Billy says. He looks out the window at the courthouse again. August has given way to September, but still, the heat shimmers. He can see the waves of it coming off the street. It reminds him of the way the air used to shimmer above the big incinerator, behind the house of Everlasting Paint's kitchen. The Specks were the Stepanicks. Ronnie Givens was Robin McGuire. Glenn Dutton was Gadsden Drake. Gadsden, after the Gadsden Purchase, Billy figured. He had read a book while still in the Marines, Slavery, Scandal, and Steel Rails, which had covered the purchase of that arid chunk of land from Mexico. He read it in Fallujah, between Operation Vigilant Resolve in April of '04 and Phantom Fury in November. Gad said that before his mother died of lung cancer, she told him that his long-gone daddy had been a history teacher, so it made a degree of sense. "I might not be the only Gadsden in the world," he said once while they were out in Demo Derby, pretending to go somewhere. "But I bet there's not more than a dozen, with it as a first name, that is." Billy has changed the names of his friends, but Demo Derby was always Demo Derby, and they really did have some good times there before Gad joined the army, and Robin ran off too. What did she tell him? "To seek my fortune in 7-league boots," he says. That was it. Only her boots hadn't been of the 7-league variety, just scuffed suede with tired elastic sides. I loved her among the wrecks, Billy thinks, and goes back to write another paragraph or two before calling it a day. Chapter 8. 1. Two bad things happen on Labor Day weekend. One is stupid and alarming. The other casts a light on the rather unpleasant person Billy never meant to become. Taken together, they make him realize the sooner he gets out of Red Bluff, the better. I never should have taken a job with such a long lead time, he thinks, when the weekend is over. But there was no way to know. To know what? That the Ackermans and the others on Evergreen Street would take such a liking to him, for one thing? That he would take such a liking to them, for another? There's a parade downtown on the Saturday of the holiday weekend. Billy and the Ackermans go in a van Jamal borrowed from Excellent Tire. Shanice holds her mother's hand on one side, and Billy's on the other, as they work through the crowd and find a place on the corner of Holland and Main. When the parade actually comes, Jamal perches his daughter on his shoulders, and Billy hoists Derek onto his. The kid feels good up there. The parade is okay. Even letting a kid who is later going to find out he was sitting on the shoulders of an assassin is okay. Sort of. The stupid and alarming thing, the lapse, comes on Sunday. Next to the Midwood suburb of Red Bluff is the semi-rural town of Cody, and there a ratty little carnival set up shop during the last 2 weeks of summer, wanting a final shot of income before the kids go back to school. Because Jamal still has the van, and Sunday is nice, nothing will do but a trip to the carnival with the kids. Paul and Denise Ragland from down the street come along. The 7 of them stroll the Midway, eating sweet sausages and drinking sodas. Derek and Shanice ride the carousel, the Tudorville trolley, and the wild cups. Mr. and Mrs. Ragland go off to play bingo. Corey Ackerman throws darts at water balloons and wins a spangly headband that says, "World's Greatest Mom." Shanice tells her she looks cute, like a princess. Jamal tries his hand at knocking over wooden milk bottles and wins nothing, but he bangs the test your strength weight all the way to the top, ringing the bell. Corey applauds and says, "My hero." For this feat of strength, he gets a cardboard top hat with a paper flower stuck in the band. When he puts it on, Derek laughs so hard he has to cross his legs and then run to the nearest porta-john so he won't wet his pants. The kids ride a few more of the rides, but Derek won't go on the wonky caterpillar because he says it's for babies. Billy goes with Shan, and the fit is so tight that Jamal has to yank him out like a cork from a bottle when the ride is over. This makes them all laugh. They are walking back to find the Raglands when they come to Dead-Eyed Dick's shooting gallery. 6 men are having a go with BB guns, shooting at 5 rows of targets, moving in opposite directions, plus 10 rabbits that pop up and down. Shanice points to a giant pink flamingo atop the wall of prizes and says,
"I'd love to have that for my bedroom. Could you buy it out of my allowance?"
Her father explains it's not for sale. You have to win it.
"Then you win it, Dad," she says.
The man running the shooting shy is wearing a striped shirt, a rakishly tilted straw boater, and a fake curly mustache. He looks like he belongs in a barbershop quartet. He hears Shanice and waves Jamal over.
"Make your little girl happy, mister. Knock over 3 rabbits or 4 of the birds in the top row, and she's going home with Freddie Flamingo."
Jamal laughs and hands over $5 for 20 shots. "Prepare for disappointment, sweetie," he says, "but I might win you one of the smaller prizes."
"You can do it, Dad,"
Derek says stoutly. Billy watches Jamal shoulder the rifle and knows he'll be lucky to wind up with one of the stuffed turtles that are the consolation prizes for 2 hits. "Go for the birds," Billy says. "I know the rabbits are bigger, but you can only take snapshots when they pop up." "If you say so, Dave." Jamal pops off 10 shots at the birds in the top row and hits exactly none. He lowers his sights, pops a couple of the lumbering tin moose in the bottom row, and accepts one of the turtles. Shanice eyes it without much enthusiasm, but says, "Thank you." "What about you, Hoss?" the barber shop quartet guy asks Billy. Most of his other customers have drifted away.
Want to give it a try? $5 buys you 20 shots, and you only need to hit 4 of the birdies to make your pretty little pal the happy owner of Frankie Flamingo. I thought it was Freddie, Billy says. The concession guy smiles and tips his straw boater the other way. Frankie, Freddie, or Felicia. Make the little girl happy. Shanice looks at him hopefully but says nothing. It's Derek who convinces him to do the stupid thing when he says, Mr. Ragland says all these games are a cheat, and nobody wins the big prizes.
Well, let's test that out, Billy says, and lays down a 5-spot. Mr. Barbershop Quartet blows a paper spill of BBs and hands Billy a rifle. A few other men and 2 women are currently at the Shy's counter. Billy moves down partly to give them room, but also because he's noticed that the tin birds, plus the targets on the other 4 levels, slow down a bit before they turn out of sight. Probably the chain drives need to be oiled, which is lazy. The Shy's proprietor should pay for that.
Are you going for the birds, Dave?
Derek asks. It's been quite a while since they stopped calling him Mr. Lockridge.
Like you told Dad?
Absolutely, Billy says. He takes a breath, lets it out, takes another, and lets it out, takes a third, and holds it. He makes no effort to use the little rifle's sight, which will be wildly out of true. He just snugs his head against the rifle's stock and fires quickly. Pop, 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 pop. The first one misses. His next 4 knock over 4 tin birds. He knows he's doing a stupid thing and should quit, but he can't resist knocking over one of the rabbits when it rises from the hole. The Ackermans applaud. So did the other shooters. And to his credit, so does Mr. Barbershop Quartet before grabbing the pink flamingo and handing it over to Shanice, who hugs it and laughs.
Wow, Dave,
Derek says. His eyes are shining.
You rock!
Now Jamal will ask me where I learned to shoot like that, Billy thinks. And then he thinks, how do you know you're an idiot? Because if everyone is looking at you, like they are now, you're an idiot. It's actually Corey who asks him, as they resume their stroll to the bingo tent. Billy tells her it was in ROTC, that he was just naturally good at it. Telling her he killed at least 25 Mujin in Fallujah, shooting from rooftops during the 9 days of Operation Phantom Fury, would be a bad idea. Oh, you think? He asks himself with a sarcasm that's very unlike him, in his thoughts or aloud. The other thing, the character check, happens on Monday, the actual holiday. Because he's a freelance writer working on his own hours, he can take off when he wants, and also work when others are enjoying a federally mandated day of rest. Girard Tower is all but deserted. The lobby door is unlocked, such trusting souls in the border South. And no one is at the security stand. When the elevator passes the 2nd floor, he hears no shouts as the denizens of Business Solutions psych each other up, and no ringing phones. Apparently debtors are also getting the day off, and good for them. Billy writes for 2 hours. He's almost up to Fallujah now, and wondering what he should say about it. A little? A lot? Or maybe nothing at all. He shuts down and decides to put in an appearance at Pearson Street, reestablishing his existence with Beverly Jensen and her husband, who will no doubt be taking the day off. He drives over in his leased car, wig, mustache, and fake pregnancy belly in place. Dawn is mowing the lawn. Beverly is sitting on the stoop in unfortunate lime green shorts. The 3 of them bat the breeze a little, talking about how hot the summer has been, how glad they are it's over, and Dalton Smith's impending trip to Huntsville, Alabama, where he'll install a state-of-the-art computer system at the new Equity Insurance HQ. Shouldn't take too long. After that, he says, he hopes to be back for a while.
They sure do keep you on the hop,
Don says. Billy agrees, and then asks Beverly about her mother, who lives in Missouri and has been poorly. Beverly sighs and says she's about the same. Billy says he hopes she'll be better soon, and Beverly says she sure hopes so. As she's telling him this, Billy looks over his shoulder and sees Don, slowly shaking his head. That he doesn't want his wife to know what he thinks about his mother-in-law's chances makes Billy like him. He thinks that Don Jensen would never tell his wife that her lime green shorts make her look fat. He goes down to his pleasingly cool basement apartment. David Lockridge has his book, and Dalton Smith has his laptops. Smith's work might not matter, but because it might matter a great deal somewhere down the line, he does it carefully. Even though after working on Benji Compson's story it seems boring and mechanical. He finishes up with a quick review of the 3 screens. 10 famous celebs who almost died. These 7 foods can save your life. The 10 most intelligent dogs. Good clickbait. He posts them on facebook.com/ads. He really could do this for a living, but who would want to? He shuts down, reads a little. He's currently on an Ian McEwan binge, then checks the fridge. The half and half is holding out, but the milk has gone spunky. He decides on a trip to the Zonies Go-Mart to replace it. When he finds Don and Beverly still on the porch, now sharing a can of beer, he asks if they want anything. Beverly asks if he'll see if they have any Pop Secret. We're going to watch something on Netflix tonight. You're welcome to join, if you want. He almost says yes, which is close to appalling. He tells them instead he's going to make it an early night, because he's driving to Alabama first thing in the morning. He walks down to the sad little strip mall. Merton Richter's blue SUV with a scratched side is nowhere to be seen, and the office is closed. So is the New You tanning salon, Hot Nails, and the Jolly Roger tattoo parlor. Beyond Hot Nails is an abandoned laundrette and a dollar store with a sign in the window reading, "Visit our new location in Pine Plaza." The Zonies is at the very end. Billy gets his milk out of the cooler. There's no Pop Secret, but there's Act 2, so he grabs a box of that. The clerk is a middle-aged woman with hennaed hair who looks like she's been down on her luck for a while, maybe 20 years or so. She offers him a carry sack, and Billy says, "No, thank you." Zonies uses plastic bags, which are bad for the environment. On the way back, he passes 2 young men standing outside the abandoned laundrette. One is white, the other is black. They are both wearing hoodies, the kind with kangaroo pockets in front. The pockets sag with the weight of what's inside them. Their heads are together as they murmur to each other. They give Billy identical glances of narrow assessment as he passes. He doesn't look at them directly, but sees them perfectly well from the corner of his eye. When he doesn't slow, they go back to whispering together. They might as well be wearing placards around their necks that say, "We plan to celebrate Labor Day by robbing the local Zonies." Billy walks out of the sad little strip mall and back to the street. He can feel them looking at him. There's no telepathy involved in that, unless it's the ordinary telepathy of someone who has survived a war zone, with only a half-gone great toe and 2 purple hearts, long since discarded, to show for it. He thinks of the woman who sold him his goods, a hard-luck mama from the look of her. Her luck isn't going to change on this holiday either. Billy never considers going back to brace them. Judging from their cranked-up expressions, that would be a fine way to get killed. But he does consider calling 911, only there are no payphones in the vicinity. Not anymore. And the phone he's carrying is Dalton Smith's. If he calls the cops, he'll burn it. Then the rest of his identity will catch fire. Because what is it made of? Just paper. He goes back to the apartment building instead and tells Beverly they didn't have any Pop Secret. She says Act 2 is fine. There's scant traffic on Pearson Street at the best of times, and it's even scanter on this holiday. He keeps his ear cocked for gunshots. He doesn't hear any, which means nothing. 2. Billy downloaded an app for the local newspaper shortly after arriving in the city he can't wait to put behind him, and the following day he looks for a Zonies robbery. He finds the story on the close-to-home page, just a snippet in a roundup of minor news items. It says, 2 thieves armed with handguns made off with just under $100, which would include my dollars and Beverly's, Billy thinks. The clerk, Wanda Stubbs, was alone in the store at the time. She was taken to Rockland Memorial where she was treated for a head wound and released. So one of those scumbuckets hit her, probably with the butt of his gun, and probably because she wasn't emptying the register fast enough to suit him. Billy can tell himself it could have been a lot worse, and does. He can tell himself the robbery would have gone down much as it did, even if he had called 911, and does. It doesn't change the fact that he feels like the priest and the Levite who passed on the other side of the road before a good Samaritan came along and saved the day. Billy read the Bible from cover to cover while he was in the suck. Every Marine got one on request. He has often regretted it, and this is one of those times. The Bible has a story to puncture every equivocation and denial. The Bible, New Testament as well as Old, does not forgive. 3. Me and Mr. Speck went to Chattanooga, which was where I joined the Marines. I thought I would have to go to the Marine base to sign up, but it was just an office in a shopping mall with a vacuum cleaner store on one side and a place to get your taxes written up on the other. There was a flag over the door with Nooga Strong printed on one of the stripes. In the window was a photo of a Marine that said, "The few, the proud," and "Do you have what it takes?" Mr. Speck said, "Are you sure you want to do this, Benji?" And I said yes, but I wasn't. I don't think you're sure of anything when you're 17 and a half, although you might pretend so as not to look like a total dub. Anyway, we went in, and I talked to Staff Sergeant Walton Fleck. He asked me why I wanted to be a Marine, and I said to serve my country, although the real reason was to get out of Speck House and out of Tennessee and start a life that didn't seem so sad. Glenn and Ronnie were gone, and Donnie was right when he said, "Only the paint remains." Next, Staff Sergeant Fleck asked me if I thought I was tough enough to be a Marine, and I said yes, even though I wasn't sure of that either. Then he asked me if I thought I could kill a man in a combat situation, and I said yes. Mr. Speck said, "Can I talk to you for a minute, Sergeant?" And Sergeant Fleck said he could. They sent me outside, and Mr. Speck sat down across the desk and started talking. I could have told the sergeant what happened with my mother's bad boyfriend, but I guess it was better to hear it from a responsible adult. With all I've been through, back then and since, I have to wonder if there is such a thing. After a while, they called me back inside, and I wrote out what happened in the space marked personal information. Then I signed in 4 places, bearing down hard like the Sarge told me to. When I was done, he told me to be all present and accounted for on Monday. He said sometimes young men had to wait months for processing, but I came at the right time. He said on Monday I would take my ASVAB test and my physical with the other new fish. ASVAB is an aptitude test that helps them, the Marines, figure out how much you can do and how smart you are. He asked if I had any tattoos, and I said no. He asked if I wore eyeglasses some of the time, and I said no. There were other things he said, like bring your Social Security card, and if you wear an earring, take it out. Then he said, I thought this was funny, but kept a straight face, to be sure and wear undershorts. I said, okay. He said, if there's anything wrong with you that you didn't write down, you better tell me now and save yourself a trip. I said there wasn't. Sergeant Fleck shook my hand and said, if you've got a mind to hoorah, you better hoorah this weekend because Monday, when you take that test, you're going to be Mr. Taking Care of Business. I said, okay. He said, never mind that. Let me hear you say, yes, Staff Sergeant Fleck. So I said that, and he shook my hand and said it was good to meet me. And you too, sir, he said to Mr. Speck. Going back, Mr. Speck said he talked tough, but I don't believe he ever killed anyone like you did, Benji. He just didn't have that look about him. By then, Ronnie had been gone, in her 7-league boots, for 4 or 5 months. But before she went, she let me make out with her in the demo derby. That was great. But when I wanted to go farther, she laughed and pushed me away and said, you're too young. But I wanted to give you something to remember me by. I said I would remember, and I do. I don't think you ever forget the first girl who gives you real kisses. She told me. 4. Billy stops there, looking over the laptop and out the window. Robin told him that when she finally lit somewhere, she would write the Stepaniks so her friends from the House of Everlasting Paint could write back to her. She told Billy to do the same thing when he left. "I'm guessing it won't be long before you're on your way," she said that day as they sat in the smashed Mercedes. She had let him unbutton her shirt. That much she had allowed. And she was buttoning it up again as she spoke, hiding all that glory inside. "But your idea about feeding yourself to the war machine, you need to rethink that, Billy. You're too young to die." She kissed the tip of his nose. "And too pretty." Billy starts to write this, only omitting that he had had the hardest, most painful, and most wonderful erection of his life during this all-too-short necking session, when his David Lockridge phone bings with a text. It's from Ken Hoff. "I have something for you. Probably it's time for you to take it." And because he's probably right about that, Billy texts back, "Okay." Hoff returns, "I'll come by your house." No, no, and no. Hoff at his house? Next door to the Ackermans, with whose kids Billy plays Monopoly on the weekends? Hoff will bring the rifle wrapped in a blanket. Of course he will. As if anyone with half a brain and a single eye would know what was inside. "No," he texts. "Walmart, the Garden Center parking lot, 7:30, tonight." He waits, watching the dots as Hoff composes his reply. If he thinks the meeting place is negotiable, he is in for a surprise. But when the response comes back, it's brief. "Okay." Billy shuts down his laptop without even finishing the last sentence. He's done for the day. Hoff poisoned the well, he thinks. Only he knows better. Hoff is just Hoff, and can't help himself. The real poison is the gun. This thing is getting close. 5. At 7:25, Billy parks his David Lockridge Toyota in the Garden Center section of Walmart's giant parking lot. 5 minutes later, at 7:30 on the dot, he gets a text. "Can't see you. Too many cars. Get out and give me a wave." Billy gets out and waves, as if spotting a friend. A vintage cherry red Mustang convertible, a Ken Hoff car if ever there was one, drives down one of the lanes and pulls in next to Billy's humbler vehicle. Hoff gets out. He looks better than the last time Billy saw him, and there's no alcohol in his breath, which is a good thing, considering his cargo. He's wearing a polo shirt, with a logo on it, naturally, pressed chinos, and loafers. He's got a fresh haircut. Yet, the essential Ken Hoff is still there, Billy thinks. The man's expensive cologne doesn't mask the smell of anxiety. He's not cut out for the heavy stuff, and bringing a gun to a hired killer is pretty damn heavy. The rifle isn't wrapped in a blanket after all, and Billy is willing to give him points for that. What Hoff hauls out of the Mustang's trunk is a tartan golf bag with 4 club heads sticking out. They gleam in the day's fading light. Billy takes the bag and puts it in his own trunk. "Anything else?" Hoff shuffles his tasseled loafers. Then he says, "Maybe. Yeah. Can we talk for a minute?" Because it might be prudent to know what's on Hoff's mind, Billy opens the passenger door of the Toyota and gestures for Hoff to get in. Hoff does. Billy goes around and sits behind the wheel. "I just want to ask you to tell Nick that I'm okay. Can you do that?" "Okay about what?" "About everything." "That?" He hoists a thumb behind him, meaning the golf bag in the trunk. "Just make sure he knows I'm a stand-up guy." You've seen too many movies, Billy thinks. "Tell him it's all good. Some of the people I owe money to are happy. Once you do your job, they'll all be happy. Tell him we all part friends and everybody goes their way. If I'm ever asked, I know nothing about nothing. You're just some writer I rented space to in one of my buildings." No, Billy thinks. You didn't rent space to me. You rented it to my agent. And George Russo is actually Giorgio Piglielli, a.k.a. Georgie Pigs, a known associate of Nikolai Majarian. You're the link, and you know it, which is why we're having this conversation. you still think you can probably skate after the deal goes down. You have a right to think that, I guess, because skating is what you do. Trouble is, I don't think you could skate far after 10 hours in an interrogation room with cops tag-teaming you. Maybe not even 5. If they dangled a deal in front of you, I think you'd crack like an egg. Listen a minute. Billy tries to sound kind, but hopefully in a straight-from-the-shoulder way. Just 2 guys in a Toyota having a no-bullshit talk. Is it really the job of Billy Summers to keep this man-shaped annoyance in line? Wasn't he just supposed to be the mechanic, the one who can disappear like Houdini after the deal is done? That was always the deal before. But for $2 million... Meanwhile, Hoff is looking at him eagerly, needing that reassurance, that soothing syrup. It should have been George giving it. George is good at this stuff. But Georgie Pigs isn't here. I know this isn't your usual thing. No, it's not. And I know you're nervous. But this isn't a movie star or a politician or the Pope of Rome we're talking about. This is a bad guy. Like you, Hoff's face says. And why not? That Billy won a pink flamingo for a cute little girl with ribbons in her hair doesn't matter. It's not what they call an extenuating circumstance. Billy turns to face the other man squarely. Ken, I need to ask you something. Don't take it personally. Okay, sure. You're not wearing a wire or anything, are you? Hoff's shocked expression is all the answer Billy needs, and he cuts the man's confused gabble of protests short. Okay, fine. I believe you. I just had to ask. Now, listen up. Nobody is going to set up a task force on this one. There's not going to be any big investigation. They'll ask you a few questions. They'll look for my agent and find out he's a ghost who fooled you with some good papers, and that will be it. Balls it will. Do you know what they'll say? Not for the newspapers or TV, but among themselves? Ken Hoff shakes his head. His eyes never leave Billy's. They'll say it was a gang killing, or a revenge thing, and whoever did it saved the city the cost of a trial. They'll look for me, they won't find me, and the case will go in the open, unsolved file. They'll say good riddance to bad rubbish. Got it? Well, when you put it that way, I do. I do put it that way. Now go home. Let me take care of the rest. Ken Hoff suddenly moves toward him, and for a moment Billy thinks the man is going to slug him. Instead, Hoff gives him a hug. He looks better tonight, but his breath tells a different story. It doesn't stink of booze, but it stinks. Billy suffers the hug, bad breath and all. He even hugs back a little. Then he tells Hoff to go on, for God's sake. Hoff gets out of the car, which is a relief, a huge relief. But then leans back in. He's smiling, and his smile looks real, as if it comes from the man inside. Apparently, there is one. I know something about you. What's that, Ken? That text you sent me? You didn't write garden center, small g and small c. You wrote capital G, capital C. And just now you didn't say between themselves, you said among. You're not as dumb as you like to make out, are you? I'm smart enough to know that you'll be fine if you keep it simple. You have no idea where I got the rifle and no clue what I was planning to do with it. End of story. Okay, one other thing. A heads up like, you know Cody? Sure he does. The town where they went to the little shit pot of a carnival. At first, Billy thinks Hoff is going to tell him he was noticed there because of his shooting. It's a paranoid thought, but before a job, paranoia is just the way to be. Yes, it's not far from where I'm living. Right. On the day this thing goes down, there's going to be a diversion in Cody. The only diversion Billy knows about are the flash pots. One in the alley behind the Sunspot Cafe, the other someplace close to the courthouse. Cody is miles from the courthouse, and Nick never would have told this moke about the flash pots anyway. What kind of diversion?
A fire. Maybe a warehouse. There are a lot of them out that way. It'll happen before your guy, your target, gets to the courthouse. I don't know how long before. I just thought you'd like to know, in case you get a bulletin on your phone or computer or whatever.
Okay, thanks. And now it's time for you to beat it. Hoff gives him a thumbs up and returns to his rich boy car. Billy waits until he's gone and then heads back to Evergreen Street, driving carefully, aware that he's carrying a high-powered rifle in the trunk. A warehouse fire in Cody. Really? Does Nick know? Billy doesn't think so. Nick would have told him about anything that might knock him off his rhythm. But Hoff knows. The question is whether or not he, Billy, tells Nick or Giorgio about this unexpected wrinkle. He thinks he'll keep it to himself, ponder it in his heart, like Mary pondering the birth of baby Jesus. He told Hoff to keep it simple. Except, how simple can you keep it when, after 3 or 4 hours in that little interrogation room, the cops start asking you how you paid off all the creditors who were baying at your heels? By then, they'd be calling him Ken instead of Mr. Hoff, because that's what they do when they smell blood. Where did the money come from, Ken? Did a rich uncle die, Ken? There's still time to get out from under this. Is there something you'd like to tell us, Ken? Ken? Billy finds himself wondering about the golf bag and the clubs that are inside it along with the gun. Is it Hoff's bag? If it is, has he thought to wipe the club heads in case his fingerprints are on them? Better not think about it. Hoff has made his bed. But isn't that also true of Billy? He keeps thinking about Nick's escape plan. It's too good to be true, which is why Billy decided not to use it, and without letting Nick know. Because, hey, if you're going to get rid of the guy who brokered the deal and supplied the gun, why not get rid of the man who used the gun? Billy doesn't want to believe that Nick would do that, but he recognizes one incontrovertible fact. Not wanting to believe stuff is how Ken Hoff got into a situation he's almost certainly never going to get out of. And whose idea was a warehouse fire in Cody on the day of the assassination? Not Nick's. Not Hoff's. So who? It's all worrisome. But as he pulls into his driveway, he sees one thing that's good. His lawn looks terrific. 6. Through most of August, Billy slept well. He drifted off to sleep thinking of nothing except what he would write the following day. There were only a few dreams of Fallujah and the houses with their green garbage bags fluttering from the palm trees in their courtyards. How had they gotten up there? Why were they up there? It was no longer his story. It was Benji's story now. Those two things had begun to drift apart, and that was all right. He had once watched an interview with Tim O'Brien on YouTube. O'Brien talking about the things they carried. He said fiction wasn't the truth. It was the way to the truth, and Billy can now understand that, especially when it came to writing about war. And wasn't that what this story was mostly about? Kissing in that ruined Mercedes with Robin McGuire, a.k.a. Ronnie Givens, had only been a truce. Most of the rest was fighting. Tonight, with the summer past and autumn on the come, he lies awake, troubled. Not by the gun in the golf bag. He's thinking about the job he's agreed to do with the gun. As a rule, he never goes further than the two basics, taking the shot and getting out of Dodge. This time it's different. And not just because it's the last time he plans to take a life for pay. It's different because it has a smell. The way Hoff's breath had a smell when he snared Billy in that clumsy and unexpected embrace. Somebody got in touch with Hoff, he thinks, and realizes that's not so. Nobody got in touch with Hoff because Hoff is a nobody. He may think he's a somebody, with his real estate developments and his movie theaters and his red Mustang convertible, but he's just a big fish in a small pond, and not really that big either. And this is a big deal. Lots of people are getting paid, Hoff himself for one. Some of his debts are paid already, and he seems to think all of them will be cleared after Joel Allen goes down. Then there's Nick, and the troops Nick has fielded for this op. They are not squad strength, but almost. And maybe it is a squad. There could be more Nick hasn't told him about. Nobody got in touch with Hoff. Somebody got in touch with Nick and told him to bring Hoff on board. Billy remembers thinking, the first time he met with Hoff at the Sunspot Cafe, that Nick and Hoff must be affiliated. Now he's one step from being positive that's not true. Hoff wanted a casino license, but didn't get one. Would that have happened if he were tight with Nick, who knows how to finagle such things? A casino was a license to print money, after all, and Hoff needs money. Is the somebody behind this the same somebody who gave Hoff a heads up about the putative warehouse fire in Cody? Maybe. Probably. And consider Joel Allen, now incarcerated in Los Angeles. He's in protective custody, presumably as snug as a bug in a rug. He has a lawyer fighting extradition. Why? When Allen knows he'll be shipped back here eventually. It's not because the food is better in L.A. County. Is he buying time? Trying to make a deal with the somebody who set all this mischievous in motion, maybe using his lawyer as the go-between. The somebody must know Allen will be sent back here eventually. And when he gets here, Billy Summers will put him down before he can trade what he knows. The somebody must know there's a risk Allen has an insurance policy. Pictures, recordings, maybe a written confession to something. Billy can't imagine what. Only the somebody must feel the risk has to be taken, and that it's an acceptable one. The somebody could be right, probably is. Guys like Allen don't take out insurance policies. Guys like Allen feel invulnerable. He may be good at the paid hits, but the crimes that have gotten him in his current barrel of shit were crimes of impulse. Besides, Mr. Somebody may feel he has no choice. Whatever the secret is, it's bad. Allen can't be allowed to find himself standing trial in a death penalty state, not with something hot he can trade. Billy starts to drift into sleep. Before he goes under, his last thought is of Monopoly, about how you try to stop the slide into bankruptcy by selling your properties one by one. It rarely works. 7. As he's getting into his car the next morning, Corey Ackerman cuts across her lawn and his. She's got a brown bag, and something inside it smells delicious.
I made cranberry muffins. Shan and Derek both get hot lunch at school, but they like a little something extra. I had these 2 left over. They're for you.
That's really nice, he says, taking the bag. Are you sure you don't want to save at least one of them for Jamal when he comes home?
I did put one by for him, but I want you to eat both of these. You hear?
I think I can carry out that mission, Billy says, smiling.
You've lost weight, she pauses. You're okay, right?
Billy looks down at himself, surprised. Has he lost weight? Seems he has. A hole in his belt that used to go unused is now in service. Then he looks back at her. I'm fine, Corey.
You look healthy enough, but that isn't what I meant. Or, not all I meant. Is your book going okay?
Gangbusters.
Then maybe you just need to eat more. Healthy stuff. Greens and yellow vegetables, not just take-out pizza and Taco Bell. In the long run, bachelor food is worse than booze. You come to dinner tonight, 6 o'clock. I'm making shepherd's pie. I load in the carrots and peas.
That sounds good, Billy says, as long as I'm not putting you out.
You're not. And I need to say thank you. You have been very good to my kids. Shanice's crush on you got even bigger when you won her that flamingo.
She lowers her voice, as if imparting a secret.
She changed its name from Frankie to Dave.
As he drives toward downtown, Billy thinks of Shan changing her flamingo's name and feels happy because she did that, and shame because the name is, after all, a lie. 8. That afternoon he leaves Girard Tower and strolls a couple of blocks toward Pearson Street. He stops briefly to look into a narrow alley where there are a couple of dumpsters. He thinks it will do. He U-turns to the parking garage. Later on his way back to Midwood, he stops at the Walmart. Since coming to Midwood, he's always stopping here, it seems. As he stands in line at the checkout with his shopping basket, he thinks again about packing this job in. Just disappearing. Only Nick would come after him, and not just looking for a refund of the considerable sum that's already been paid on account. Billy is good at disappearing, but Nick wouldn't stop hunting. He'd start by sending a hardball to question Bucky Hansen, and that questioning would be rough, because Nick would figure if anyone had a line on Billy Summers' whereabouts, it would be his broker in New York. Bucky might end up without fingernails. He might end up dead. He deserves neither. Nick would also send guys, probably Frankie Elvis and Paul Logan, to the neighborhood. The Fazios and the Raglins would be questioned. So would Jamal and Corey. Maybe the kids. That was unlikely. Grown men talking to kids attracted unwanted attention, but just the thought of those two questioning Shan and Derek makes him queasy. There are two other things. He has never run out on a job. That's number one. Joel Allen has it coming. That's number two. He's a bad person.
Sir, you're next.
Billy comes back to the Walmart checkout lane. Sorry, I was wool gathering.
No worries. I do it all the time,
the checkout girl says. He empties his carry basket. There are bright green golf head covers with things like POW and WHAM printed on them. A gun cleaning kit, a set of wooden kitchen spoons, a big red bow with Happy Birthday on it in glitter, a light jacket with the Rolling Stones logo on the back, and a child's lunchbox. The checkout girl beeps the lunchbox last, then holds it up for a better look.
Sailor Moon, some little girl is going to love this.
Shan Ackerman would love it, Billy thinks, but it's not for her. In a better world, it would be. 9. That night, after dinner with the Ackermans, Corey's shepherd's pie is delicious. He goes down to his basement rumpus room and slides the gun out of the golf bag. It's an M24, as specified, and it looks okay. He breaks it down, laying the pieces out on the ping-pong table, and cleans each one. Over 5 dozen in all. He finds the telescopic sight in one of the golf bag's 2 zipper pockets. In the other pocket is a magazine, which holds 5 rounds of ammunition. Sierra Match King hollow point boat tails. He will only need one. 10. When he enters the Girard Tower lobby the next morning at 9:45, the strap of the golf bag is over his left shoulder. He has come in purposely late so that most of the business gerbils will be running on their wheels. Irv Dean, the elderly security guy, looks up from his magazine. Today it's Motor Trend, and gives him a grin.
Going on a golf adventure, Dave? Oh, for the life of a writer.
Not me, Billy says. I think it's the most boring game in the universe. These are for my agent. He shifts the bag so Irv can see the big bow on the side, with its glittery letters. It's over the side pocket that now holds a loaded magazine, instead of a couple of dozen tees.
Well, that's pretty damn nice of you. Expensive present.
He's done a lot for me.
Uh-huh, I hear that. Only Mr. Russo doesn't exactly look cut out for the golf course.
Irv holds his hands out in front of him, indicating Giorgio's enormous front porch. Billy is ready for this.
Yeah, he'd probably drop dead of a heart attack by the 3rd hole if he was walking. But he's got a custom golf cart.
He told me he learned the game in college, when he was a lot slimmer. And you know what? The one time he talked me into going out on the course with him, he put a drive on that ball you wouldn't believe. Irv gets up, and for a cold moment, Billy thinks the old guy's cop reflexes have fired one last time and he means to inspect the clubs, which would save Joel Allen's life and maybe end Billy's. Instead, he turns sideways and claps both hands to his own not inconsiderable hindquarters.
This is where the power comes from.
Irv smacks himself again for emphasis.
Right here. You ask any NFL lineman or home run hitter. Ask Jose Altuve, 5'6", but he's got an ass like a brick.
That must be it. George sure does have one hell of a boot. Billy straightens one of the green club covers. Irv, you have a good day. You do the same. Hey, when's his birthday? I'll get him a card or something. Next week, but he may not be here. He's out on the West Coast. Palm trees and pretty girls by the swimming pool, Irv says, sitting down. Nice. You staying late tonight? Don't know. I have to see how it goes. Oh, for the life of a writer, Irv says again, and opens his magazine. 11. In his office, Billy pulls off one of the green club covers. It's the one that says, Slam. Sticking out of the Remington's barrel is a curtain rod he hacksawed to the right length. Taped to the end of the rod is the bowl of a wooden serving spoon. With the green club cover snuggled down over it, it looks enough like the head of a golf club to be one. He takes out the stock, barrel, and bolt of the 700, then pushes the two of the clubs aside so he can remove the lunchbox, which is wrapped in a sweater to muffle any clinks and clunks. Inside are the smaller components, bolt plug, firing pin, ejector pin, floor plate latch, all the rest. He puts the disassembled gun, plus the 5-shot magazine, the Leupold scope, and a glass cutter in the overhead cabinet between the office and the little kitchenette. He locks it and puts the key in his pocket. He doesn't even try to write. Writing is done until this shit show has been put to bed. He pushes aside the MacBook on which he is writing his story and opens his own. He types in the password, just a jumble of numbers and letters he's memorized. There's no giveaway sticky note hidden somewhere with the password written on it, and opens a file titled The Gay Blade. Said Gay Blade being Colin White of Business Solutions, of course. Listed are 10 flamboyant outfits Billy has observed Colin wearing to work. There's no way of predicting which one Colin will be wearing on the day Joel Allen is delivered to the courthouse, and Billy has decided it doesn't matter. Not just because people believe their eyes even when their eyes are telling lies, but because it has to be the parachute pants. Sometimes Colin tops them with a wide-shouldered, flower-power shirt, sometimes with a tee that says, Queers for Trump, sometimes with one of his many band shirts. It doesn't matter, because the Colin people see will be wearing a jacket on top, with the Rolling Stones Lips logo on the back. He's never seen Colin in a jacket of any kind, not during the hot summer just past, but such a garment is certainly in his wheelhouse. And if the day of shooting is hot, as fall weather tends to be here, the jacket will still be all right. It's a fashion statement. When Nick's men in the fake DPW truck see Billy running past without stopping to get in, they won't think, Billy Summers is taking off. They'll get a glimpse of the parachute pants and the shoulder-length black hair and think, there goes that fag in one of his flashy outfits, running for the hills. He hopes. Still using his own laptop, Billy goes shopping on Amazon, specifying next-day delivery. Chapter 9. 1. A week passes. He keeps expecting to hear from Giorgio, but there's nothing. On Friday evening, he invites his neighbors over for a backyard barbecue, and for a while afterward, he, Jamal, and Paul Raglan play three-way pass in Billy's backyard while the kids play tag, ducking under Paul and Jamal's throws, which are sizzling. Even though the glove Jamal found for Billy is a well-padded catcher's mitt, his hand is still stinging as he does up the few dishes. That's when his phone rings. He goes to the David Lockridge one first, but it's not that one. Then to the Billy Summers phone, but it's not that one either, which leaves the only one he didn't expect to ring at all. It has to be Bucky in New York, because he's the only one who has the Dalton Smith number. But as he picks it up off the Welsh dresser in the living room, he realizes that's not true. It was on the form he filled out for Merton Richter, the real estate agent, and he also gave it to Beverly Jensen, his upstairs neighbor. Hello? Hi, neighbor. It's not Beverly. It's her husband. How's Alabama? For a moment, Billy has no idea what Jensen is talking about. He's frozen. Dalton, did I lose you? It clicks into place. He's supposed to be in Huntsville installing a computer system for equity insurance. No, I'm here. How is it? Hot. That's how it is. Weather okay otherwise? Billy has no clue how the weather is in Huntsville. Probably pretty much like it is here, but who knows? If he'd had the slightest fucking idea Don Jensen might call, he'd have checked. "Nothing special," he says. "What can I do for you?"
"Well, we were wondering just who the hell you really are,"
he imagines Don saying.
"That fake belly might fool most people, but my wife spotted it from the get-go." "I'll tell you what," Don says. "Bev's mother took a turn for the worse yesterday and died this afternoon."
"Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that." Billy actually is sorry. Maybe not very, but at least sort of. Beverly is no Corey Ackerman, but she's okay.
"Yeah, Bev's pretty broken up about it. She's in the bedroom, packing and bawling and packing. We're flying to St. Louis tomorrow, then gotta rent a car at the airport and drive to this little shit-splat town called Diggins. It's not just the burying. There's a bunch of affairs that need winding up. Gonna be there a while."
Don sighs.
"I hate the expense, but some lawyer of hers gonna read the will on Tuesday, and I think there might be some money in it for us." That's how he sounds, but you know lawyers.
"Cagey," Billy says.
"That's right, cagey. Still, Annette was what you call a saving soul, and Bev's her only kid." "Ah. Well, we're apt to be there a while is why I'm calling. Bev wanted to know if it'd be okay for me to put a key to our place under your door. When you get back from Bama, it'd be a favor if you'd check our fridge and water Bev's spider plant and her busy Lizzie. Crazy about those things. Even gives them names. Do you believe it? If you're going to be gone longer than a week, that's a head-scratcher. We don't know many people around here."
Because there aren't many people around here, Billy thinks. He also thinks this is good. Better than good. A fantastic stroke of luck. He'll have the Pearson Street house entirely to himself. Unless the Jensens come back before Joel Allen leaves California.
"If you can't do it, I can, and I'd be happy to. How long do you think you'll be gone?" "No way of telling. At least a week, maybe 2. I got a leave of absence from work. Without pay, of course. But if there's money in it..." "Right. I get it."
Better and better. And no problem on the plants. I expect to be back soon.
And for quite a while this time. "That's great. Bev told me to tell you you can have anything out of the fridge you want. Better get used up than have it spoil," she says. "Of course, the milk may be gone anyway."
"Yes," Billy says. "I ran into that problem myself. You have a safe trip."
"Thanks, Dalton." "You bet,"
Billy says. 2. That night, Billy lies in bed with his hands under the pillow, looking up at the misty oblong of yellowish light on the ceiling, thrown by the street light in front of the Fazios. He keeps forgetting to get curtains. He thinks about doing it, and then it slips his mind. Maybe now, with nothing to do but wait, he'll remember. He hopes the waiting period will be short, not just because Don and Beverly being gone is so convenient, but because the hours spent in Girard Tower are going to hang heavy without Benji's story to work on. Fallujah comes next, and Billy knows some of what he wants to say, some of the brilliant details he wants to capture. Those shredded garbage bags caught in the palm trees, blowing in the hot wind like flags. How the Mooj showed up in taxis to battle the Marines, piling out of them like clowns out of a little car at the circus. Only the circus clowns don't pile out guns up. How boys in 50 Cent and Snoop Dogg t-shirts served as ammo runners, darting through the rubble in their battered Nikes or Chuck Taylors. How a 3-legged dog with half a human hand in its mouth went trotting through Jolan Park. Billy can see the white dust on the dog's paws so clearly. The pieces are there, but no way can he put them together until this job is done. According to William Wordsworth, the best writing is about strong emotion recalled in tranquility. Billy has lost his tranquility. Finally, he slips into sleep, but the soft ding-dong of an arriving text awakens him at some dark hour. Ordinarily, he might have slept through it, but now all his sleep is thin, with dreams that are mere wisps. It was always that way in the suck. 3 phones are lined up and charging on his nightstand. Billy's, Dave's, and Dalton's. It's the screen of his own that's lit up. DBLDOM. Call me. There follows a number with a Las Vegas area code. DBLDOM is the Double Domino, Nick's casino hotel. In Billy's time zone, it's 3 o'clock. In Vegas, Nick is probably just preparing to turn in. Billy calls. Nick answers and asks how Billy's doing. Billy says he's doing fine, except for it being 3 o'clock in the morning. Nick laughs cheerfully.
Best time to call. Folks are always home. I just got word that our friend will probably be coming your way next Wednesday. It would have been Monday, but he's got a little case of food poisoning, probably self-administered. His ride will take him to his hotel, where he'll spend the night. You follow?
Billy follows. Allen's hotel will be the county jail.
The next morning, he'll be over your way for the A. You know what I mean?
Yes, the arraignment.
Did our red-haired friend get you what you wanted?
Yes.
It's okay?
Yes.
Good. Your agent will send you one more text. Then you're on standby. After, you'll leave on your vacation. Got all that?
Yes, Billy says.
You'll want to pay the bill on this phone and any other you've been using. Follow me?
Yes, Billy says. The way Nick keeps asking him if he's getting it is tiresome, but also good. Nick still thinks he's talking to a fellow whose brains are permanently on the dimmer switch. Destroy the Billy Summers phone. Destroy the David Lockridge phone. Destroy any burner phones he may have picked up along the way. Roger that. The phone he'll keep is the one Nick doesn't know about.
We'll talk down the line, Nick says. Keep your phone for a while if you want, but trash the text they sent you.
And he's gone. Billy deletes the text, lies down, and is asleep in less than a minute. 3. It's a cool weekend. Fall, it seems, is finally arriving. Billy can see the first few dashes of color in the trees on Evergreen Street. There's Monopoly on Sunday afternoon, Billy playing against 3 kids and a half dozen more kibitzing around the board. The dice are usually his friend, but not today. He rolls 3 doubles and winds up in jail on 3 consecutive turns. A statistical freak, almost up there with picking all 6 Mega Millions numbers. He hangs in long enough for 2 of his opponents to go broke, and then loses to Derek Ackerman. When the bank has taken his last mortgage property, the kids all crow and pigpile him, chanting, "Loser, loser, vodka, boozer." Corey comes downstairs to see what all the ruckus is about, and yells through her laughter to get off him, let the man breathe. "You got smoked!" Danny Fazio shouts gleefully. "You got smoked by a kid!" "I did," Billy says, laughing himself. "If I'd gotten all the railroads instead of going to jail." Shan's friend Becky blows a raspberry at him, and they all laugh some more. They go upstairs and eat pie in the living room, where Jamal is watching a baseball playoff game. Shan sits next to Billy on the couch, holding her flamingo in her lap. In the 7th inning, she goes to sleep with her head resting on Billy's arm. Corey asks him to stay for supper, but Billy declines, saying he might catch an early movie. He's been hankering to see Deadly Express. "I saw the previews for that one," Derek says. "It looks scary." "I eat lots of popcorn," Billy says. "It keeps me from being scared." Billy doesn't go to the movie, but listens to a podcast review of it as he drives across town to the parking garage, where his Ford Fusion awaits. Always safe, never sorry. He drives the Fusion to 658 Pearson Street and stows his Dalton Smith gear in the closet. Then he goes upstairs and waters Bev Jensen's spider plant and Busy Lizzie. The spider plant is going great guns, but the Busy Lizzie looks pretty wilted. "There you go, Daphne," Billy says. The little sign in front of the Busy Lizzie so identifies her. The spider plant is named, who knows why, Walter. Billy locks up and leaves the house, wearing a gimme cap to cover his non-blonde hair. Also sunglasses, although it's now almost dark. He returns to Fusion, drives his Toyota back to Midwood, watches some TV, goes to bed. He falls asleep almost immediately. 4. On Monday afternoon, there's a knock at his door. Billy opens it with a sinking heart, expecting Ken Hoff. But it's not Hoff. It's Phyllis Stanhope. She's smiling, but her eyes are red and puffy. "Take a girl to dinner?" Just like that. "My boyfriend dumped me and I need some cheering up." She pauses and then adds, "My treat." "No need of that," Billy says. He has an idea where this might lead, and it's maybe not such a good idea, but he doesn't care. Happy to pick up the tab, and if you really don't like that, we can go Dutch again. But they don't go Dutch. Billy pays. He thinks she may have decided to celebrate the end of her affair by sleeping with him, and the 3 screwdrivers she downs, 2 before dinner and 1 during, only cement the idea. Billy offers her the wine list, but she waves it away. "Never mix, never worry," she says. That's from Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, Billy finishes, and she laughs. She doesn't eat much of her dinner, says it was kind of a nasty breakup scene. Part 1 in person, and Part 2 on the phone, and that she's not that hungry. What she really wants are those drinks. They may not be going Dutch, but she needs some Dutch courage for what comes next, which now seems not just possible, but inevitable. And he wants it. It's been a long time since he's been with a woman. As Billy pays the check with one of his David Lockridge credit cards, he thinks of the kids piling on him and chanting, "Loser, loser, vodka boozer." And here, only a day later, is that very vodka boozer, a loser in love. "Let's go to your place. I don't want to go to mine," and look at his aftershave on the bathroom shelf. Well, Billy thinks, you can look at the aftershave on mine. You can even use my toothbrush. When they get to the yellow house on Evergreen Street, she takes an appraising look around, compliments him on the Dr. Zhivago poster he bought in a downtown junk shop, and asks him if he has anything to drink. Billy has a 6 in the fridge. He asks her if she wants a glass, and Phil says she'll drink it right out of the can. He brings 2 into the living room. "I thought you were off alcohol for the duration." He shrugs. "Promises were made to be broken. Besides, I'm off the clock." They have barely opened them when she says, "It's hot in here," and starts unbuttoning her blouse. The beers will be open on the coffee table in the morning, flat and barely tasted. The sex is good, at least for Billy. He thinks for her too, but with women it's hard to tell. Sometimes they'd just like you to stop trying so hard and get off so they can go to sleep. But if she's faking, it's a good fake. There comes a point, just before he can hold back no longer, when she makes a sound against his shoulder and digs in with her nails, almost hard enough to bring blood. When he rolls over to his side of the bed, she gives him a pat on the shoulder as if to say, "Good boy." "Please don't tell me that was a mercy fuck." "It wasn't, believe me," he says. "I won't ask you if it was a revenge fuck." She laughs. "You better not." Then she rolls over on her side, away from him. 5 minutes later, she's snoring. Billy lies awake for a while. Not because she's snoring. They're ladylike snores, almost like purring. But because his mind won't turn off. He thinks her turning up the way she did, and then coming home with him, is like something out of a Zola novel, where every character has to be fully used and make one final appearance, like a curtain call. He hopes his own story isn't over, but guesses this part of it almost is. If he finishes his job and collects his pay, some new life, maybe as Dalton Smith, maybe as someone else, will begin. Maybe a better life. He has realized for some time, probably since he started writing Benji's story, that he can no longer live this one without choking. The idea, no, the conceit, that he only kills bad people will stretch just so far. There are good people sleeping in houses on this very street. He's not going to kill any of them. But he supposes he'll kill something inside of them when they find out why he was really here. Is that too poetic? Too romantic? Billy thinks not. A stranger came, and he turned into a neighbor. But here's the punchline. He turned out to be a stranger all along. Around 3 o'clock, Billy awakes to hear Phil puking in the bathroom. The toilet flushes. Water runs. She comes back to bed. She cries a little. Billy pretends to be asleep. The crying stops. The snores recommence. Billy sleeps and dreams of garbage bags fluttering in palm trees. 5. He awakes shortly after 6 to the smell of coffee. Phil is in the kitchen, barefoot and wearing one of his button-up shirts. "How did you sleep?" Billy asks. "Fine. You?" "Terrific. And that coffee smells really good." "I stole some of your aspirin. I guess I had one drink too many last night." She gives him a look that's amusement and embarrassment, half and half. "As long as you didn't steal any of my aftershave." That makes her laugh. One-night hookups can lead to some grisly mornings after. He suffered through a couple of those. But Billy thinks this one may be okay. And that's good. Phil is a nice woman. When he offers to scramble some eggs, she makes a face and shakes her head. He does get her to eat some unbuttered toast. After, he gives the bedroom and bathroom over to her so she can shower and dress in privacy. When she emerges, she looks fine. Her blouse is a little wrinkled, but otherwise she's good to go. She'll have a tale to tell later on, Billy thinks. My night with a killer. If she chooses to tell it, that is. She may not. "Will you drive me home, Dave? I want to change my clothes." "Happy to." She pauses at the door and puts a hand on his arm. It wasn't revenge sex. "No? Sometimes a girl just wants to be wanted. And you wanted me, didn't you?" "Yes." She gives a brisk nod that says, "That's settled." "And I wanted you. But I think it's going to be the only time. Never say never, but that's my feeling." Billy, who knows it's going to be the only time, nods. "Friends?" Phil asks. He gives her a hug and a kiss on the cheek. To the end. It's still early, but Evergreen Street gets up early. Across the street, Diane Fazio is sitting in a rocker on her front porch. She's bundled up in a woolly pink housecoat with a cup of coffee in one hand. Billy opens the passenger door of his Toyota for Phil. As he walks around the back to the driver's side, Diane gives him a neighborly thumbs up. Billy has to smile. 6. When the lunch truck arrives, Billy goes down for a taco and a Coke. Jim Albright, John Colton, and Harry Stone, the young lawyers, like characters in a TV show or a Grisham novel, wave him over and ask him to sit with them, but Billy says he wants to eat at his desk and do a little more work. Jim raises a finger and recites, "No man on his deathbed ever said, 'I wish I'd spent more time in the office.' Oscar Wilde, just before he passed into the great beyond." He could tell Jim that Oscar Wilde's last words are actually reputed to have been, "Either that wallpaper goes, or I do." But he just smiles. The truth is, he doesn't want to spend time with these guys now that the job is almost here. Not because he doesn't like them, but because he does. And Phil seems to have taken the day off. He hopes she'll take off Wednesday and Thursday, too. But that's probably too much to hope for. His Dalton phone rings just as he re-enters his office. It's Don Jensen.
"Darling, my man, you back?"
"I am."
"How you doing? How's Daffy and Waller?"
"All three of us are fine. How are you?" In the bag is how Don is, from the sound of his voice, even though it's just a little past noon.
"Man, I never been there."
Better comes out bear.
"Baby, too. Say hi, baby."
Distant but perfectly audible because she's yelling. Beverly says,
"Hi there, honey bunny,"
and shrieks with laughter. So she's been drinking too. Not exactly in mourning. Either of them.
"Baby says hi,"
Dawn says. "Yeah, I heard her."
"Darling, buddy."
He drops his voice.
"We're rich."
Seriously?
"Lawyer read the will this morning and Bevy's mom left her everything. Stocks and bank accounts, almost $200,000.
In the background, Bevy cheers. and Billy can't help but smile. She may be in mourning again when she sobers up, but right now, these two apartment dwellers in one of the city's not very desirable neighborhoods are celebrating, and Billy can't blame them. That's great, Dawn. Really great.
How long are you going to be home this time? That's why I'm calling, darling.
Probably quite a while. I've got a new contract for... Dawn doesn't wait for him to finish.
Good. That's good. You keep watering Daffy and Waller, because... You know what? What? Guess!
I can't guess.
Gotta, my computer compadre. Gotta!
You're going to Disneyland? Dawn laughs so loudly that Billy pulls the phone away from his ear with a little wince. But he's also still smiling. A good thing has happened to decent people, and no matter what his own situation happens to be, he has to like it. He wonders if Zola ever wrote a development similar to this. Probably not. But Dickens, now...
Close, darling. Close. We're going on a cruise!
In the background, Beverly whoops.
You gonna be around for a month? Maybe even 6 weeks? Because...
At this point, Beverly snatches the phone, and Billy once more has to hold it a couple of inches away to spare his overtaxed eardrum.
If you're not, just let him die. I can afford new ones. A whole greenhouse!
Billy has time to offer her both condolences and congratulations. Then it's Dawn again.
And when we get back, we're moving. No more scenic view of that fucking vacant lot across the street. Not that I'm dissing your apartment, doll. It's the one Bevy always wanted.
Bev cries.
Not anymore.
Billy says, I'll water Daphne and Walter. Don't worry about that.
We'll pay for it, Mr. Computer Geek Plant Sitter. We can afford to.
No need. You're good neighbors.
You too, darling. You too. Know what we're drinking?
Maybe champagne? Billy once more has to hold the phone away from his ear.
You hit the goddamn nail on the goddamn head.
Don't overdo it, Billy says. And give Beverly my best, you hear? Sorry for her loss, but glad for your gain.
I will, for sure. Thanks a million, buddy.
He pauses, and when he speaks again, he sounds almost sober, awed.
$200,000. Do you believe it?
Yes, Billy says. He ends the call and sits back in his office chair. He's getting a lot more than $200K, but he thinks Dawn and Beverly Jensen are really the rich ones. Yes, sir, really the rich ones. Sentimental but true. 7. The next morning, as he's turning into the parking garage around the corner from Girard Tower, his David Lockridge phone chimes with a text. He waits until he's parked on the 4th level, then reads it. G. Russo. The check is on the way. Billy doubts it. It's only 6:30 on the West Coast, but he understands that the check will be on the way soon enough. Alan is coming, probably on a commercial flight, handcuffed to one of the city's detectives or a state cop, and that's good. Time to get the show on the road. Overtime. He opens the back door of his car and takes a paper grocery bag from the seat. Crammed inside are the parachute pants and the silk jacket with the Rolling Stones lips on the back. This pair isn't gold, although the gold ones are Colin White's favorites. After some interior debate, Billy has decided that would be a little too flashy. The ones he ordered from Amazon are black, with gold sparkles. He's sure Colin would adore them. Billy has a story ready, in case, unlikely but always possible, Irv asks him why he's coming to work with a grocery bag. But Irv is talking to several fine-looking ladies from Business Solutions, and just gives him a distracted wave as Billy signs in and heads for the elevators. In his office, he opens the bag, rummages beneath the clothes, and takes out a sign he bought at Staples from a rack of them. It says, "Sorry, closed." A pair of sad cartoon faces flank the message. There's a white space for a brief explanation beneath. Billy uses a Sharpie to print, "No water, use 4 or 6. He waves the sign in the air a few times, not wanting his message to smudge, then places it back in the bag. He adds the long-haired black wig then puts the bag in the closet. At his desk, he transfers the Benji story to a thumb drive. Once that's done, he uses a suicide program to destroy everything on the MacBook Pro. It stays here. His fingerprints are all over it, and everything else in this place. After all this time, he'd miss some, no matter how much he wiped, but that's okay. Once he takes the shot and sees Joel Allen lying dead on the courthouse steps, Billy Summers will cease to exist. As for his personal lappy, he could kill that one as well, leave it, and use one of the cheap new Altecs at Pearson Street. But he doesn't want to. This one is coming along for the ride. 8. An hour later, there's a knock on the outer door. He answers it, once more expecting Ken Hoff, maybe with a case of cold feet, and once again, he's wrong. This time, it's Dana Edison, one of the imported hard boys from Nick's Vegas team. He's not dressed in his DPW coverall today. Today, he's Mr. Nondescript, in dark slacks and a gray sport coat. He's a little man, bespectacled, and at first glance you might think he belongs in Phil Stanhope's accounting office at the other end of the hall. Take a closer look, and you might, especially if you were a Marine, see something different. "Hey there, fella." Edison's voice is low and polite. "Nick wanted me to have a word with you. Okay if I step in?" Billy stands aside. Dana Edison breezes through the outer office in his neat brown loafers and into the small conference room that serves as Billy's writing studio, not to mention his shooter's overlook. Edison moves with lithe confidence. He glances briefly at the table, where Billy's personal lappy is open, with a half-played cribbage game in progress. Then looks out the window, tracing the line of fire Billy has traced himself many times over the summer. Only now summer is over, and there's a snap in the air. It's good that Edison gives him a little time, because here, Billy has gotten used to being a pretty smart guy named David Lockridge, who might have slipped. But when Edison turns back to him, Billy has his dumb self face on, eyes wide, mouth slightly ajar, not enough to make him look like the village idiot, just enough so he looks like a man who might believe Zola is one of Superman's arch-enemies. "You're Dana, right? I met you at Nick's." He nods. "Also seen me and Reggie tooling around in that little city truck, yeah?" "Yeah." "Nick wants to know if you're all ready for tomorrow." "Sure." "Where's the gun?" "Well," Dana grins, showing teeth as small and neat as the rest of him. "Never mind. But it's close, right?" "You bet." "Got a glass cutter for that window?" A stupid question, but that's okay. He's supposed to be a stupid man. "Sure." "You don't want to use it today. The sun shines on this side of the building all afternoon, and someone might see the hole." "I know that." "Yeah, I suppose you would. Nick says you were a sniper. Got some kills in Fallujah, yeah? How was that?" "Good, it wasn't. Neither is this conversation. Having Edison in this room is like having let in a small and very compact storm cloud." "Nick wanted me to make sure you're straight on the plan." "I'm straight." Edison stays on message. "You take the shot. 5 seconds later, no more than 10. There's going to be a hell of a big bang from behind that cafe over there." "A flash pot." "A flash pot. Right. That's Frankie's responsibility. 5 seconds after that, no more than 10. One's going to go off behind the news and stationery shop on the corner. That's Paulie Logan. People are going to start beating feet. You'll join them. Just one more office guy wanting a quick look at what happened, and then wanting to get the hell out. You hook around the corner. The DPW truck will be there. Reggie will have the back doors open. I'll be behind the wheel. In you go. Change into the coverall as fast as you can. Clear?" It always was. Billy doesn't need a last-minute tutorial. "Yes. Just one thing, Dana." "What might that be?" "I've got stuff to do to get ready, and once I start doing it, there's no going back. Are you sure it's going to be tomorrow?" Dana starts to speak, to say, of course, but Billy shakes his head. Think before you say anything. Think hard. Because if something changes, this deal goes south. I'm gone, and Joel Allen is still using his lungs. So, are you sure? Dana Edison looks closely at Billy, perhaps reevaluating. Then he smiles. As sure as I am the sun rises in the east. Anything else? No. Okay. Edison heads back to the outer office, walking that springy walk. His man bun looks like a dark red doorknob. At the door, he turns and regards Billy with eyes that are bright and blue and expressionless. He says, "Don't miss." Then he's gone. Billy goes back into his writing room and stares at the frozen cribbage game. He's thinking that Dana Edison said nothing about a possible warehouse fire in Cody, and he certainly would have if he knew about it. He's also thinking about the possibility that if he went with Nick's plan, he really might end up in a ditch on a country road with a hole in his forehead. If that were to happen, he guesses Edison would be the one to put it there. And who would end up with the owing $1.5 million? Nick, of course. Billy would like to believe that's paranoid, but after Edison's visit, it seems a little more likely. Surely the thought has crossed Nick's mind, despite their long association. Pinch off Ken Hoff, pinch off Billy Summers, and everyone walks away clean. Billy closes down his computer. Writing his story has never felt so far away. Hell, today he can't even play cribbage. 9. On his way home, he stops at Ace Hardware and buys the last thing he needs, a Yale padlock. When he arrives at his house, his last night here, there's a piece of paper on the top step of the porch, held down with a rock. He slides his laptop case off his shoulder, picks up the paper, sits, studies it, and thinks this is a curtain call he could have done without. It's a crayon drawing, obviously made by a child, but one who shows at least some talent. How much is impossible to tell, because the artist is currently only 8 years old. At the bottom, she has signed her name, Shanice Anya Ackerman. At the top, in capital letters, For Dave. The picture is of a smiling little girl with dark brown skin and bright red ribbons decorating her cornrows. In her arms is a pink flamingo, from whose head floats a series of hearts. Billy looks at it for a long time, then folds it and puts it in his back pocket. He has gotten himself into a box he never dreamed of. He would give anything, $2 million payout included, to be able to turn the calendar back 3 months, to that hotel lobby where he sat reading Archie's Pals and Gals and waiting for his ride. And when Frankie Elvis and Paul Logan came in, he would tell them to make his apologies to Nick. He's changed his mind. But there's no going back now, only forward. And when he thinks of Dana Edison, perhaps stopping by this neighborhood to ask questions, maybe even putting those small, neat hands of his on Shanice's shoulders, Billy presses his lips together so tightly they disappear. He is in a box, and all he can do is shoot his way out. Chapter 10. 1. Thursday morning. The day of. Billy gets up at 5. He eats toast with a glass of water to wash it down. No coffee. No caffeine of any kind until the job is done. When he shoulders the 700 and looks through the Leupold scope, he wants his hands perfectly steady. He puts the toast plate and the empty water glass in the sink. Lined up on the table are his 4 cell phones. He takes the SIM cards from 3 of them, the Billy phone, the Dave phone, the burner, and microwaves the cards for 2 minutes. He dons an oven glove, picks out the charred remains, and grinds them up in the garbage disposal. The 3 SIM-less phones go in a paper bag. He adds the Dalton Smith phone, the Yale lock, and the plain gray gimme cap he wore to Pearson Street when he dropped off the Dalton Smith gear and watered Beverly's plants. He stands in the doorway for a few moments, laptop slung over one shoulder, looking around. This isn't home. He hasn't really had a place he could call home since Officer F.W.S. Malkin drove him away from 19 Skyline Drive in the Hillview Trailer Park, and that wasn't much of one, especially after Bob Raines killed his sister. But he guesses this place has been close. Well, okay then, Billy says and goes out. He doesn't bother to lock the door. No need for the cops to break it down. Bad enough they'll assuredly trample all over the lawn he worked so hard to bring back. 2. Billy doesn't drive to the parking garage. The parking garage is done. At 5 to 6, he parks on Main Street, a few blocks from the Girard Tower. Plenty of curbside spaces at this hour, and the sidewalk is deserted. His laptop is over his shoulder. The paper bag is in his hand. He leaves the keys in the Toyota's cup holder. Maybe somebody will steal it, although that's not actually necessary. Neither is dropping the 3 dead cell phones through 3 different sewer grates, always checking his surroundings to be sure he's not observed. It's what they call policing up the area in the Marines. After he drops the 3rd one, he checks to see if he brought Shen's drawing of her and the flamingo, the one whose name has been changed to Dave. It's there. Good. It's a keeper. He cuts down Geary Street, walks a block away from Girard Tower, and comes to the alley he scoped out. After again checking to make sure he's unobserved, also that there's no inconvenient wino sleeping it off in there, Billy enters the alley and crouches behind the second of 2 dumpsters. Trash pickup day in this city is Friday, so both are full and reeking. He stows his laptop and the gray gimme cap behind the dumpster, then scavenges a bunch of packing paper and covers them. This part worries him more than taking the shot. Do you call that irony? He doesn't know. What he knows is that he doesn't want to lose the lappy any more than he wants to lose the copy of Therese Riquen he was reading when he came to this city. The book is safely stowed at 658 Pearson. Lucky Charms are what they are, like the baby shoe he carried during Operation Vigilant Resolve and most of Phantom Fury. The chances of someone coming down this alley, looking behind the dumpster, lifting the garbage, bespattered packing paper, and stealing his laptop are small, and they'd never be able to crack the password, but the object matters. He can't bring it, though, because he can't leave Girard Tower with it slung over his shoulder. He has seen Colin White with his phone, and a couple of times he's shown up for lunch, still wearing the headset that must just about be a part of him, but Billy has never seen him with a laptop. He gets to Girard Tower at 20 past 6. This street, dead-ending at the courthouse, will be a hive full of worker bees later on, but now it's a graveyard. The only person he sees is a sleepy-eyed woman putting out the breakfast specials signboard in front of the Sunspot Cafe. Billy wonders if the flashpot is already in place behind it, then dismisses the thought. The flashpots are not his problem, nor is the fire Ken Hoff promised out in Cody. But Billy will take the shot no matter what. It's his job. And with his bridges burning one by one behind him, he means to do it. There's no other choice. Irv Dean isn't at the security stand and won't be until 7, maybe 7:30. But one of the building's 2 janitors is buffing the lobby floor. He looks up as Billy goes to the card reader to record his entry, just like a good boy should. "Hey, Tommy," Billy says, heading for the elevators.
What are you doing up here so early, Dave? God isn't even up.
"I've got a deadline," Billy tells him, thinking what an apt word that is for today's business.
"I'll probably be here until God goes back to bed."
That makes Tommy laugh.
"Go get him, Tiger."
"That's the plan," Billy says. 3. He takes the 2 paper bags down to the 5th floor men's room. He stows his Colin White disguise, not neglecting the wig of long black hair, maybe the most important part, in the trash basket by the wash basins, then covers it with paper towels. The sign and the padlock go on the door. The key goes in his pocket, along with Dalton's phone and the Benji Compson flash drive. Halfway back to his office, he has a nasty thought. There were a few moments on his way here when he lost focus. His mind was on Shan's drawing, instead of staying where it belonged on this morning's preparations. As he dropped the Dalton Smith phone into the sewer instead of one of the others. The idea is so terrible that in that moment he's positive that's just what he did. That when he reaches in his pocket, he'll find the Billy phone, or the Dave phone, or that useless burner. If so, he can replace it. His Dalton Smith credit cards are all good. But what if Dawn or Beverly Jensen should call in the day or two before FedEx can deliver a new one to 658 Pearson? They'll wonder why he's out of touch. It might not matter, but it might. Good neighbors, grateful neighbors, might even call the police and ask them to check his basement apartment to make sure he's okay. He grasps the phone, and for a moment just holds it, feeling like a roulette player afraid to look at the wheel and seeing which color the little ball has landed on. The worst thing, worse than the inconvenience, even worse than the potential danger, is knowing he was careless. He let his thoughts slip to the life that is now behind him. He brings the phone out of his pocket and breathes a sigh of relief. It's the one that belongs to Dalton. He got away with one potential mistake. He can't make another. The fates are unforgiving. 4. 7:15. Billy goes to the local paper on his Dalton Smith phone and uses a Dalton Smith credit card to get behind the paywall. The front page headline has to do with the upcoming state elections, but near the bottom of the page, what would have been below the fold in the old days of actual newspapers, there's a headline reading, "Allen to be arraigned, charged with Houghton murder." The story begins, after a protracted extradition fight, Joel Allen will finally have the first of many days in court. Prosecutors plan to charge him with first-degree murder in the slaying of James Houghton, 43, and assault with intent to kill in the near-fatal shooting of... Billy doesn't bother with the rest, but he sets his phone to receive news alerts from the paper. He sits at the desk in the outer office and prints a note on a page torn from one of the staples pads that have otherwise never been used. "Working under deadline. Please do not disturb," it reads. He tapes it to the door and locks the door from the inside. He takes the pieces of the Remington 700 from the overhead cabinet and lays them out on the table where he's done his writing, seeing them there, like an exploded schematic in a firearms manual, brings back Fallujah. He pushes the memories away. That's another life that's behind him. "No more mistakes," he says, and puts the rifle together. Barrel, bolt, the extractor and ejector spring, the butt plate and the butt plate spacer, all the rest. His hands move swiftly and almost of their own accord. He thinks briefly of that poem by Henry Reed, the one that begins, "Today we have naming of parts. Yesterday we had daily cleaning." He pushes that away too. No more thinking of little girls' pictures this morning, and no poetry. Later, maybe. And maybe later he will write. Now he has to keep his mind on his business and his eyes on the prize. That he no longer cares much about the prize doesn't matter. The scope comes last, and once again he uses the sighting app to make sure it remains accurate. True down, they used to say. He runs the bolt 3 times, adds a drop or two of oil, and runs it again. There's no need of this when he only intends to fire once, but it's how he was taught. Last he loads the magazine and cycles the bolt to move the killing round into the chamber. He lays the weapon with care, but no reverence, not anymore, on the table. He uses a thumbtack, a length of string, and a Sharpie to trace a circle 2 inches in diameter on the window. He crisscrosses it with masking tape, then starts in with the glass cutter. His phone chimes softly while he's going round and round, but Billy doesn't even pause. It takes him a while, because the glass is thick, but in the end, the circlet of glass comes out as neatly as the cork from a wine bottle. A breath of cool morning breeze slips in through the hole. He checks his phone and sees he's gotten a text alert from the newspaper. Warehouse fire in Cody, a 4-alarm job. Looking out the window, Billy can see a pillar of black smoke. He doesn't know where Ken Hoff got his information, but it was bang on the money. Now it's 7:30, and he is as ready as he can be. As ready as he needs to be, he hopes. He sits down in the chair where he has done his writing, hands clasped loosely in his lap, and waits. As he waited in Fallujah, high up and across the river from the Internet Cafe, run by the Arab who tattled on the Blackwater contractors and set off a firestorm. As he did on a dozen rooftops, listening to gunfire and garbage bags rattling in palm trees. His heartbeat is slow and regular. There are no nerves. He watches the traffic pick up on Court Street. Soon all the parking spaces will be full. He watches the customers enter the Sunspot Cafe. A few sit outside, where Billy sat months ago with Ken Hoff. A Channel 6 news truck comes lumbering up the street, but it's the only one. Either the warehouse fire has drawn away the others, or Joel Allen isn't a big priority. Probably both, Billy thinks. He waits. The time passes. It always does. 5. The Business Solutions crew starts arriving at 10 to 8, some carrying go-cups. They'll be hard at it by 8:15. Dunning folks who are over their heads in debt, translucent shades dropped over the big windows to discourage them from looking away from their work for even a few seconds. Some stop on their way to the lobby doors to stare at the pillar of black smoke rising over the courthouse from out Cody Way. Colin White is among them. No coffee in a go-cup for him. He's got a can of Red Bull. Today he's wearing tie-dyed bell-bottoms and a blaze orange T-shirt. Nothing like the outfit Billy's hidden away. But in the confusion, it shouldn't matter. More people arrive. But in this under-occupied building, not that many. Most are headed for the courthouse. At 8:30, Jim Albright and John Colton come down Court Street and cut across the plaza. They are carrying big, boxy briefcases. And behind them, Phyllis Stanhope. Her fall coat has come out of its closet hibernation for the first time. It's scarlet, making Billy think of Little Red Riding Hood. He has a brief and vivid memory of her looking down at him, urging him deeper as he brushes her nipples with his thumbs. He pushes it away. There are 12 people on the 5th floor, not counting Billy himself. 5 in the lawyer's office and 7 in the accounting office. The people in the lawyer's office may or may not hear the shot, but Billy is counting on them hearing the bang when the first flash pot goes off. There will be a short pause as they look at each other, asking, "What was that?" And then they'll hurry across the hall to the Crescent Accounting Service, because those are the windows facing Court Street. By then, the second flash pot will have gone off. They'll crowd together and look out, trying to decide what has happened and what they should do. Go down or stay put. There will be differing opinions. He thinks it may be as long as 5 minutes before they decide to go down, because they have a high vantage point, and all the hoo-ha is either across the street, at the courthouse, or up on the corner at the news and stationery store. Billy won't need 5 minutes. 3 should do it. Maybe only 2. His phone chimes with another news push. The warehouse fire has spread to a nearby storage facility, and fire crews from other districts are on their way. Route 64 will be closed until at least noon. Motorists are advised to use State Road 47A. At 5 to 9, another push announces the fire is being brought under control. So far, there are no reported injuries or fatalities. Billy is now sitting in front of the window with the Remington across his knees. The day is clear as a bell. The rain Nick fretted about hasn't happened. The breeze is no more than a refreshing breath. The Channel 6 film crew is all set and ready to record for news at noon. So where is the star of the show? Billy expected Allen to be delivered in a county sheriff's vehicle, rather than in the perp bus, and on the dot of 9, at which time he'd be escorted to a holding room until the judge was ready for him. But it's now 5 past, and there's no sign of any official vehicle arriving from the county jail on Holland Street. 10 past, and still nothing. The breakfast crowd at the Sunspot is clearing out. Soon the woman in charge, no longer sleepy-eyed, will take in the signboard with the breakfast specials and replace it with the one for the lunch specials. 9:15, and the smoke billowing out above the courthouse seems to be thinning. Billy is starting to wonder if there's been a glitch. By 20 past, he's sure of it. Maybe Alan's sick, or has made himself sick. Maybe somebody has attacked him in county. Maybe he's in the infirmary, or even dead. Maybe he's pretended to go mental in order to delay the arraignment. Maybe he actually has gone mental. At 9:30, as Billy is considering his exit options, disassembling the gun will be step one, no matter what. A black SUV with county sheriff on the side glides onto Court Street. Blue lights are flashing on the roof and inside the grill. The small Channel 6 film crew, which has been lounging around, snaps to attention. A woman, in a short dress, the exact same red as Phil's fall coat, steps out of the TV truck. She's holding a microphone in one hand and a small mirror in the other, to check her appearance. The mirror heliographs bright morning sun Billy's way, and he turns his head to avoid the dazzle. 2 cops, walkies in hand, emerge from the courthouse and trot down the stone stairs as the SUV stops at the curb. The front passenger door opens, and a portly man in a brown suit and a ridiculously large white Stetson gets out. A uniformed cop gets out on the driver's side. The TV crew is filming. The reporter starts to approach the portly man, who is surely the county sheriff. No one else would dare to wear a Stetson like that. The courthouse cops move to block the reporter, but the portly man beckons her forward. She asks a question and holds the mic to him for his reply. Billy can guess the gist of it. "We know how to handle dangerous men like this. Justice will be done. Vote for me next November." The reporter has her soundbite and takes a step back. The portly man turns to the SUV. The back door opens and another uniformed cop gets out. This one's the XL wide-body. Billy raises the Remington to port arms, watching and waiting. The driver joins the wide-body. They turn to the open door, and now Joel Allen emerges. Because it's just the arraignment, and there's no jury to impress, he's wearing an orange DOCC coverall instead of civvies. His hands are cuffed in front of him. The reporter wants to ask Allen a question, probably something insightful like, "Did you do it?" But this time, the portly man pushes out his hands at her. Allen is grinning at her, saying something. Billy doesn't need the scope to see that. The humongous cop takes Allen by the elbow and turns him to the courthouse steps. They start their climb. Billy slides the barrel of the Remington through the hole in the glass. He snugs the butt plate in the hollow of his shoulder and puts his elbows on his slightly spread knees. For a shot like this, all the support he needs. He looks into the scope, and the scene down there jumps close. He can see the creases in the portly man's sunburned neck. He can see the keyring jingling and bouncing on the humongous cop's belt. He can see a tuft of Allen's light brown hair sticking up in the back. Billy will put the slug right through that cowlick and into the brain beneath, into the secret Allen's been keeping. The one he's been hoping is his get-out-of-jail-free card. This time the flash of memory is the kid's pigpiling on him when Derek beat him in that last Monopoly game. He banishes it. Now it's just him and Allen. They are the only ones in the world. It comes down to this. Billy pulls in an easy breath, holds it, and takes the shot. 6. The force of the slug frees Allen from the grip of his cop minder. He flies forward with his arms out and hits the steps. The front of his skull gets there before the rest of him. The portly sheriff runs for cover, losing his ridiculous cowboy hat. The woman reporter also beats feet. The camera guy crouches reflexively, but holds his ground. So does the wide-body cop. The Dixie-fried Marine sergeant who signed Billy up would have loved both those guys, especially the wide-body, who takes one glance at Allen and then whirls, pulling his gun and looking for the source of the shot. This guy's got his shit together, and he's quick. But Billy has already withdrawn the 700. He drops it on the floor and goes to the outer office. He peeks into the hall and sees no one. The first flashbot goes off. It's a good loud bang. Billy takes off, sprinting all out for the men's, pulling the key from his pocket as he goes. He turns it in the base of the Yale lock, and just as he slips inside the bathroom, he hears raised, excited voices from the far end of the hall. The young lawyers, plus their paralegal and their secretary, are headed across to Crescent Accounting, right on schedule. Billy bends over the trash basket, tosses aside the paper towels, and grabs the components of his disguise. He yanks the parachute pants on over his jeans, pulls the drawstring, granny knots it. There's no fly to zip. He puts on the Rolling Stones jacket. Then, looking in the wash basin mirror, he dons the wig. The black hair only falls halfway down the nape of his neck, but it obscures his forehead to his eyebrows and the sides of his face. He opens the men's room door. The hall is empty. The lawyers and accountants, Phil among them, are still gawking at the confusion below. Soon they will decide to exit the building, and at least some of them will take the stairs because there are too many for the elevator, but not yet. Billy leaves the bathroom and starts down the stairs. He can hear commotion below him, plenty of it, but the flight between 4 and 3 is empty. The people on those floors are still gawking out the windows. Not on the second floor, though. That's all business solutions, and even without the translucent shades, they wouldn't have the panoramic view offered by the street-facing windows higher up. You can hear them clumping down the stairs, babbling as they go. Colin White will be among them, but no one should notice he now has a doppelganger, because Billy will be behind them, and nobody is going to be looking back. Not this morning. Billy pauses just above the second-floor landing. He stands there until the thundering herd has dried up, then continues down the first floor, behind a man in khaki cargo shorts and a woman in unfortunate plaid slacks. For a moment he's forced to stop, probably because there's a jam-up in the door giving on the first-floor lobby. This makes him nervous, because folks from the upper floors will soon be coming down these stairs. Some of them will be people from 5. Then the crowd gets moving again, and 5 seconds later, while Jim, John, Harry, and Phil are still looking out from high above, Billy hopes, he's in the lobby. Irv Dean has abandoned his post. Billy can see him on the plaza, easy to pick out in his blue security vest. Colin White, in his bright orange shirt, is also easy to pick out. He's got his phone raised, taking video of the confusion. Cops running up the street toward the smoke billowing from between the Sunspot Cafe and the travel agency next door. Cops and bailiffs shouting for people to go back into the courthouse and shelter in place. People running down from more smoke on the corner, yelling their heads off. Colin isn't the only one taking a video. Others, apparently feeling that a raised iPhone makes them invulnerable, are doing the same. But they are in the minority, Billy sees as he steps outside. Most people just want to get away. He hears someone yell, "Active shooter!" Someone else is shouting, "They bombed the courthouse!" Another one bawls, "Armed men!" Billy cuts across the plaza to the right, onto Court Street Place. This short tree-lined diagonal will take him to 2nd Street, which runs behind the parking garage. He's not alone. Over 3 dozen people are ahead of him, and at least that many behind him, all using the route away from the chaos. But he's the only one who pays attention to the DPW transit van parked at the curb. Dana is behind the wheel. Reggie, dressed in a regulation city coverall, is standing by the back door and scanning the crowd. Most of those fleeing Court Street are talking on their phones. Billy wishes he could pretend to do the same, but the Dalton Smith phone is in his jeans, under the parachute pants. A missed opportunity. But you can't think of everything. He knows better than to drop his head, because Dana or Reggie might notice that. More likely Dana. But he moves up beside a plump woman who is panting and holding her pocketbook to her breast like a shield. As they approach the van, Billy turns his head to her and raises his voice in an approximation of Colin White's when Colin is doing his "I'm the gayest of them all" shtick. "What happened? Oh my God, what happened?" "Some kind of terrorism thing, I think," the woman replies. "Jesus, there were explosions." "I know," Billy cries. "Oh my God, I heard." Then they're past. Billy risks one quick look over his shoulder. He has to make sure they aren't looking at him or coming after him. They're not. More people than ever are now using Court Street Place to get away. They crowd the sidewalk. Reggie is scoping them hard, standing on his tiptoes, trying to catch sight of Billy. Presumably Dana is too. Billy speeds up, leaving the plump woman behind, weaving around others. Not quite race-walking, but almost. He turns left on 2nd Street, left again on Laurel, and then right on Yancey. The exodus is behind him now. A young guy on the street grabs Billy by the shoulder, wanting to know what the hell is going on. "I don't know," Billy says. He shakes free and walks on. Behind him, sirens rise in the air. 7. His laptop is gone. Billy yanks out the packing paper now splattered with globs of Chinese food from the overflowing dumpster and uncovers nothing but old cobblestones. His mind side slips back to Fallujah and the baby shoe. To Taco saying, "You keep that thing safe, brah." He kept it tied to his belt loop by the laces, bouncing against his hip with the rest of the things he carried, that they all carried. He doesn't need the fucking laptop. He has the flash drive with Benji's story on it. Rudy, Taco Bell, and the others still, unwritten but waiting in the wings. He can go on once he gets to the basement apartment. There's nothing on the lappy to connect him to Dalton Smith's life. Even if someone, some super geek out of a movie, could crack the password, the only connection to his Dalton Smith life, besides the Jensens, is Bucky Hansen, and he has only communicated with Bucky on a phone that no longer exists. So let it go. No choice, and no loss. But it feels like such bad luck, such a bad omen, almost like a final summation of a shit job he should have known better than to take. He pounds his fist against the side of the dumpster, hard enough to hurt, and listens to the sirens. Right now he's not worried about the police. They're all headed to the courthouse, where some major clusterfuck is going down. But he has to worry about Reggie and Dana. Once they get tired of waiting, they'll either conclude Billy's gotten trapped in Girard Tower, or that he's crossed them up. They can't do anything if he's still in the building. But if he's decided to abandon the plan and strike out on his own, they can start cruising the streets and looking for him. It's not like the baby shoe, Billy thinks. And hell, the baby shoe wasn't magic either, just magical thinking. The shit that happened after I lost it means nothing. Fortune's a war, baby. And so is this. Someone found the lappy and stole it. It's gone. You have to get under cover before that transit van shows up, rolling slow. He thinks of Dana Edison's sharp little eyes behind those rimless spectacles. Billy got past those eyes once and doesn't want to risk giving the man a second chance. He has to get to the basement apartment on Pearson Street, and fast. Billy gets to his feet and hurries to the mouth of the alley. He sees a few cars but no transit van. He starts to turn right, then freezes, amazed and disgusted at his own stupidity. It's as if the dumb self has become his real self. He was just about to head to Pearson Street, still wearing the wig, the Rolling Stones jacket, and the fucking parachute pants, like wearing a neon sign saying, "Check me out." He runs down the alley, stripping off the wig and the jacket as he goes. Behind the dumpster again, he frees the waistband granny knot, holding up the idiotic parachute pants, pushes them down and steps out of them. He squats and bundles everything together. He shoves the bundle as deep as he can under the crumpled heaps of bespattered packing paper and touches something. It's hard and thin. Can it be the brim of the gimme cap? It is. Did he really push it that far behind the dumpster? He tosses it aside and reaches in deeper, leaning his shoulder against the dumpster's rusty side, the smell of Chinese food and miasma. His outstretched fingers brush something. He knows what it is. He can't believe it. He stretches further, his cheek now against the dumpster's rusty side, and grasps the handle of his laptop case. He pulls it out and looks at it, unbelievingly. He could swear he didn't push it in that far, but it seems he did. He tells himself it's nothing like thinking he threw away the wrong phone. Nothing at all like that. But it is. Agreeing to be in the city so long was a mistake. Monopoly was a mistake. Having a backyard barbecue was a mistake. Knocking over those tin birds in the shooting gallery. A mistake. Having time to think and act like a normal person was the biggest mistake of all. He's not a normal person. He's a hired assassin, and if he doesn't think like who and what he is, he'll never get clear. He uses a relatively clean swatch of the packing paper to wipe off the hat and the laptop case. He slings the strap over his shoulder and pulls on the gimme cap, which was once clean and is now grimy. He goes to the head of the alley and peers out again. A cop car comes squalling around the next corner, lights and siren. Billy pulls back until it passes. Then he heads out, walking briskly toward Pearson Street and the apartment building across from the demolished railway station. He thinks of Fallujah again. The endless sweeps through the narrow streets with the baby shoe bouncing against his hip, waiting for the patrol to be over, wanting to go back to the relative safety of the base a mile outside of town, where there would be hot food, touch football, maybe a movie under the desert stars. 9 blocks, he tells himself. 9 blocks, and you're home and dry. 9 blocks, and this particular patrol is over. No movie under the stars. That was Billy Summers. But Dalton Smith has both YouTube and iTunes on one of his Alltech computers. No violence. No explosions. Just people doing zany things. Plus kissing at the end. 9 blocks. 8. He has done 7 of those blocks, and the more modern part of the city is behind him, when he sees a city transit van roll across the intersection ahead. Billy supposes it could be another DPW transit. They all look the same, but it's moving slow, almost coming to a stop in the middle of West Avenue before speeding up again. Billy has stepped into a doorway. When the van doesn't return, he starts walking again, always looking ahead for cover should it return. If they come back and see him, he's probably dead. The closest thing he has to a weapon are the keys on his keyring. Unless, of course, Nick was playing him straight all along. In that case, he might get no more than a harsh tongue lashing, but he has no intention of finding out. Either way, he has to keep going if he wants to get to the apartment building. He pauses at the intersection, looking in the direction the transit van went. He sees nothing but a few cars and a UPS truck. Billy trots across the street, head lowered, helpless not to think of Route 10 in Fallujah, also known as IED Alley. He turns onto Pearson, jogs one final block, and there's his building. He has to cross the street to get to it, and he feels an insane itching on his right shoulder blade, as if someone, it would be Dana, of course, is zeroing the sight of a silenced pistol in on it. The near-constant wind that blows across the rubble-strewn vacant lot sends a coupon fold-in sheet from a local newspaper against one of his ankles, and Billy gives a little skip of surprise. He hurries across the frost-heaved walk of 658, then up the steps. He looks over his shoulder for the transit van. Sure, he'll see it. But the street is deserted. The sirens are all behind him. Like the rest of his David Lockridge life, he tries one key, and it's wrong. He tries another, and that one's wrong too. He thinks of the phone he could have lost, and the laptop he could have lost, the way he lost the baby shoe. Easy, he thinks. Those are your Evergreen Street keys. You never took them off your keyring, so chill out. You're almost home free. The next one opens the foyer door. He steps inside and closes it. He looks out through a ragged mesh of lace curtain, maybe Beverly Jensen's work. He sees nothing. Sees nothing. Sees a crow land on some of the jagged rubble across the street. Sees the crow take off. Sees nothing. Sees a kid on a trike with his mother, walking patiently beside him. Sees another sheet of newspaper go cartwheeling across the patched pavement. Has time to think, the patched pavement of Pearson Street. And then he sees the transit van, going slow. Billy holds perfectly still. He can see through the mesh, but Reggie in the passenger seat can't see in. He might notice a sudden movement behind the lace curtain, though. Billy thinks the other one certainly would. The transit van moves on. Billy waits for its brake lights to flash. They don't. And then it's out of sight. He's not sure if he's safe, but he thinks he is. Hopes. He goes downstairs and lets himself into the apartment. Not home, just a place to hide. But for the time being, that's good enough. Chapter 11. 1. The basement apartment's one window is covered by a length of burgundy cloth. Billy pushes it aside on its rod and sits down, thinking again that the apartment is like a submarine and the window is his periscope. He stays on the couch for 15 minutes, arms folded across his chest, waiting for the transit van to come back. It may even stop if Dana, who is no fool, decides the place might be worth checking out. Unlikely when there are several rundown neighborhoods ringing the central city, but not impossible. Billy has become more and more sure if they find him, they mean to kill him. Billy has no handgun, although it would have been simple enough to get one. There are gun sales in the area almost every day of the week, it seems. Not that he would have set foot in the building where the sale was being held, but he could have bought a reliable piece in the parking lot for cash, no questions asked. Something simple, a .32 or .38, that could be easily concealed. It wasn't forgetfulness in that case. He just hadn't foreseen a situation where he might need one. Although he thinks if you change the plan without telling Nick, you must have foreseen something. If they do come back, paranoid but within the realm of possibility, what could Billy do about it? Not much. There's a butcher knife in the kitchen, and a meat fork. He could use the meat fork on the first one in, and he knows that would be Reggie, the easy one. Then Dana would do him. When 15 minutes have passed and the bogus DPW truck hasn't returned, Billy decides they have either moved on to another part of the city, maybe to check out the house on Evergreen Street, or have gone back to the McMansion to await further orders from Nick. He closes the curtain, shutting out the view, and looks at his watch. It's 20 to 11. How the time flies when you're having fun, he thinks. Channels 2 and 4 are broadcasting the usual morning drivel, but with crawls about the shooting and the explosions running across the bottom of the screen. The real motherlode is Channel 6, where they have trashed their morning talk shows to go live at the scene. They've got the goods to do that because someone in the news department dispatched a crew to the courthouse to cover Alan's arraignment and didn't send them to Cody when the warehouse fire broke out. It might have been neglect or outright laziness. You didn't wind up as the head of news in a small border South city like Red Bluff because you were Walter Cronkite. But whoever was in charge is going to look mighty wise in retrospect. 1 dead, no reported injuries in courthouse catastrophe, reads the chyron at the bottom of the screen. The correspondent in the red dress is still doing her thing, although she's now doing it on the corner of Main Street, because Court Street has been closed off. It looks to Billy like the city's entire police force is down there, plus 2 forensics vans, one from the state police. "Bill," the reporter says, presumably speaking to the anchor back in the studio. "I'm sure there'll be a press conference later, but as of now we have no official word to pass on. We do have eyes on the scene, though, and I want to show you something that George Wilson, my incredibly brave cameraman, just spotted a few minutes ago. George, can you show that again?" George raises the camera, centers it on Girard Tower, then zeroes in on the 5th floor. There's hardly any shake in the image, even at maximum zoom, and Billy can't help admiring that. Cameraman George stood his ground when the shit hit the fan, kept his head when all those about him were losing theirs. He got footage that will no doubt go national, and thanks to his sharp eyes, he's probably just a step and a half behind the police at this point. He could have been a Marine, Billy thinks. Maybe he was. Just another jarhead bullet sponge over there in the suck. For all I know, I could have passed him on what we called the Brooklyn Bridge, or hunkered down beside him in the Jolan graveyard while the wind blew and the shit flew. The Channel 6 viewing audience, Billy among them, is treated to the image of a window with a shooter's loophole cut into it. The sun glare on the glass helps, just as Dana said it would. "That is almost certainly where the shot came from," the reporter says. "And we should know very soon who was using that office. The police may know already." The picture switches to Bill in the studio. He's looking suitably grave. "Andrea, we want to run your original story again for the people who may have just joined the broadcast. It's really extraordinary." They go to the video. Billy sees the SUV approaching with its blues alight. The doors open and the portly sheriff gets out. He has big ears, almost Clark Gable size. They seem to be anchoring his ridiculous Stetson. Andrea approaches, holding out the mic. The courthouse cops move in, but the sheriff holds up an imperious hand to stop them. so she can ask her question.
Sheriff, has Joel Allen confessed to the murder of Mr. Houghton?
The sheriff smiles. His accent is as southern as grits and collard greens.
We don't need a confession, Miss Braddock. We've got all we need to get a conviction. Justice will be done. You can count on that.
The reporter in the red dress, Andrea Braddock, steps back. George Wilson centers his camera on the opening door of the SUV. Out comes Joel Allen, like a movie star popping out of his trailer. Andrea Braddock steps forward to ask another question, but backs off obediently when the sheriff raises his hand to her. You'll never make the jump to the big time like that, Andrea, Billy thinks. You have to push, girl. He leans forward. This is the moment, and it's fascinating to see it from another angle, a different perspective. He hears the shot, a liquid whip-crack of sound. He doesn't see the damage the bullet does. The editor in the Channel 6 video room has blurred it out. But he sees Allen's body fly forward and hit the steps. The picture joggles and dips as cameraman George goes into his reflexive crouch, then steadies again. After holding on the body for a moment, the camera pans to the wide-body cop who's looking up to find the source of the shot. Then boom! From up the street behind the Sunspot Cafe. There are screams. Wilson turns his magic eye in that direction to show fleeing pedestrians. Andrea Braddock among them. There's no way to miss that red dress. And the smoke billowing out from between the Sunspot and the neighboring travel agency. Andrea starts to come back. Billy has to give her points for that. And then the second flashpot goes off. She cringes, whirls in that direction, takes a look, then jogs back to her first position. Her hair is disheveled. Her mic pack is hanging by its cord, and she's out of breath.
Explosions, she says. And someone has been shot. She gulps. Joel Allen, who was to be arraigned for the murder of James Houghton, has been shot on the courthouse steps.
Everything she's got to say from then on will be anticlimactic, so Billy zaps off the TV. By tonight, there will be interviews on Evergreen Street with people he knew in his Dave Lockridge life. He doesn't want to see those. Jamal and Corrine won't allow cameras anywhere near the kids, but Jamal and Corrine would be bad enough. And the Fazios, the Petersons, even Jane Kellogg, the boozy widow from down the street. Their anger would be bad, their hurt and bewilderment worse. They'll say they thought he was okay. They'll say they thought he was nice. And is it shame he's feeling? Sure, he tells his empty apartment. Better than nothing. Will it help if Shan and Derek and the other kids find out that their Monopoly buddy shot a bad guy? It'd be nice to think so. But then there's the fact that their Monopoly buddy shot the bad guy from cover and in the back of the head. 2. He calls Bucky Hansen and gets voicemail. It's what Billy expects, because when unknown caller comes up on his screen, Bucky knows better than to put Dalton Smith in his contacts. Bucky won't answer even if he's there, and he thinks it's his client calling from a hick town in the border south. Call me back, Billy tells Bucky's voicemail, ASAP. He paces the shotgun-style apartment, phone in hand. It rings less than a minute later. Bucky doesn't waste time, and he doesn't use names. Neither of them do. It's an ingrained precaution, even if Bucky's phone is secure and Billy's is clean.
He wants to know where you are and what the hell happened.
I did the job, that's what happened. He only needs to turn on the TV to see that. Billy touches one of his back pockets with his free hand and feels a Dave Lockridge shopping list there. He has a tendency to forget them after he's finished Krogering.
He says there was a plan. It was all set up.
I'm pretty sure a setup is what it was. There's silence as Bucky chews this over. He's been in the brokerage business for a long time, never been caught, and he's not dumb. At last he says, "How sure?" I'll know one way or another when the man pays the balance. Or when he doesn't. Has he?
Give me a break. This thing only went down a couple hours ago.
Billy glances at the clock on the kitchen wall. More like 3. And how long does it take to transfer money? We're living in the computer age, in case you forgot. Check for me. Wait one. Billy hears clicking computer keys 1,200 miles north of his basement apartment. Then Bucky comes back. Nothing yet. You want me to get in touch? I've got an email cut out. Probably goes to his fat sidekick. Billy thinks of Ken Hoff, looking desperate and smelling of mid-morning booze, a loose end. And he, Billy Summers, is another. You still there? Bucky asks. Wait until 3 or so, then check again. And if it's still not there, do I email then? Bucky has a right to ask. $150,000 of Billy's $1.5 million payday belongs to Bucky. A very nice bundle and tax-free, but there's a drawback. You can't spend money if you're dead. Do you have family? In all the years he's worked with Bucky, this is a question Billy has never asked. Hell, it's been 5 years since he was face-to-face with the man. Their relationship has been strictly biz. Bucky doesn't seem surprised at the change of subject. This is because he knows the subject hasn't changed. He's the one link between Billy Summers and Dalton Smith. 2 ex-wives, no kids. I parted company with the last ex 12 years ago. Sometimes she sends me a postcard. I think you need to get out of the city. I think you need to catch a cab to Newark Airport as soon as you hang up. Thanks for the advice. Bucky doesn't sound mad. He sounds resigned. Not to mention for royally fucking up my life. I'll make it worth your while. The man owes me 1.5. I'll see you get the 1. This time Billy reads the silence as surprise. Then Bucky says, Are you sure you mean that? I do. He does. He feels tempted to promise Bucky the whole fucking thing, because he no longer wants it. If you're right about the situation, Bucky says, you could be promising me something your employer doesn't mean to deliver. Maybe never meant to deliver. Billy thinks again of Ken Hoff, who could almost have Patsy tattooed on his forehead. Did Nick think the same of Billy? The idea makes him mad, and he welcomes the feeling. It beats the hell out of feeling ashamed. He'll deliver. I'll make sure of it. In the meantime, you need to get over the hills and far away, and travel under a different name. Bucky laughs. Don't teach your grampy how to suck eggs, kiddo. I got a place. Billy says, I guess I do want you to send a message through your email cutout. Write it down. A pause, and then, give it to me. My client did the job and disappeared on his own, period. He's Houdini, remember? ? Transfer the money by midnight. Period. That it? Yes. I'll text you when I hear. Okay? Okay. 3. He's hungry. And why not? He hasn't had anything but dry toast, and that was a long time ago. There's a package of ground beef in the fridge. He peels open the plastic wrap and smells it. It seems all right. So he dumps half a pound or so into a skillet with a little bit of margarine. While he stands at the stove, chopping up the meat and stirring it around, his hand happens on that shopping list in his back pocket again. He takes it out and sees it's not a shopping list at all. It's Shan's drawing of her and the pink flamingo, once named Freddie and now named Dave, although Billy guesses it won't stay Dave for long. It's folded up, but he can see the red crayon ghosts of the hearts rising from the flamingo's head toward hers. He doesn't unfold it, just sticks it back in his pocket. He's laid in supplies for his stay, and the cupboard beside the stove is full of canned goods, soup, tuna fish, Dinty-Moore beef stew, Spam, SpaghettiOs. He takes a can of manwich and dumps it over the simmering beef. Spoosh. When it starts to bubble, he sticks 2 slices of bread into the toaster. While he waits for them to pop up, he takes Shen's picture out of his pocket. This time he unfolds it. Ought to get rid of this, he thinks. Tear it up. Flush it down the john. Instead he folds it and puts it in his pocket again. The toaster pops. Billy puts the slices on a plate and spoons manwich over them. He gets a Coke and sits down at the table. He eats what's on the plate, then goes back for the rest. He eats that too. He drinks the Coke. Then, as he's washing out the skillet, his stomach knots up and he starts making a chugging sound. He runs to the bathroom kneels in front of the bowl, and throws up until everything is in the toilet. He flushes, wipes his mouth with toilet paper, flushes again. He drinks some water, then goes to his periscope window and looks out. The street is empty. So is the sidewalk. He guesses it's often that way on Pearson Street. There's nothing to see but the empty lot with the signs, "No trespassing, city property, danger, keep out," guarding the jagged brick remnants of the train station. The abandoned shopping cart has disappeared, but the men's undershorts are still there, now caught on a bunch of weeds. An old Honda station wagon passes, then a Ford Pinto. Billy wouldn't have believed there were still any of those on the road. A pickup truck. No transit van. Billy closes the curtain, lies down on the couch, closes his eyes, and falls asleep. There are no dreams, at least that he can remember. 4. His phone wakes him up. It's the ringtone, so Bucky must have news too detailed to put in a text. Only it's not Bucky. It's Bev Jensen. And this time, she's not laughing. This time she's... what? Not crying exactly. It's more like the sound a baby makes when it's unhappy. Grizzling.
"Oh, hi, hello," she says. "I hope I'm not..."
A watery gulp.
"Bothering you?"
"No," Billy says, sitting up.
"Not at all. What's wrong?"
At that, the grizzling escalates into loud sobs.
"My mother is dead, Dalton. She really is."
Well, shit, Billy thinks. I knew that. He knows something else. She's drunk dialed him.
"I'm very sorry for your loss."
In his muzzy state, that's the best he can do.
"I called because I didn't want you to think I was a horrible person, laughing and carrying on and talking about going on a cruise." "You're not going?"
This is a disappointment. He was looking forward to having the house to himself.
"Oh, I guess we will."
She gives a morose sniff.
"Don wants to. I guess I do too. We had a little bit of a honeymoon on Cape San Blas. That's on what they call the Redneck Riviera. But since then, we haven't been anywhere. I didn't want you to think I was dancing on my mama's grave or anything."
"I didn't," Billy says. "That is the truth.
You had a windfall, and you were excited. Perfectly natural."
At this, she lets go completely, crying and gasping and snorkeling and sounding like she's on the verge of drowning.
"Thank you, darling."
It comes out Dolan, like her husband.
"Thank you for understanding."
Uh-huh.
"Maybe you ought to take a couple of aspirin and lie down for a while." "That's probably a good idea."
"Sure." There's a soft bing. It has to be Bucky. "I'll just say
Is everything good there?"
No, Billy thinks. Everything is mega fucked up, Bev. Thanks for asking.
"Everything's fine. I didn't mean it about the plants either. I'd feel terrible if I came back and found Daphne and Walter dead."
I'll take good care of them."
"Thank you. Thank you so very, 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 very much."
"You're very welcome. I have to go, Bev."
"Okay, darling. And thank you very, very, very..."
"Talk soon," he says, and ends the call. The text is from one of Bucky's many communication aliases. It's brief. "Big Papi, 982. No transfer of funds yet. He wants to know where you are." Billy texts back under one of his own communication aliases. Diz 77. People in hell want ice water. 5. He scrambles some eggs and heats some tomato soup for supper. And this time he's able to keep it down. When he's finished, he puts on the 6 o'clock news, tuning to the NBC affiliate because he doesn't want or need to watch the Channel 6 video again. An ad for Liberty Mutual is followed by his own picture. He's in his Evergreen Street backyard, wearing a smile and an apron that says, "Not just a sex object, I can cook." Others in the background have had their faces blurred out, but Billy knows them all. They were his neighbors. The photo was taken at the barbecue he had for the folks on the street, and he's guessing it came from Diane Fazio because she's always clicking pics, either with her phone or her little Nikon. He notes that his grass, he still thinks of it as his, looks damn good. The super beneath the picture says, "Who is David Lockridge?" He's pretty sure the cops already know. Computer fingerprint searches are lickety-split these days, and his dabs are on file from his Marine days. This is the man police believe is responsible for the brazen assassination of Joel Allen on the courthouse steps, one of the two anchors says. He's the one who looks like a banker. The other anchor, the one who looks like a magazine model, picks up the narrative. His motive is a mystery at this point, and so is his method of escape. Police are certain of one thing. He had help. I didn't, Billy thinks. It was offered, and I turned it down. Seconds after the rifle shot, says the banker anchor, there were 2 explosions. One across from the shooter's location in the Girard Tower, and the other one from behind a building on the corner of Main and Court Streets. According to the chief of police, Lauren Conley, these weren't high-explosive devices, but rather flashbangs of the sort used at fireworks shows and by some rock and roll bands. Magazine model anchor picks it up. Why they go back and forth like that, Billy doesn't know. It's a mystery. Larry Thompson is on the scene, or as close to it as he can get because Court Street is still blocked off. Larry? That's right, Nora, Larry says, as if confirming he's really Larry. Behind him is the yellow police tape, and around the courthouse the misery lights on half a dozen cop cars are still flashing. Police are now working on the assumption that this was a carefully planned mob hit. Nailed that one, Billy thinks. At her press conference today, Chief Conley revealed that the suspected shooter, David Lockridge, probably an alias, has been in place since early summer, using a unique cover story. Here's what she had to say. Larry Thompson is replaced with a clip of the chief's press conference. Sheriff Vickery, he of the ridiculous Stetson, isn't in attendance. Conley starts in with the story about how the shooter, she doesn't bother calling him the suspect, pretended to be writing a book, and Billy turns the TV off. Something is gnawing at him. 6. Half an hour later, while Billy is in the Jensen's second-floor apartment, spritzing Daphne and Walter, he comes to a decision. He had no plans to leave his basement apartment on the day of the shooting, had in fact planned to stay there for several days, maybe even a week. But things have changed, and not for the better. There's something he needs to know, and Bucky can't help him with it. Bucky did his job, and if he's smart, he's now on a plane getting his ass out of the fallout zone. If there is a fallout, that is. Billy still can't be sure he's not just jumping at shadows, but he has to find out. He goes back downstairs and dons his Dalton Smith disguise, this time inflating the fake pregnancy belly almost to full and not neglecting the horn-rimmed glasses with the clear glass lenses, which had been waiting on the living room bookshelf with his copy of Thérèse Raquin. It's deep dusk now. He has that going for him. Zoni's is relatively close, and that's also on his side. What he doesn't have going for him is the possibility that Nick's guys are still combing the streets. Frankie Elvis and Paul Logan in one vehicle, Reggie and Dana in another, and it won't be the transit van this evening. But Billy feels it's a risk worth taking, because they'll certainly believe he's in hiding by now. They may even think he's left the city, and if they should happen to cruise by him, the Dalton Smith rig should work, or so he hopes. He's decided he needs a burner phone after all, and he doesn't beat himself up for having thrown away a perfectly good one that morning. Only God can foresee everything, and it's not on the level of stupidity, like almost leaving the alley wearing his Colin White gear. In work like Billy's, wet work, not to put too fine a point on it, you make your plan and hope the stuff you don't foresee won't show up to bite you in the ass, or put you in a little green room with an IV in your arm. I can't get nailed, he thinks. If I do, those fucking plants are going to die. Everything in the sad little strip mall is closed except for Zoni's convenience store, and Hot Nails is never going to reopen at all. The windows are soaped over, and there's a legal notice of bankruptcy taped to the door. Two Hispanic dudes checking out the beer cave are the only other customers. There's a stack of box fast phones between the display of energy shots and the one holding 50 different varieties of snacking cakes. Billy grabs a phone and takes it to the checkout. The woman who got stuck up, Wanda something, isn't behind the counter. It's a Middle Eastern-looking dude instead. That it? That's it. As Dalton Smith, he tries to speak in a slightly higher register. It's another way of reminding himself who he's supposed to be. The clerk rings him up. It comes to just under $84, with 120 minutes thrown in. It would have been as much as $30 cheaper at Walmart, but beggars can't be choosers. Besides, in Wally World, you have to worry about face recognition. It's everywhere now. This place has video cams, but Billy's betting they recycle every 12 or 24 hours. He pays cash. When you're on the run or in hiding, cash is king. The clerk wishes him a nice night. Billy wishes him the same. It's now dark enough that the few cars he meets are running with headlights, so he can't see who's behind them. There's an urge, or maybe it's an instinct, to drop his head each time one approaches, but that would look furtive. He can't pull down the brim of his gimme cap either, because he's not wearing it. He wants the blonde wig to do its thing. He's not Billy Summers, the man both the police and Nick's hardballs are looking for. He's Dalton Smith, a small-time computer geek who lives on the post side of town and has to keep pushing his horn rims up on his nose. He's overweight from eating Doritos and Little Debbie's in front of a computer screen, and if he puts on another 20 or 30 pounds, his walk will become a waddle. It's a good disguise, not overdone, but he still breathes a sigh of relief when he closes the foyer door of 658 behind him. He goes downstairs, turns off the overhead light, and pushes back the curtain of his periscope window. No one is out there. The street is deserted. Of course, if he's been spotted, it's Reggie and Dana he's thinking of, not Frankie and Polly or the police, could be moving in from the back. But there's no sense worrying about what you can't control. Doing that is a good way to go crazy. Billy closes the narrow curtain, turns the light back on, and sits in his room's single easy chair. It's ugly, but like many ugly things in life, it's also comfortable. He puts the phone on the coffee table and looks at it, wondering if he's thinking straight or just indulging in paranoia. In many ways, paranoia would be better. Time to find out. He frees the phone from his box, puts in the battery, and plugs it into the wall to charge. Unlike his previous burner, it's a flip phone. It's kind of old school, but Billy likes it. With a flip phone, if you don't like what somebody is saying, you can actually hang up on them. Childish, maybe, but strangely satisfying. Charging doesn't take long, thanks to Steve Jobs, who got pissed when he couldn't use a device the second he took it out of the box. Off-the-rack devices like this come with a 50% charge already cooking inside. The phone wants to know what language he prefers. Billy tells it English. It asks if he wants to join a wireless network. Billy says no. He plugs in the minutes he paid for, making the necessary call to Fast Phone HQ to finish the transaction. His minutes are good for the next 3 months. Billy hopes by then he's on a beach somewhere, and the only phone in his possession is the one that goes with his Dalton Smith credit cards. Home and dry. That would be nice. He tosses the phone from hand to hand, thinking about the day Frank McIntosh and Polly Logan took him to the house in Midwood, a trip he now wishes he had never taken. Nick was there to greet him, but not outside. Billy thinks of the first visit to the rented McMansion. Nick once more there to greet him with open arms, but again, not outside. Next he thinks of the night Nick told him about the flashpots and pitched his getaway plan.
Just get in the back of the van, Billy. Relax and take a ride to Wisconsin.
There had been champagne to start and baked Alaska to finish. A service couple, probably local, and maybe married, cooked the meal and served it. Those two had seen Nick, but as far as they knew, he was a businessman from New York who was down here to do some kind of deal. He gave the woman some money, and they were on their way. Back and forth goes the burner phone, right hand to left hand to right. I asked Nick if Hoff was going to plant the flash pots, Billy thinks, and what did he say? What did he call him? A grande figlio di puttana, wasn't it? Which meant son of a bitch or son of a whore or maybe motherfucker, one of those. And the exact translation hardly mattered. What did matter was what Nick said next.
I'd be sad if that was your opinion of me.
Because the grande figlio di puttana was a designated patsy. It was Hoff who owned the building the shot came from. Hoff who procured the gun. And now the police had it. And they'd already be trying to trace it back to the point of sale. And if they got there, make that when they got there, what would they find? Probably an alias if Hoff had any sense, but if the cops showed the seller Hoff's picture, there goes your ball game. Ken winds up in a hot little interrogation room, willing to make a deal, eager to make a deal, because he believes that's what he does best. Except Billy's betting that Ken Hoff is never going to get to the little room. He's never going to talk about Nikolai Majarian because he's going to be dead. Billy got that far weeks ago, but the 6 o'clock news has taken him to a conclusion he should have reached sooner, and might have if he'd spent a little less time playing Monopoly with the evergreen street kids and taking care of his lawn and eating Corinne's cookies and schmoozing with his neighbors. Even now, what he's thinking seems impossible, but the logic is undeniable. Ken Hoff and David Lockridge weren't the only ones who were out front, were they? 7. Billy texts Giorgio Piglielli, a.k.a. Georgie Pigs, a.k.a. George Russo, the big literary agent. He uses an alias he knows Giorgio will recognize. Trilby, text me back. He waits. There's no response. And that's fucked up, because there are two things Giorgio always keeps close at hand: his phone and something to eat. Billy tries again. Trilby, I need to talk to you right away. Billy considers, then adds, the contract specified payment on publication day, right? No dots to say Giorgio is reading his texts or composing a reply. Nothing. Trilby, text me. Nothing. Billy flips the phone closed and puts it on the coffee table. The worst thing about Giorgio's silence is that Billy is not surprised. There really is a dumb self, it seems, and what it hasn't realized until the job has been done and it's too late to go back is that Giorgio has been out front right along with Ken Hoff. Giorgio was with Hoff when they entered the Gerard Tower to show Billy his writer's studio on the 5th floor. And it wasn't Giorgio's first visit to the building either.
This is George Russo. You met him last week,
Hoff had said to Irv Dean, the security guy. Is Giorgio back in Nevada? And if so, is he chowing down and drinking milkshakes in Vegas or buried somewhere in the surrounding desert? God knows he wouldn't be the first or the 100th. They'll trace Giorgio back to Nick even if he's dead, Billy thinks. The two of them have been a team since forever, Nick in charge, and Georgie Pigs as his consigliere. Billy doesn't know if that's what they really call a guy like Georgie or just something the movies made up, but for sure, that's what the fat man has been to Nick, his go-to guy. Only not since forever, because the first time Billy worked for Nick, it was the third time he assassinated a man for pay, was 2008, and Giorgio wasn't there. Nick handled that one by himself. He told Billy there was a rapo working some smaller clubs and casinos on the edge of town. The rapo liked older women, liked to hurt them, finally went overboard and killed one. Nick found out who he was and wanted a pro from out of town to take care of the guy. Billy, he'd said, had been recommended. Highly. When Billy came to Vegas the second time, Giorgio was not only there, he did the deal. Nick came in while they were talking, gave Billy a manly hug and a few pats on the back, then sat in the corner sipping a drink and just listening. Until the very end, that is. The second job was less than a year after the first one, the rapo. Giorgio said the target this time was an independent porno filmmaker named Carl Trilby. He showed Billy a picture of a man who looked eerily like Oral Roberts.
Trilby liked the hat,
Giorgio said, then explained when Billy pretended not to know what he was talking about. I don't shoot people because they make movies of people fucking, Billy had said.
What about people who make movies of guys fucking 6-year-olds?
Nick had said. And Billy had done the job because Carl Trilby was a bad person. Billy did 3 more jobs for Nick, 5 in all, not counting Allen, almost a third of his total, excluding the dozens of Hajis in Iraq he had taken down, that is. Sometimes Nick was there when the offer was made, and sometimes he wasn't. But Giorgio always was. So him being on the scene for the Allen job at least part of the time hadn't struck Billy as odd. It should have. Only now does he realize it was very odd. Nick had deniability as long as Giorgio keeps quiet. Nick could say, sure, I know the guy. But if he did this, it was his own deal. I knew nothing about it. Even if the cook and the woman server from the first dinner put him with Giorgio and Billy, which is unlikely, Nick can shrug and say he was there to talk to Giorgio on casino business. The license on the Double Domino was coming up for a renewal. And the other guy, as far as Nick knows, just a pal of Giorgio's, or maybe a bodyguard. Quiet guy. Said his name was Lockridge, but otherwise didn't say much at all. When the cops ask where Nick was when Allen got hit, he can say he was in Vegas and produce plenty of witnesses to back his alibi. Plus casino security footage. That stuff doesn't get recycled every 12 or 24 hours. That stuff gets archived for at least a year. If Giorgio keeps quiet. But would he stick to that omerta shit if he was the one getting extradited? If he was the one facing the possibility of lethal injection as an accessory to first-degree murder? Georgie Pigs can't talk if he's under 5 feet of desert, Billy thinks. It's the great rule when it comes to things like this. He stops tossing the phone from hand to hand and texts Giorgio one more time. Still no response. He could try texting or phoning Nick, but even if he reached him, could he trust anything Nick might say? No. The only thing Billy can trust is $1.5 million transferred to his offshore account, then transferred again through the electronic jiggery-pokery to another one that Dalton Smith can access. Bucky would do that part when he gets to wherever he's decided to go, but only if the money is there to transfer. Tonight, Billy can do nothing more, so he goes to bed. It isn't even 9 o'clock, but it's been a long day. 8. He lies with his hands beneath the pillow in that ephemeral, cool pocket, thinking it doesn't make sense. No way it does. Ken Hoff, yes, okay. There's a certain breed of fast-dealing small-city sharpie who believes that no matter how deep the shit, someone will always throw him a rope. These are the broad-smiling, firm, handshaking hustlers in Izod polos and bally loafers who could have come with self-involved optimists stamped on their birth certificates. But Giorgio Piglielli is different. He's eating himself to death, sure, but so far as Billy can tell, in most other ways, he's a hard-eyed realist. And yet, he's all over this thing. Why is that? Billy lets it go. He drops into sleep and dreams of the desert. Not the one in the suck, though, where everything smells of gunpowder, goats, oil, and exhaust. The one in Australia. There's a huge rock out there. Ayers Rock, it's called, but its real name is Uluru, a word that's spooky even to say, one that sounds like wind around the eaves, a holy place for the Aboriginal people who saw it first. Saw it, worshipped it, but never presumed to think they owned it. They understand that if there's a God, it's God's rock. Billy has never been there, but he's seen pictures of it in movies like A Cry in the Dark and magazines like National Geographic and Travel. He would like to go there, has even daydreamed about moving to Alice Springs, which is only a 4-hour drive from Uluru, where the rock raises its improbable head. Living there quietly, writing maybe, in a room filled with sunshine and a little garden outside. His 2 phones are on the night table beside the bed. He has turned them off, but when he wakes up around 3 a.m., needing to empty his bladder, Billy touches the power button on each of them to see if anything's come in. There's nothing from Giorgio on the burner, which doesn't surprise him. He doesn't expect to hear from the fat man again, although he supposes in a world where a con man can get elected president, anything is possible. There is a message on the Dalton Smith phone, though. It's a news push from the local paper. Prominent businessman commits suicide. Billy uses the bathroom, then sits on the bed and reads the story. It's brief. The prominent businessman is, of course, Kenneth P. Hoff. One of his Green Hills neighbors was jogging by and heard a gunshot that seemed to have come from Hoff's garage. This was around 7 p.m. The neighbor called 911. The police arrived and found Hoff dead behind the wheel of his car, which was running. There was a bullet hole in his head and a revolver in his lap. There will be a longer, more detailed story later today, or maybe tomorrow. It will recap Hoff's business career. There will be the usual shocked quotes from his friends and business associates. There will be references to current financial troubles, but no details, because other local movers and shakers, still very much alive, wouldn't care for that. His ex-wives will say nicer things about him than they surely told their divorce lawyers, and at the funeral they'll show up in black and dab their eyes with tissues, carefully, to protect their mascara. Billy doesn't know if the paper will say the car he was found in was a red Mustang convertible, but he's sure it was. Hoff's connection to the Allen shooting, surely the motive for his suicide, will come later. The story won't report the coroner's likely supposition that the depressed man decided to kill himself by inhaling carbon monoxide, got impatient, and blew his brains out instead. Billy knows that isn't how it went down. The only thing he doesn't know is which of Nick's hardballs administered the kill shot. It could have been Frank, or Paulie, or Reggie, or someone he hasn't even met, possibly an import from Florida or Atlanta. But it's hard for Billy to see anyone but Dana Edison with his bright blue eyes and dark red man bun. Did he march Hoff into the garage at gunpoint? Maybe he didn't need to. Maybe he just told Hoff they were going to sit in his car and talk about how the situation was going to be resolved, and to Hoff's benefit. A self-involved optimist and designated patsy might buy that. He sits behind the wheel. Dana sits in the passenger bucket. Ken says, "What's the plan?" Dana says, "It's this," and shoots him. Then he turns on the engine, leaves through the back door, and rides away, silently in a golf cart. Because that's what Green Hills is, a golf course with condos. Maybe it didn't go down exactly that way, and maybe it wasn't Edison, but Billy's pretty sure he's got the picture in broad strokes, which leaves Giorgio, the last piece of unfinished business. Well, no, Billy thinks. There's me. He lies down again, but this time sleep eludes him. Some of it is the way the old 3-story house creaks. The wind is picked up, and without the railway station to block it, that wind blows straight through the vacant lot and across Pearson Street. Every time Billy starts to drift, the wind hoots around the eaves saying oolaroo, oolaroo, or there's another creak that sounds like a footstep on a loose board. Billy tells himself a little insomnia doesn't matter. He can sleep the whole day away tomorrow if he chooses. He won't be going anywhere for a while. But the early morning hours are such long hours. There's too much to imagine, none of it good. He thinks he will get up and read. He has no actual books except for Therese Raquin, but he can download something to his laptop and read in bed until he gets sleepy. Then he has another idea. Maybe not a good idea, but he'll be able to sleep. He's sure of it. Billy gets up and takes Shan's drawing out of his pants pocket. He unfolds it. He looks at the smiling girl with the red ribbons in her hair. He looks at the hearts rising from the flamingo's head. He remembers Shan going to sleep next to him in the 7th inning of that playoff game, her head on his arm. Billy puts the picture on his night table with his 2 phones and is soon asleep himself. Chapter 12. 1. Billy wakes up, disoriented. The room is completely dark, not even a shred of light leaking in from around the shade of the window facing his backyard. For a moment he just lies there, still half asleep, then remembers there's no window. Not in this room. The only window here is the one in his new living room, the one he calls his periscope. This isn't his large second-floor bedroom on Evergreen Street, but the much smaller basement bedroom on Pearson Street. Billy remembers. He's a fugitive. He gets orange juice from the fridge, just a swallow or two to make it last, then showers off the sweat from yesterday. He dresses, pours milk over a bowl of alphabets, and turns on the 6 a.m. news. The first thing he sees is Giorgio Piglielli. Not a photograph, but an identikit drawing that might as well be a photo because it's amazingly good. Billy knows right away who worked with the police artist. Irv Dean, the Girard Tower security guy, is an ex-cop, and it seems his observational skills are still intact. At least when he's not reading Motor Trend or examining breasts and butts in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. There's nothing in the lead report about Ken Hoff. If the police have connected him to the Allen shooting, they haven't shared it with the news people. At least not yet. A perky blonde weather girl gives a quick update, talking about how it's going to be unusually cold for this time of year. She promises a more detailed forecast later, then turns it over to the perky blonde traffic reporter, who warns commuters to expect a slow ride this morning because of a heightened police presence. That means roadblocks. The cops are assuming the shooter is still in the city, which is correct. They are also assuming the fat man, calling himself George Russo, is also in the city. This, Billy knows, is incorrect. His former literary agent is in Nevada, possibly underground, with his considerable bulk already beginning to decay. After an ad for Chevy trucks, the anchors return with a retired police detective. He is asked to speculate on the possible reasons why Joel Allen was killed. The retired detective says,
"There's only one I can see. Someone wanted to shut him up before he could trade information for a reduced sentence."
"What kind of sentence reduction could he possibly expect?" asks one of the anchors. She's a perky brunette. How could they all be so perky so early? Is it drugs?
"Life instead of the needle,"
the detective returns, not even having to pause for thought. Billy is sure this is also correct. The only question is what Allen knew and why the killing had to be so public. As a warning to others who might share Allen's knowledge? Ordinarily, Billy wouldn't care. Ordinarily, he's just the mechanic. Only nothing about this situation in which he now finds himself is ordinary. The anchors turn it over to a reporter who's interviewing John Colton, one of the young lawyers, and Billy doesn't want to see that. Just a week ago, he and Johnny and Jim Albright were matching quarters to see who was going to pay for the tacos. They're on the plaza, laughing and having a good time. Now John looks stunned and woeful. He gets as far as, "We all thought he was a really decent," before Billy kills the television. He rinses out his cereal bowl, then checks the Dalton Smith phone. There's a text from Bucky, just 3 words. "No transfer yet." It's what he expected. But that added to the expression on John Colton's face is no way to start his first day in, might as well call it what it is, captivity. If there's been no transfer yet, there probably isn't going to be any transfer at all. He was paid $500,000 up front, and that's a lot of cheese, but it's not what he was promised. Up to this morning, Billy has been too busy to be really mad about getting stiffed by someone he trusted. But now he's not busy, and he's pissed like a bear. He did the job, and not just yesterday. He's been doing this job for over 3 months, and at far greater personal cost than he ever would have believed. He was promised, and who breaks their promises? Bad people. That's who, Billy says. He goes to the local newspaper. The headline is big, "Courthouse Assassination." But it probably looks bigger and better in print than it does on his iPhone screen. The story tells him nothing he doesn't already know, but the lead photo makes it clear why Sheriff Vickery wasn't in attendance at Chief Connolly's press conference. The pic shows the absurd Stetson hat lying on the steps, with no county sheriff to hold it up. Sheriff Vickery beat feet. Sheriff Vickery skedaddled. This picture is worth 1,000 words. For him, it wouldn't have been a press conference. It would have been a walk of shame. Good luck getting reelected with that photo to explain, Billy thinks. 2. He goes upstairs to tend Daphne and Walter, then stops with the spray bottle in his hand, wondering if he's crazy. He's supposed to water them, not drown them. He checks the Jensen's fridge and sees nothing he wants. But there's a package of English muffins on the counter, with one left, and he toasts it up, telling himself that if he doesn't use it, it will just get moldy. There are regular windows up here, and he sits in a bar of sun, munching his muffin and thinking about what he's avoiding. Which is Benji's story, of course. It's the only job he has to do now that he's finished the one that brought him here. But it means writing about the Marines. And there's so much, starting with the bus to Paris Island. Basic. Just so much. Billy rinses off the plate he's used, dries it, puts it back in the cupboard and goes downstairs. He looks out the periscope window and sees the usual not much. The pants he wore yesterday are on the bedroom floor. He picks them up and feels in the pockets, almost hoping he's lost the flash drive somewhere along the way. But it's there with his keys, one of them to Dalton Smith's leased Ford Fusion in the parking garage on the other side of town, waiting until he feels it's safe to leave. When the heat goes down, as they say in those movies about the last job, that always goes wrong. The flash drive feels like it's gained weight. Looking at it, a marvelous storage device that would have seemed like science fiction only 30 years ago. There are two things he can't believe. One is how many words he's already put on it. The other is that there can possibly be any more. Twice as many. 4 times as many. 10. 20. He opens the laptop he thought he'd lost, a more expensive Lucky Charm than a battered baby shoe all grimy with dirt but otherwise about the same deal, and powers it up. He types in the password, plugs in the flash drive, and drags the single stored document to the laptop screen. He looks at the first line. The man my ma lived with came home with a broke arm, and feels a kind of despair. This is good work. He feels sure of it. But what felt light when he started now feels heavy, because he has a responsibility to make the rest just as good, and he's not sure he can do it. He goes to the periscope window and looks out at more nothing, wondering if he's just discovered why so many would-be writers are unable to finish what they have started. He thinks of The Things They Carried, surely one of the best books about war ever written, maybe the best. He thinks writing is also a kind of war, when you fight with yourself. The story is what you carry, and every time you add to it, it gets heavier. All over the world there are half-finished books, memoirs, poetry, novels, surefire plans for getting thin or getting rich, in desk drawers, because the work got too heavy for the people trying to carry it, and they put it down. Some other time, they think, maybe when the kids are a little older, or when I retire. Is that it? Will it be too heavy if he tries writing about the bus ride, and the jarhead haircut, and the first time Sergeant Uppington asked him, Do you want to suck my cock, Summers? Do you? Because you look like a cocksucker to me. Ask. Oh no, he didn't ask, Billy thinks, unless it was what you call a rhetorical question. He shouted in my face, his nose just an inch from mine, his spittle warm on my lips, and I said, Sir, no, sir, I do not want to suck your cock. And he said, Is my cock not good enough for you, Private Summers? You cocksucking poor excuse for a recruit? How it all comes back. And can he write it all, even as Benji Compson? Billy decides he can't. He pulls the curtains closed and goes back to the laptop, meaning to turn it off and spend the day watching TV. Ellen DeGeneres, Hot Bench, Kelly and Ryan, and The Price is Right, all before lunch. Then a nap and some afternoon soap operas. He can finish with John Law, who tick-tocks his gavel like Coolio in the old music videos and takes no shit in his courtroom. But as he reaches for the off button, a thought comes from nowhere. It's almost as if someone has whispered in his ear, You're free. You can do whatever you want. Not physically free. God, no. You'll be cooped up in this apartment, at least until the police decide to lift their roadblocks, and even then it would be wise to stay a few days longer just to be sure. But in terms of his story, he's free to write whatever the fuck he wants. And how he wants. With no one looking over his shoulder, monitoring what he writes, he no longer has to pretend to be a dumb person writing about a dumb person. He can be a smart person writing about a young man, for that's what Benji will be if Billy picks up the narrative again, who is poorly educated and naive, but far from stupid. I can let go of the Faulkner shit, Billy thinks. I can write he and I instead of me and him. I can write CAN''T instead of CANT. I can even use quotation marks for dialogue if I want. If he's writing strictly for himself, he can tell what's important to him and skip what isn't. He doesn't have to write about the jarhead haircut, even though he could. He doesn't have to write about Uppington screaming in his face, although he might. He doesn't have to write about the boy, Haggerty or Haverty, Billy can't remember which, who had a heart attack running and was taken away to the base infirmary. And Sergeant Uppington said he was fine. And maybe he was. And maybe he died. Billy discovers that despair has given way to a kind of bull-headed eagerness. Maybe it's even arrogance. And so what if it is? He can tell whatever he wants. And will. He begins by hitting global replace and changing Benji to Billy and Compson to Summers. 3. I started my basic training at Paris Island. I was supposed to be there for 3 months, but was only there for 8 weeks. There was the usual shouting and bullshit, and some of the boots quit or washed out, but I wasn't one of them. The quitters and washouts might have had some place to go back to, but I did not. The 6th week was grass week, when we learned how to break down our weapons and put them back together. I liked that and was good at it. When Sergeant Uppington had us do what he called an arms race, I always came in first. Rudy Bell, of course everybody called him Taco, was usually second. He never beat me, but sometimes he came close. George Dinnerstein was usually last, and had to hit it and give Sergeant Upyours Uppington 25, with Up's foot on George's ass the whole time. But George could shoot. Not as good as I could, but yes, he could put 3 out of 4 in the center mass of a paper target at 300 yards. Me, I could put 4 out of 4 center mass at 700 yards, almost every time. There was no shooting during grass week, though. That week we just took our guns apart and put them back together again, chanting the rifleman's creed. This is my rifle. There are many like it, but this one is mine. My rifle is my best friend. It is my life. And so on. The part I remember best is the part that says, without me, my rifle is useless. Without my rifle, I am useless. The other thing we did during grass week was sit on our asses in the grass, sometimes for 6 hours at a stretch. Billy stops there, smiling a little, remembering Pete, Donk, Cashman. Donk fell asleep sitting in the tall South Carolina grass, and Upyours got down on his knees and screamed in his face to wake him up. Is this boring you, Marine? Donk bolted to his feet, so hard and fast he almost fell over, yelling, Sir! No, sir! Even before he was fully awake. He was George Dinnerstein's buddy, and picked up the nickname Donk, because he had the habit of grabbing his crotch and yelling, Honk my donk! He never told Up to honk it, though. The memories are piling up, as Billy suspected they would. New, really. But grass week isn't what he wants to write about. He doesn't want to write about Donk right now either, although he might later. He wants to write about week 7 and all that happened after that. Billy bends to it. The hours pass, unseen and unfelt. There's magic in this room. He breathes it in and breathes it out. 4. After grass week came firing week. We used the M40A, which is the military version of the Remington 700. 5-shot box, tripod-mounted, NATO bottleneck rounds. You must see your target, but your target must not see you, Up told us that over and over. And no matter what you've seen in the movies, snipers do not work alone. Even though it wasn't sniper school, Uppington put us in teams of 2, spotter and shooter. I teamed with Taco and George teamed with Donk. I mention them because we ended up together in Fallujah.
both Vigilant Resolve in April of '04 and Phantom Fury that November. Me and Taco.
Billy stops, shaking his head, reminding himself the dumb self is in the past. He deletes and starts again.
Taco and I switched back and forth during firing week, me shooting and him spotting, then him shooting and me spotting. George and Donk started that way too, but Up told him to quit it.
You shoot, dinner winner. Cash, you just spot.
Sir, I would like to shoot, sir,
Donk shouted. You had to shout when you addressed Up yours. It was the Marine way.
And I would like to tear your tits off and shove them up your sorry ass, Up replied. So from then on, George was the shooter and Donk was the spotter in that pair. It stayed the same in sniper school and in Iraq. When firing week was almost over, Sergeant Uppington called me and Taco into his office, which wasn't more than a closet. He said,
You two are sorry fucking specimens, but you can shoot. Maybe you can learn to surf.
That was how Taco and I found out we were being transferred to Camp Pendleton, and that's where we finished our basic, which by then was mostly shooting because we were in training to be snipers. We flew to California on United Airlines. It was my first time in an airplane.
Billy stops. Does he want to write about Pendleton? He doesn't. There was no surfing, at least not for him. How could there be when he never learned to swim? He did get himself a shirt that said, Charlie don't surf, and wore it almost to tatters. He was wearing it the day he picked up the baby shoe and tied it to his belt loop on his right hip. Does he want to write about Operation Iraqi Freedom? Nope. By the time he got to Baghdad, the war was over. President Bush said so from the deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln. He said the mission was accomplished, and that made Billy and the jarheads in his regiment peacekeepers. In Baghdad, he had felt welcomed, even loved. Women and children threw flowers. Men yelled, Na Nahubu American! We love America! That shit didn't last long, Billy thinks. So never mind Baghdad. Let's go right to the suck. He starts writing again.
By the fall of 2003, I was stationed in Ramadi, still peacekeeping up a storm, although sometimes by then there was shooting, and the mullahs had started adding Death to America to their sermons, which were broadcast from the mosques and sometimes from storefronts. I was 3rd Battalion, also known as Dark Horse. My company was Echo. We shot a lot of target practice in those days. George and Donk were someplace else, but Taco and I were still a team. One day, a lieutenant colonel I didn't know stopped by to watch us shoot. I was using the M40, banging on a pyramid of beer cans at 800 yards, knocking them down one by one from top to bottom. You had to hit them low and kind of flip them, or the whole bunch would fall over. This lieutenant colonel, Jameson was his name, told me and Taco to come with him. He drove us in an unarmored jeep to a hill overlooking Al-Dawa Mosque. It was a very beautiful mosque. The sermon, blaring from the loudspeakers, wasn't so pretty. It was the usual bullshit about how Americans were going to let the Jews colonize Iraq. Islam would be outlawed, the Jews would run the government, and America would get the oil. We didn't understand the lingo, but Death to America was always in English, and we'd seen translated leaflets, supposedly written by the leading clerics. The budding insurgency handed them out by the bale. Will you die for your country? They asked. Will you die a glorious death for Islam? How far is that shot? Jameson asked, pointing at the mosque's dome. Taco said, 1,000 yards. I said, maybe 900, then added, being careful to address Jameson respectfully, that we were forbidden to target religious sites, if, that was, the LC had such a thing in mind. Perish the thought, Jameson said. I would never ask a soldier under my command to target one of their holy dung heaps. But the stuff coming out of those speakers is political, not religious. So which one of you wants to try knocking one of them off, without putting a hole in the dome, that is, which would be wrong, and we would probably go to Muji hell for it. Taco right away handed the rifle to me. I had no tripod, so I laid the barrel on the hood of the Jeep and took the shot. Jameson was using binoculars, but I didn't need them to see one of the speakers go tumbling to the ground, trailing its wire. There was no hole in the dome, and the harangue, at least coming from that side, was noticeably less. Get some! Taco yelled. Oh, yeah! Get some of that shit! Jameson said we should bug the fuck out before someone started shooting at us, so that is what we did. I look back on it and I think that day summed up everything that went wrong in Iraq. Why "We Love America" changed to "Death to America." The lieutenant colonel got tired of listening to that endless crap, so he told us to shoot one of the speakers, which was stupid and meaningless when you considered there were at least 6 more pointing in other directions. I saw men in doorways and women looking out of their windows when we drove back to the base. Their faces were not happy "We Love America" faces. No one shot at us that day, but the faces said the day would come. As far as they knew, we weren't shooting at a loudspeaker. We were shooting at the mosque. Maybe there was no hole in the dome, but we were still shooting at their core beliefs. Our patrols in Ramadi started getting more dangerous. The local police and the Iraqi National Guard were gradually losing control to the insurgents, but the U.S. forces weren't allowed to take their places because the politicians, both in Washington and Baghdad, were dedicated to the idea of self-rule. Mostly we sat out in camp, hoping we wouldn't end up doing protective duty, while a repair crew worked on fixing a broken or vandalized water main, or a bunch of technicians, American and Iraqi, tried to get the broken or sabotaged power plant working again. Protective duty was just asking to get shot at, and we had 6 Marines KIA, many more wounded by the end of 2003. The Mooj snipers were for shit, but their IEDs terrified us. The whole house of cards tipped over on the last day of March in 2004.
Okay, Billy thinks, this is where the story really starts. And I got here with a minimum of bullshit, as up yours would have said.
By then we had started to move from Ramadi to Camp Baharia, also known as Dreamland. It was in the countryside, about 2 miles outside of Fallujah, west of the Euphrates. Saddam's kids used to R&R there, we heard. George Dinnerstein and Don Cashman were back with us in Echo Company. The 4 of us were playing poker when we heard shooting coming from the other side of what we called the Brooklyn Bridge. Not just isolated shots, a regular barrage. By nightfall, the rumors had settled, and we knew what had happened, at least in broad strokes. 4 Blackwater contractors who were delivering food, including our mess in Dreamland, decided to take a shortcut through Fallujah instead of going around, which was the normal protocol. They were ambushed just shy of the bridge over the Euphrates. I suppose they were wearing their armor, but nothing could save them from the concentrated fire that poured into the pair of Mitsubishi Utes they were driving. Taco said, "What in God's name made them think they could drive right through the center of town? Like it was Omaha. That was dumb." George agreed, but said that, dumb or not, there had to be payback. We all thought the same. The killings were bad enough, but killing wasn't enough for the mob. They dragged the dead from the beaches, doused them with gasoline, and set them on fire. 2 of them were pulled apart like rotisserie chickens. The other 2 were hung from the Brooklyn Bridge like Guy Fawkes dummies. The next day, Lieutenant Colonel Jameson showed up while our squad was getting ready to go on patrol. He ordered me and Taco down from the back of the Hummer we were in and told us to come with him, because there was a man who wanted to see us. The man was sitting on a pile of tires in an empty garage bay that stank of motor oil and exhaust. It was also hot as hell because the doors were closed, and those bays had no air conditioning. He stood up when we came in and looked us over. He was wearing a leather jacket, which was absurd in a stinky room that must have already been 85 degrees. It had the Dark Horse Battalion emblem on the breast, consummate professionals on top, and get some on the bottom. But the jacket was just for show. I knew it right away, and Taco said afterward that he did too. You only had to look at him to know he was fucking a CIA. He asked which one of us was Summers, and I said it was me. He said his name was Hoff. Billy stopped short, bemused. Has he just cross-wired his present life with his life in the suck? Was it Robert Stone who said, "The mind is a monkey"? Sure it was, in Dog Soldiers. The one where Stone also said that men who shoot elephants with machine guns from Huey helicopters are just naturally going to want to get high. In Iraq, it was camels the grunts and jarheads sometimes shot at. But yeah, while they were high. He deletes the last line and consults the monkey that lives between his ears and behind his forehead. After a few seconds of thought,
He comes up with the right name and decides the mistake is entirely forgivable. Hoff was at least close.
He said his name was Voss. He didn't offer to shake hands, just sat back down on the tires, which was sure to dirty up the seat of his pants. He said,
"Summers, I heard you were the best shot in the company."
Since that wasn't a question, I didn't say anything, just stood there.
"Could you make a 1,200-yard shot across the river from our side?"
I took a quick look at Taco and saw he had heard it too, and knew what it meant. Our side meant anything outside of town, and if there were sides, that meant we were going in.
"Are you talking about hitting a human target, sir?" "I am. Did you think I was talking about a beer bottle?"
A rhetorical question I didn't bother answering. "Yes, sir. I could make that shot."
"Is that the Marine answer, or your answer, Summers?"
Lieutenant Colonel Jameson kind of frowned at that, as if he didn't believe there was any answer except the Marine answer, but he didn't say anything. "Both, sir. Confidence may be not so high on a windy day, but I cocked a thumb at Taco. "We can correct for wind. Blowing sand is something else."
"The wind speed forecast for tomorrow is 0 to 10, Voss said."
"That wouldn't be a problem?" "No, sir."
Then I asked a question I had no business asking, but I had to know.
"Are we talking about a bad Haji, sir?"
The LC said I was out of line and would have said more, but Voss waved his hand at him, and Jameson closed his mouth. "You ever tagged a man before, Summers?"
I told him I hadn't, and that was true. Tagging meant sniping, and when I shot Bob Raines, it was up close.
"Then this would be a very good way to start your career, because yes, this is a very bad Haji. I'm assuming you know what happened yesterday."
"We do, sir,"
Taco said. "Those contractors went through downtown Fallujah because they were told by what they considered to be a reliable source that it would be safe. They were told that goodwill was shifting toward the Americans. They were also given an escort by the Iraqi police. Only their escort was either insurgents in stolen uniforms or renegade police, or real police who chickened out when they saw what a truly awesome raft of shit was coming their way. And they didn't do the killing anyway. That was done by 4 dozen AK-wielding bad boys who, what do you think, fellas, who just happened to turn up on the scene?" I shrugged like I didn't know and let Taco carry the ball, which he did.
"Doesn't seem likely, sir."
"No, not likely at all. Those Mujis were all in place, waiting. A couple of pickup trucks were blocking the main drag. Someone planned that ambush, and we know who it was, because we were up on his cell phone. You follow?" Taco said he did. I just shrugged again. "That someone was a Shema-wearing weasel named Ammar Jassim. In his 60s or 70s, nobody knows for sure, probably including him. He owns a computer and camera store that doubles as an internet cafe and triples as a game room where the local young men can play Pac-Man and Frogger when they're not building IEDs and planting roadside bombs." "I know that place," Taco said. "Pronto, pronto, photo, photo. Seen it on patrol." "Seen it? Hell, we'd been in there, playing Donkey Kong and Madden football." When we came in, the local boys all at once remembered they had business elsewhere and put on their boogie shoes. Taco didn't volunteer that, and neither did I. "Jassim's an old-line Ba'athist and a new-line insurgent boss. We want him bad. Can't call in an LGB because we risk killing a bunch of kids playing video games, which will get us a fresh bunch of bad press on Al Jazeera. Can't afford that. Can't wait either, because Bush is going to greenlight a cleanup operation within days. And if you tell anyone that, I'll have to kill you." "You won't get the chance," Jameson said. "I'll do it first." Voss ignored him. "Once the shit hits the fan, Jassim will be gone into the back streets with the rest of his gun buddies. We need to get him before that can happen and make an example of that fucking Judas goat." Taco asked what a Judas goat was. I could have told him, but kept my mouth shut and let Voss do the honors. Then he turned to me and asked again if I could do it, and I said, "Sir, yes, sir." I asked where I was supposed to shoot from, and he told me. We'd been there before, carrying goods from resupply helicopters. I asked if I could swap the optics on my rifle for one of the new Leupold scopes, or if I would have to make do with what I had. Voss looked at Jameson, and Jameson said, "We'll make that happen." Going back to our barracks,
The patrol had left without us. Taco asked me how sure I was that I could make the shot. I said, if I can't make it, I'll just blame my spotter. He thumped me on the shoulder. Fucking dickweed. Why you always play dumb? I don't know what you're talking about. There you go again. It's safer. What they don't know about you can't hurt you or come back to haunt you. He chewed that over for a while. Then he said, yeah, you can make the shot, okay, but that's not what I meant. This is an actual guy we're talking about. Are you sure you can do it? Shoot him stone cold in the brain box and take his life? I told Talk I was sure. I didn't tell him that I knew I could take a life because I had done it before. I shot Bob Raines in the chest. It was sniper school that taught me to always take the headshot.
5. Billy saves what he's written, gets up, and staggers a little because his feet feel like they're in another dimension. How long has he been sitting? He looks at his watch and is astounded to see it's been almost 5 hours. He feels like a man emerging from a vivid dream. He puts his hands in the small of his back and stretches, sending pins and needles down his legs. He walks from the living room to the kitchen to the bedroom, and finally back to the living room. He does it again, then a third time. The apartment seemed just the right size when he first saw it. The perfect place to hunker down in until things settled and he could drive his leased car north, or maybe west. Now it seems too small, like clothes that have been outgrown. He'd like to go out and walk, maybe even jog, but that would be a very bad idea, even tricked out in his Dalton Smith gear. So he paces the apartment some more, and when that's not good enough, he does push-ups on the living room floor.
Drop and give me 25,
he thinks of Sergeant Up Yours saying,
and don't mind my foot on your ass, you useless cum stain.
Billy has to smile. So much has come back to him. If he wrote it all, his story would be 1,000 pages long. The push-ups make him feel calmer. He thinks about turning on the TV to see what's going on with the investigation, or checking his phone for newspaper updates. Newspapers may be failing, but Billy has found they still seem to get the salient facts first. He decides against doing either. He's not ready to let the present back in. He thinks about getting something to eat, but he's not hungry. He should be, but he isn't. He settles for a cup of black coffee and drinks it standing up in the kitchen. Then he goes back to the laptop and picks up where he left off. 6.
The next morning, Lieutenant Colonel Jameson himself drove me and Taco to the intersection of Route 10 and the north-south road the Marines called Highway to Hell after the AC/DC song. We went in the LC's Eagle station wagon, which was special to him. Painted on the back deck was a decal showing a black horse with red eyes. I didn't like it, because I could imagine Iraqi spotters noting it, maybe even photographing it. There was no sign of Foss. He had gone back to wherever those guys go after they set their plots in motion. Parked out there on the hilltop in a dusty turnaround were 2 trucks from Iraqi Power and Light, or whatever was written in the pothooks on their side. They looked just like American utility trucks, only smaller and painted apple green instead of yellow. The paint was much thicker on the sides, but even so, it didn't completely obscure the smiling face of Saddam Hussein, like a ghost too stubborn to go away. There was also a genie-articulated boom lift with a bucket platform. 2 power poles stood at the intersection of the roads, with big transformers on them to step down the power load to the residential neighborhoods of Fallujah and the surrounding suburbs. Guys in keffiyehs were scurrying around, plus a couple in those kufi hats. They were all wearing orange workman vests. No hard hats, though. I guess OSHA never made it to Al Anbar province. From across the river, those men probably looked like any ragtag government work crew. But once you got closer than 60 yards, you could see that they were all our guys. Albie Stark from our squad came over to me flapping his headdress and singing that song about how you don't step on Superman's cape. And then he saw the LC and saluted.
Go someplace and look busy, Jameson told him. And please, in the name of Jesus, don't sing anymore.
He turned to me and Taco, but it was Taco he addressed, because he had decided that Taco was a smart one.
Give it to me again, Lance Corporal Bell.
Jassim comes outside most days around 10 to have a smoke and talk to his adoring fans. Probably some of the same guys that opened fire on the contractors. He'll be the one in the blue keffia. Billy takes him out. End of story.
Jameson turned to me. If you make this kill, I'll put you in for a commendation. Miss, or hit one of the hanger-arounders, which would be worse, and I will transfer the boot that goes up my ass to yours, only harder and deeper. Do you understand that, Marine?
I think so, sir.
What I was thinking was that Sergeant Uppington could have delivered that line with far greater force and conviction. Still, I had to give the LC props for trying. Months later, he lost most of his face and all of his eyesight to a roadside bomb. Jameson motioned over to Joe Klazuski. He was another member of our squad, which we called the Hot Nine. Most of the utility workers were. They volunteered for the job. They had to, 'cause Taco told them to.
Sergeant, do you understand what must happen as soon as Summers takes the shot?
Big Clue smiled, showing a gap in his front teeth.
Get them down ASAP, then exfil like a motherfucker, sir.
Although I could tell Jameson was nervous, I think we all could. That made him smile. Most times, Clue could coax a smile out of the stoniest face.
That about covers it.
If he doesn't show, sir?
There's always tomorrow. Assuming the attack doesn't happen tomorrow, that is. Carry on, Marines. And none of that oorah shit, if you please.
He jerked his thumb to the Euphrates and the bear trap of a city that was on the other side.
It's like the song says, voices carry.
Albie Stark and Big Clue tried to cram into the bucket. It was supposed to be big enough for two, but not when one of them was Klazuski's size. He almost knocked Albie over the side. Everybody but Jameson laughed. It was as good as Abbott and Costello.
Get out, you lummox,
the LC told Clue.
Jesus wept.
He motioned to Donk, whose brown combat boots were sticking out from beneath his pants, which were too short. This was also comical, because he looked like a kid clumping around the house in his daddy's shoes.
You pipsqueak, get over here. What's your name?
Sir, I am PFC Peter Cashman, and I—
Don't salute, you dimwit. Not in an op zone. Did your mother drop you on your head when you were a baby?
No, sir. Not that I remember.
Get in the bucket with what's-his-fuck. And when you get up there—
He looked around.
Oh, God. Where's the fucking shroud?
Maybe technically the right word for what he was talking about, but wrong in every other way. I saw Clue cross himself. Albie, still in the bucket, looked down.
I believe I'm standing on it, sir.
Jameson wiped his forehead.
All right, okay. At least somebody remembered to bring it.
That had been me.
Get in there, Cashman, and deploy it with the utmost haste. Time is marching.
The bucket platform rose in a whine of hydraulics. At its maximum height, maybe 35 or 40 feet, it shuddered to a stop beside one of the transformers. Albie and Donk danced around, yanking at the shroud and finally managing to get it out from under their feet. Then, aided by some inventive cursing, including some learned from Iraqi kids who came out to beg candy and cigarettes, they got it deployed. The result was a canvas cylinder around the bucket and the transformer. It was held at the top by hooks on one of the pole's crossarms that snapped together down one side, like the button-up fly on a pair of 501 jeans. The outside was emblazoned with a bunch of pothooks in bright yellow. I had no idea what it said, and didn't care as long as it wasn't "Sniper Team at Work." The bucket came back down, leaving the cylinder behind. It did look like a shroud once the waist-high rail of the bucket was no longer holding out the sides. Donk's hands were bleeding. Albie had a scratch on his face, but at least neither of them had taken a header out of the bucket. A couple of times it had looked close. Taco was craning his neck to look up.
What is that thing supposed to be, sir?
Sand guard,
Jameson said, and then added,
I believe.
Not exactly unobtrusive, Taco said. Now he was looking across the river at the crammed-together houses and shops and warehouses and mosques on the other side. It was the southwestern part of the town we'd come to call Queens. 100 or so Marines came out of there in body bags. Hundreds more came out with fewer body parts than they had going in.
When I want your opinion, I'll give it to you,
the LC said, an oldie but a goodie.
Grab your gear and get up there toot sweet. Put on a couple of those orange vests before you get in the bucket, so anyone looking sees them when you go up. rest of you men kind of swirl around and look busy. The last thing we want is for anyone to see that rifle. Summers, keep your back to the river until you're under.
He stopped. He didn't want to say, until you're under the shroud, and I didn't want to hear it.
Until you're under cover.
I said roger that, and up we went, me and my M40 held at port arms and my back to the city. Taco with his feet planted around his spotter stuff. Snipers are glamour boys, the ones they make movies about, and the ones Stephen Hunter writes novels about, but it's the spotters who really do the work. I don't know how real shrouds smell, but the canvas cylinder stank like old dead fish. I undid 3 of the snaps down its seam to create a firing slit, but it was in the wrong place unless I wanted to shoot a goat wandering in the direction of Ramadi. The 2 of us managed to work it around, grunting and swearing and trying to keep the goddamn thing on at least 2 of the crossbar hooks as we did it. The canvas flapped in our faces. The dead fish smell got worse. This time I was the one who almost fell out of the bucket. Taco grabbed my orange vest with one hand and the strap of my rifle with the other.
What are you men doing up there?
Jameson called. From below, all he and the others could see were our feet shuffling around clumsily, like grammar school kids learning to waltz.
Housework, sir,
Taco called back.
Well, I suggest you stop the housework and get set up. It's almost 10.
Not our fault those Nimrods put the slit facing the wrong direction, Taco grumbled to me. I checked the new scope and my rifle. There were many like it, but that one was mine, and used a square of chamois to wipe everything clean. In the suck, the sand and dust got into everything. I handed my piece to Taco for the mandatory recheck. He handed it back to me, licked his palm good and wet, then stuck it out through the firing slit. Went speed nil, Billy boy. I hope the bastard shows, because we'll never get a better day for it. Other than my rifle, the biggest piece of equipment we had in the bucket with us was the M151, also known as a spotter's friend. Billy stops, startled out of his dream. He goes into the kitchen, where he splashes his face with cold water. He has come to an unexpected fork in what has been, up to now, a perfectly straight road. Maybe it makes no difference which of the diverging ways he takes, but maybe it does. It's all about that M151. It's the optical scope the spotter used to calculate the distance from muzzle to target, and with eerie, it was to Billy at least, accuracy. That distance is the basis for MOA, minute of angle. Billy needed none of that for the shot that took out Joel Allen. But the one he was responsible for making on that day, in 2004, always assuming Ammar Jassim left his storefront to make it possible, was much longer. Does he explain all that, or not? If he does, that means he expects, or just hopes, that someday someone will read what he's writing. If he doesn't, it means he's given up that expectation, that hope. So which is it to be? Standing there at the kitchen sink, he flashes back to an interview he heard on the radio not too long after he got out of the sand. Probably on one of those NPR shows where everyone sounds smart and full of Prozac. Some writer was getting interviewed, one of the old-timers, who was hot stuff back in the days when all the important writers were white, male, and borderline alcoholics. For the life of him, Billy can't remember who that writer was, except it wasn't Gore Vidal. Not snarky enough, and not Truman Capote, not quacky enough. What he can remember is what the guy said when the interviewer asked him about his process. I always keep 2 people in mind when I sit down to write, myself and the stranger. Which brings Billy back full circle to the M151. He could describe it. He could explain its purpose. He could explain why MOA is even more important than distance, although the 2 are always joined together. He could do all of those things, but only needs to if he's writing for a stranger as well as himself. So is he? Get real, Billy tells himself. I'm the only stranger here. But that's okay. He can do it for himself if he has to. He doesn't need, what would you call it? Validation, he murmurs as he goes back to the laptop. He once more picks up where he left off. 7. Other than my rifle, the biggest piece of equipment we had in the bucket with us was the M151, also known as the spotter's friend. Taco set up the tripod and I shuffled out of his way as best I could. The platform bounced a little and Taco told me to hold still, unless I wanted to put a bullet in the sign over the shop door instead of in Jasim's head. I stayed still as I could while Taco did his thing, making calculations and muttering to himself. Lieutenant Colonel Jameson had estimated the distance at 1,200 yards. Taco took his readings on a kid bouncing a ball in front of Pronto Pronto Photo and called it 1,340 yards. A long shot for sure, but on a windless day like this one, in early April, a high-confidence one. I had made longer, and we'd all heard stories of world-class snipers making shots at twice that distance. Of course, I couldn't count on Jasim being perfectly stationary like the head on a paper target. That concerned me. But the fact that he was a human being with a beating heart and a living brain didn't. He was a Judas goat who had lured 4 men into an ambush, guys guilty of nothing but delivering food. He was a bad guy and needed to be put down. At 9:15, Jasim came out of his store. He was wearing a long blue shirt like a dashiki and baggy white pants. Today he was wearing a knitted red cap instead of a blue topper. That was a wonderful sight marker. I started to line up the shot, but Jasim just shooed the ball-bouncing kid away with a swat on the butt and went back inside. "Well, doesn't that suck?" Taco said. We waited. Young men went into Pronto Pronto Photo. Young men came out. They were laughing and scuffling and grab-assing around as young men do all over the world, from Kabul to Kansas City. Some of them had no doubt been shooting up those Blackwater trucks with their AKs just a couple of days before. Some of them were undoubtedly firing at us 7 months later as we went from block to block, cleaning them out. For all I know, some of them were in what we called the fun house, where everything that could go wrong did go wrong. 10 o'clock came. Then 10:15. "Maybe he's taking a smoke break out back today," Taco said. Then, at 10:30, the door of Pronto Pronto Photo opened, and M.R. Jasim came out with 2 of his young men. I sighted in. I saw them laughing and talking. Jasim clapped one of them on the back, and the 2 men strolled off with their arms around each other's shoulders. Jasim took a pack of cigarettes from his pants pocket. I was in the optics, and I could read Marlboro and see the 2 trademark gold lions. Everything was clear. His bushy eyebrows, his lips as red as a woman's wearing lipstick, his salt and pepper beard stubble. Taco was sighting with the M151, now handheld. "Fucker's a dead ringer for Yasser Arafat." "Shut up, Talk." I laid the crosshairs on the knitted cap and waited for Jasim to light up. I was willing to allow him one last drag before putting out his lights. He stuck a cigarette in his mouth. He put the pack back into his pocket and came out with a lighter, not a cheap disposable Bic, but a Zippo. He might have purchased it, either in a store or on the black market. It might also have been looted from one of the contractors who had been shot, burned, and hung from the bridge. He flipped it open, and a tiny sun star winked off the top. I saw that. I saw everything. Master Gunny Sergeant Diego Vasquez at Pendleton used to say that a Marine sniper lives for a perfect shot. This one was perfect. He also said, "It's like sex, my little virgins. You'll never forget your first." I drew in a breath, held it for a 5 count, then squeezed the trigger. The recoil hit the hollow of my shoulder. Jasim's knitted hat flew off, and at first I thought I had missed him, maybe only by an inch, but when you're sniping, an inch might as well be a mile. He just stood there, with the cigarette between his lips. Then the lighter fell out of his fingers, and the cigarette fell out of his mouth. They landed on the dusty sidewalk. In the movies, the person who gets shot flies back when the bullet hits. That's rarely how it happens in real life. Jasim actually took 2 steps forward. By then I could see that it wasn't just the hat that had come off.
The top of his head was inside it. He went to his knees, then full on his face. People came running. "Payback's a bitch," Taco said, and clapped me on the back. I turned and yelled, "Get us down!" The platform started to descend. It seemed very slow because the gunfire had begun on the other side of the river. It sounded like fireworks. Taco and I ducked as we left the canvas sand shield behind, not because ducking made us safer, but because it was instinctive. I listened for bullets passing and tried to get ready to be hit, but I didn't hear anything or feel anything.
Get out of there! Get out! Jameson shouted. Jump! Time to DD Mao!
But he was laughing, triumphant. They all were. I had my back slapped so often and so hard that I almost fell over as we ran back to the dirty Mitsubishi the LC had used to drive us out. Albie, Donk, Clue, and the others ran for the little power trucks, a scam we'd never be able to use again. We could hear yelling across the river, and now there was even more gunfire.
"Yeah! Eat it!"
Big Clue shouted.
"Eat it big, motherfuckers! Your man just got run over by the big dark horse!"
The LC's old station wagon was parked behind the Iraqi power trucks in the turnaround. I opened the back to put in my rifle and Taco's gear.
"Hurry the fuck up,"
Jameson said.
"We're blocking those guys in."
"Well, you were the one who parked there," I thought, but didn't say. I tossed in our stuff. When I slammed the hatchback shut, I saw something lying in the dirt. It was a baby's shoe. It must have been a little girl's, because it was pink. I bent down to get it, and as I did, some shooter's blind luck round punched into the bulletproof glass of the hatchback's window. If I hadn't bent down, the round would have gone into the nape of my neck or the back of my head.
"Get in! Get in!"
Jameson was screaming. Another blind luck round pinged off the Eagle wagon's armored side. Maybe not so blind. By then, the shooters had to be all the way down by the side of the river. I picked up the shoe. I got in the Bishi and Jameson tore out of there, fishtailing and throwing up a cloud of dust the trucks would have to drive through. The LC wasn't thinking about that. He was concentrating on saving his ass.
"They're shooting the shit out of that boom lift,"
Taco said. He was still laughing, high on the kill. "What have you got there?" I showed it to him and said I thought it saved my life. "You keep that thing safe, brah," Taco said, "and keep it with you." I did, until the funhouse that November. I looked for it just as we started to clear the house in the industrial sector, and it was gone. 8. Billy finally shuts down and stands at the periscope window of his landlocked submarine, looking out across the little patch of lawn, to the street, to the vacant lot on the other side where the train station once stood. He doesn't know how long he's been standing here, maybe quite a while. His brain feels blasted, as if he just finished taking the world's longest and most complicated test. How many words did he write today? He could check the counter on his document. Now Billy's story instead of Benji's. But he's not that OCD. It was a lot. Leave it at that. And he's still got a long way to go. There was the April assault that started less than a week after he killed Jassim, followed by the pullback when the politicians got cold feet. Then the final nightmare that was Operation Phantom Fury, 46 days of hell. He won't put it that way, even if he gets that far, because it's a cliché. But hell is what it was, culminating in the funhouse, which seemed to summarize all the rest. He might skim through some of it, but not the funhouse, because the funhouse was the point of Fallujah. And what exactly was the point? That it was pointless, just another house that had to be cleared. But the price they paid. A few people walk by on Pearson Street. A few cars drive by. One is a police car, but it doesn't concern Billy. It's moving leisurely, heading nowhere special and in no hurry to get there. He is still amazed that this part of the city, which is so close to downtown, feels so deserted. On Pearson Street, rush hour is hush hour. He supposes that most people who work in the city's center haul ass to the suburbs when the workday is done. Nicer places like Bentonville, Sherwood Heights, Plateau, Midwood, even Cody, where he won a little girl a stuffed toy. The neighborhood, of which he is now a part, doesn't even have a name.
at least that he knows of. He needs to catch up. Billy flips on Channel 8, the NBC affiliate, wanting to stay away from 6, which will still be running the footage of Alan being shot. 8 comes on with a breaking news logo and a soundtrack of ominous violins and thumping drums. Billy doubts that there is any serious breaking news with the assassin still at large. The assassin has spent the day writing a story that is in grave danger of becoming a book. It turns out there have been developments, but nothing Billy hasn't expected, and not anything that warrants the disaster soundtrack. One of the anchors says local businessman Kenneth Hoff has been implicated in the widening assassination conspiracy. The other anchor says that Kenneth Hoff's apparent suicide may have been murder. Holmes, your deductions astound me, Billy thinks. The anchor's handed over to a correspondent standing across the street from Hoff's home, an expensive crib that is still several rungs below Nick's rented McMansion on the grandiosity ladder. The correspondent is a leggy blonde who looks like she might have gotten out of journalism school the week before. She explains that Kenneth Hoff has been positively linked to the Remington 700 rifle that was used to kill Joel Allen. This is in addition to plenty of other links to the presumed assassin, who has now been positively identified as William Summers, a Marine veteran of the Iraq War and winner of several medals. Bronze Star and Silver Star, Billy thinks. Also a Purple Heart with a star on the ribbon, indicating not just one wound suffered in battle, but 2. He can understand them, not wanting to do that particular rundown. He's the villain of the piece, so why muddle things up with a heroic background? Muddling things up is for novels, not news reports. There are side-by-side pictures. One is the photo Irv Dean took of him at the Girard Tower security stand on his first day as the building's resident writer. The other shows him as a new recruit, looking both solemn and goofy in his jarhead haircut. It was taken on photo day. In it he looks even younger than the blonde correspondent. Probably he was. They must have gotten it from some Marine archive, because Billy had no family to give a copy to on Family Day. Local police believe that Summers may have fled the city, the correspondent says, and because he may have also fled the state, the FBI is now on the case. With that, the blonde sends it back to the studio, where the anchors next display a picture of Giorgio Piglielli, and yes, they give his mob nickname, as if Georgie Pigs is an alias he might travel under. He's been linked to organized crime operations in Las Vegas, Reno, Los Angeles, and San Diego, but hasn't yet been apprehended. The subtext is that if you see a middle-aged Italian guy who goes 370, possibly wearing alligator shoes and drinking a milkshake, get in touch with your local law enforcement. So, Billy thinks, Hoff is dead. Giorgio is almost certainly dead. And Nick's alibied up the yin-yang, which makes me the last melon in the patch, the last pea in the pod, the last chocolate in the box. Pick your metaphor. After an ad for some wonder pill with about 24 possible side effects, some lethal, there are more interviews with his neighbors on Evergreen Street. Billy gets up to turn off the TV, then sits down again. He flew under false colors and hurt these people. Maybe he deserves to watch and listen as they express that hurt and their bewilderment. Jane Kellogg, the block resident alcoholic, doesn't seem a bit bewildered. I knew there was something wrong with him the first time I saw him, she says. He had shifty eyes. Bullshit you did, Billy thinks. Diane Fazio, Danny's mother, shares how horrified she was when she found out they had allowed their children to spend time with a cold-blooded killer. Paul Raglan marvels at how smooth he was, how natural. I really thought Dave was the real deal. He seemed like a totally nice guy. It sort of proves that you can't trust anybody. It's Corinne Ackerman who says the one thing everyone else seems to have ignored. Of course it's terrible, but that man he shot wasn't going to court for shoplifting, was he? From what I understand, he was a stone killer. If you ask me, David saved the county the cost of a trial. God bless you, Corey, Billy thinks, and actually finds his eyes are welling up. as if it's the end of a Lifetime channel movie where everything comes out right. Always supposing your concept of right includes a dose of vigilante justice. And in cases like Joel Allen's, Billy has no problem with that. Before moving on to the traffic, still slow because of the police checkpoints, sorry folks, and the weather turning colder, there's a final item in the courthouse assassination story, and Billy has to smile. The reason Sheriff Vickery was initially cut out of the investigation isn't because he skedaddled when the prisoner was shot, leaving only his ridiculous Stetson behind, or not just because of that. It's because he brought his prisoner up the courthouse steps instead of through the employee's door further down. There was initial suspicion that he might have been part of the plot. He has since convinced them otherwise, probably admitting that he wanted the press coverage. And I could have made that shot either way, Billy thinks. Hell, I could have made it in the rain, unless it was a deluge out of Genesis. He turns off the television and goes into the kitchen to inspect his stock of frozen dinners. He's already thinking about what he'll write tomorrow. Chapter 13. 1. 3 days pass in a dream of Fallujah. Billy writes about the Hot Nine, Taco Bell, George Dinnerstein and Albie Stark, Big Clue, Donk Cashman. He spends one morning writing about how Johnny Caps more or less adopted a bunch of Iraqi kids who came to beg candy and cigarettes and stayed to play baseball. Johnny and Pablo Bigfoot Lopez taught them the game. One kid, Zamir, maybe 9 or 10, used to chant, "You was safe, motherfucker!" over and over. Other than, "Get a hit!" It seemed to be the only English he had. Somebody would pop out to the shortstop and Zamir, sitting on the bench in his red pants and Snoop Dogg tee and Blue Jays cap, would scream, "He was safe, motherfucker!" Billy writes about how Clay Briggs, the corpsman they called Pill Roller, kept a lively and pornographic correspondence with 5 girls back in Sioux City. Talk said he couldn't understand how such an ugly guy got so much pussy. Donk said it was fictional pussy, and Albie Stark said, "He was safe, motherfucker," which had nothing to do with the issue of Pill's lively and pornographic correspondence, but which broke them up every time. Billy exercises between stints at the laptop. Push-ups, sit-ups, leg lifts, squat thrusts. For the first 2 days he also runs in place, hands held out and down, smacking his palms with his knees. On the 3rd day he suddenly remembers, that he has the house to himself, and instead of running in place, he pelts up and down the stairs to the 3rd floor until he's out of breath, and his pulse is racing along at 150 per. He's not exactly going stir-crazy, not after less than a week, but long spells of sitting and writing aren't what he's used to, and these bursts of exercise keep him from getting squirrely. Exercise also aids thinking, and on one of his sprints up the stairs, Billy has an idea. He can't believe he hasn't thought of it before. Billy uses Jensen's key to let himself into their apartment. He checks Daphne and Walter, both doing well, then goes to the bedroom. Don is a certain kind of guy. Likes his football and NASCAR. Likes his barbecue ribs and chicken. Likes a few brewskis on Friday night with the boys. A man like that almost certainly has a gun or two. Billy finds one in the nightstand on Don's side of the bed. It's a Ruger GP 6-shooter, fully loaded. Beside it is a box of 38 centerfire cartridges. Billy sees no reason to take the gun downstairs. If the cops bust in on him, he's certainly not going to shoot it out with them. But you never know when a gun might come in handy, and it's good to know where he can lay his hands on one if the need arises. What need that might be, he can't imagine, but there are many twists and turns as he hops down the bunny trail of life. No one knows better than he does. He gives Bev's plants a squirt each with the vaporizer, then trots back downstairs. Outside, he can hear the wind picking up, blowing across the vacant lot on the other side of the street. The forecast is for rain and even colder temperatures. "You might not believe it," the lady weather person chirped that morning, "but there may actually be some sleet mixed in with it. I guess Mother Nature can't read the calendar." Billy doesn't care if it rains, sleets, snows, or shits bananas. He's going to be in the basement apartment no matter what the weather is. The story he's writing has taken over his life, because for the time being, It's the only life he has. And that's okay. He had 2 brief communications with Bucky Hansen. Last night he texted, "Are you okay?" To which Bucky responded, "Why?" He texted, "Has the money been paid?" To which Bucky responded, as Billy expected, "N." He can't even call Giorgio with his burner, because the cops may be up on his phone. And what would he get if he took the risk? Almost certainly a female robot telling him the number is no longer in service, because Giorgio is no longer in service. Billy is sure of it. In the alternate world of his story, Billy has reached Operation Phantom Fury in November of 2004. He thinks that part might take 10 days, possibly 2 weeks. When it's done, when he's put the story of the funhouse to rest, he'll pack up his shit and get out of town. The checkpoints will be gone by then. May be gone already. He sits at his laptop, looking at where he left off. 2 days before the assault commenced, Jameson ordered Johnny and Pablo to get the baseball kids off the base. And they all understood what that meant. They were going in again. And this time, they'd be staying in until the job was done. Billy remembers Zamir, looking back at the gate and giving one final cry of,
"Hey, we're safe, motherfucker!"
Then they were gone for good. All these years later, they'd be grown men, if they're still alive. He starts to write about the day the baseball kids got sent home. But it feels flat. The well is temporarily dry. He saves his copy, shuts down, then walks around the other laptops, the cheapies. He boots each up in turn, checks that all the clickbait is updated. Michael Jackson's dying wish. One simple trick to beat sciatica. What the original Mouseketeers look like now. And shuts them down too. All is well in his little world. He has a plan. He will finish the Iraq part of the story, the funhouse serving as the natural climax. When that's done, he'll pack up and get out of this bad luck town. He will drive west, not north, and at some point in the not-too-distant future, he will pay Nick Majarian a visit. Nick owes him money. 2. Billy's plan lasts until 1:45. He's been watching some action movie in his underwear, and although the plot is simple, something about a guy seeking revenge on the men who killed his dog, Billy has lost the thread. He decides to call it a day. He shuts off the idiot box and is heading for the bedroom when there's a loud squall of skidding tires and badly maintained brakes outside. He braces himself for the sound of a crash. That hollow slam the big door boom as the vehicle goes head-on into a power pole. Instead, he hears faint music and loud laughter, drunken laughter from the sound. He goes to the periscope window, shoves back the curtain. There's a street light up the way, and it casts just enough glow for him to see an old van with rusty sides. One set of the wheels is on the sidewalk, running beside the vacant lot. It's raining now, and hard enough so the van's headlights look like they're cutting through a gauze curtain. The long door on the passenger side rolls open on its track. The inside light goes on, but all Billy can make out through the blowing rain are shapes. 3 at least. Moving around, no, there are 4. The 4th is slumped over, head low. 2 of them are holding the shape under its arms, which hang down at the elbows like broken wings. There's more laughter and talk. 2 guys manhandle the slumped shape out of the van while a 3rd stands behind them, like he's supervising. The unconscious person has long dark hair, probably a girl. The guys take her behind the van and let go of her. She folds up, with her top half on the sidewalk and her bottom half in the gutter. The 2 guys hop back in. The cargo door rolls shut. And for a moment, the old van stays there, idling with its headlights cutting through the pelting rain, then pulls out with the squeal of tires and a belch of exhaust. There's a bumper sticker on the back, but no way Billy can read it. The light over the license plate is flickering, almost dead. It's a girl, for sure. She's wearing sneakers, a skirt hiked up high enough to show nearly all of one bent leg, and a leather jacket. The exposed leg is half submerged in the running gutter water. It looks very white. Can she be dead? Would those men have been laughing if she was? After some of the things he's seen in the desert and can never unsee, Billy knows it's possible. He has to get her. And not just because she might die out there if he doesn't. This part of town is quiet, even at noon on a weekday. But eventually, someone will come along and spot her. They might not stop. Good Samaritans are always in short supply. But they would surely call 911. Thank God it's late, and thank God he didn't go to bed 5 minutes sooner. There would have come a knock on his door. Cops canvassing the houses on the side of Pearson Street to find out if anyone had seen the girl dumped. And if the knock came at 1 or 2 in the morning, he'd have no chance to even put on the Dalton Smith wig, let alone the fake stomach. "Hey," one of the cops might say, "you look familiar, buddy. I think you should come with us." Billy doesn't bother putting on his pants and shoes, just runs up the stairs in his boxers. He goes through the foyer and down the front steps, leaving the door open to bang back and forth in the wind. He's aware that he's gotten a pretty good splinter in the ball of one foot, run it in there deep, but more aware of how fucking cold it is. Not cold enough for the rain to turn to sleet, at least not yet, but close. His arms are covered in goosebumps. The part of his big toe that isn't there aches. If the girl is still alive, she might not stay that way for long. Billy goes to one knee and picks her up, so cranked with adrenaline that he has no idea if she's heavy or light. He looks both ways, with rain running down his face and bare chest. His boxers are soaked, hanging low on his hips. He sees no one. Thank God. He splashes back to the apartment side of the street, and as he's carrying her up the walk, she turns her head, makes a guttural sound, and spews a thin ribbon of vomit down the side of one of his legs. It's shockingly warm, almost like an electric heating pad. Well, he thinks, she's alive all right. He picks up another splinter on the steps, but then he's inside. He can't leave the outside door to bang in the wind, so he sets her down in the foyer and pulls it closed. When he turns back to her, the girl's eyes are half open. He can see a big purplish bruise on her cheek and the side of her nose. Can't be from the pavement, because she didn't go down on her face. Besides, the bruising is too well established for that. "Who are you?" the girl slurs. "Where?" Then she vomits again. This time it backwashes down her throat and she starts to choke. Billy kneels behind her and gets an arm around her midsection. He uses her breasts as a brace and hauls her up in front of him. Now his fucking boxers, wet with rainwater and a little too big to begin with, start sliding down his legs. He gets 2 fingers in her mouth, hoping to God she won't bite him. Infected cuts are the last thing he needs. He gets a wad of stuff out, flings it to the floor, then tightens his grip on her midsection. It does the trick. She hurls like a hero, a banner of puke that hits the foyer wall with a splat. A car, one that would have spelled his doom just 3 minutes before his coming. Billy can see its headlights brightening the rain-splattered glass on the front door. He drops to one knee, still holding the girl in front of him. His stupid boxers are now spread between his knees, and he actually has time to wonder why he ever gave up jockeys. Her head is lolling forward, but he thinks the rasping sounds he now hears are snores, not choking. She's out again. The headlights brighten, then diminish without slowing. Billy gets to his feet, hauling the girl up with him. He gets an arm under her knees, the other around her shoulders. Her head lolls back. He shimmies his legs and his shorts fall to his ankles. He steps out of them and kicks them aside. It's like some nightmarish vaudeville skit. Her dank hair drips and pendulums back and forth as he side-saddles down the stairs, trying not to overbalance and fall. Her upturned face is as pale as the moon. There's another bruise on her forehead, above her left eye. And Jesus, his feet are killing him. Never mind his half-gone toe. Those fucking splinters. He makes it to the foot of the stairs without falling and bumps open the door to his apartment with his butt. She starts to slither out of his grip, her body forming a limp U-shape. He raises one leg into the small of her back, shoves her back up, and staggers inside. She starts to slide again. Ignoring the splinters digging into his cold, reddened feet, Billy sprints to the couch. He makes it. Just in time. She lands with a thump, giving out a fuzzy, grunting noise, then resumes her snoring. Billy bends forward, with his hands braced above his knees to ease his back, which is trying to cramp up. The stink of puke rising from her almost makes him feel like puking himself. He can smell alcohol, too, but it's faint. Well, she offloaded it, he thinks. But if she really got her drink on, he should still be able to smell it on her breath. He should have smelled it in the foyer, and he lifts his leg, smelling the mostly liquid vomit on his skin. He still only gets the faintest whiff of booze. He looks her up and down. The skirt she's wearing is denim, frayed at the hem, and short. He could see her underpants if she was wearing any, but she's not. He sees something else. The outsides of her thighs are pale and white, like the moon, but the tops of the insides are speckled with drying blood. 3. The girl retches again, but weakly, and nothing comes out except for a dribble of cloudy drool down the side of her mouth. Then she starts to shiver. Of course she's shivering. She's soaked. Billy pulls off her sneakers. Tiny ankle socks come with them. There are hearts on the tops. Then he gets her to sit up, muttering, "Come on, little help here," although he knows she can't help. Her eyelids flutter and she tries to talk. She may even think she is talking, that she's asking all the questions anyone might ask in a situation like this, but the only words he can make out are, "Who?" and "You." All the rest is just, "Who's?" and "What?" "That's right," Billy says. "All okay now. Just don't die on me." Although, even now, as he's trying to cope with this fucked up situation, Billy realizes it might simplify things if she did. It's a rotten thought, but that doesn't make it untrue. He gets her jacket, cheap, thin, and not real leather at all, but some synthetic off. Beneath is a T-shirt with Black Keys North American Tour 2017 on the front. He tries to pull it off over her head and gets caught on her chin. She moans, and he gets 3 words in the clear. "No, don't choke." She starts to slide. He gets the shirt off just in time to catch her and keep her from falling onto the floor. Her plain white cotton bra is askew, one breast covered and one out because the strap that's supposed to go over her left shoulder is broken. He shoves the bra down, turns it around, and manages to get it unhooked. Once her top half is undressed, he's able to lie her back down. He pulls off her soaked denim skirt and throws it on the floor with the rest of her clothes. Now she's naked, except for one earring, the other one God knows where. She's all over gooseflesh, still shivering. It's because she's cold, but it's also shock. He saw shivering like that in Fallujah and saw it turn into convulsions. Of course, she hasn't suffered multiple bullet wounds in the legs like poor old Johnny Caps. But there is blood on her, and now he sees 3 bruises on one of the girl's small breasts as well. Narrow bruises. Somebody grabbed her there and squeezed really hard. There are 2 more finger-shaped bruises on the left side of her neck, and Billy thinks of her saying, "No, don't choke." Mindful that she may not be done vomiting, Billy turns her on her side, then pushes her front first to the back of the couch, so hopefully she won't fall off. She's snoring again, the sound harsh but regular, and her teeth are chattering. She's one fucked up American. He hurries into the bathroom and gets one of his 2 bath towels. He kneels in front of the couch and rubs her back, her butt, her thighs, and calves. He does it briskly, relieved to see a little faint color rise into her pallid skin. He takes one of her shoulders, another bruise there, but smaller, rolls her onto her back, and begins again. Feet, legs, stomach, breasts, chest, shoulders. When he does her face, she raises her hands in a weak, warding off gesture, then drops them, as if it's too much work. Just too much. He makes an effort to dry her hair, but he's not going to get far with that because there's a lot of it, and the rainwater from the gutter soaked it to the scalp. Billy thinks, "I'm fucked. No matter how this goes, I'm fucked." He drops the towel and reaches for her, planning to roll her back onto her side so she won't choke if she throws up again. Then rethinks. He takes her right leg and lowers it so her heel is on the floor and her vagina is revealed. The labia are inflamed, bright red, and split in several places. One of the splits still beating up fresh blood. The flesh between her vagina and her rectum. He knows the word for that part but can't think of it in this stressed out moment. is torn worse than her labia, and God knows what damage there might be inside. He can see several dried splats of semen as well, most of it on her lower stomach and in her pubic hair. The guy pulled out, Billy thinks, then remembers there were 3 shapes in the van, and judging from the sound of their laughter, all male. One of them did, anyway. This thought makes him aware of his own situation. Considering what has happened to the girl on his couch, it's not without irony. She's out cold, with her legs open, and both of them as naked as the day they were born. What would his Evergreen Street neighbors think if they could see this tableau? Not even Corey Ackerman, kind heart that she is, would continue to defend him. He can see the headline in the Red Bluff News, "Courthouse Assassin, also raped teenager." Fucked, he thinks. Fucked to the sky and back down to the ground. Billy wants to get her into bed, but he has something else to attend to first. Now that things have settled down, he realizes his feet hurt like blue fuck. There's a lot of stuff he didn't buy when he stocked this place, and that includes tweezers. But there are Band-Aids and some leftover hydrogen peroxide in the bathroom from the last tenant. The disinfectant is probably long past the sell-by date, but beggars can't be choosers. Walking on the sides of his feet as best he can, Billy gets a paring knife from the kitchen, then the bathroom stuff. The Band-Aids are decorated with Toy Story characters. He sits on the floor beside the snoring, shivering girl and uses the knife to lift the splinters enough so he can pull them out. There are 5 in all, including 2 big boys. He douses the bleeding wounds with peroxide. The sting makes him think the stuff may actually do some good. He covers the 2 biggest wounds with Band-Aids that probably won't stick very long. He guesses they're pretty old, maybe from 2 or even 3 tenants back. He gets to his feet, rolls his shoulders to loosen them, then picks up the girl. Without the adrenaline to boost him, he guesses her weight at 115, maybe 120. Not much of a match for 3 men. Did they all rape her? Billy guesses that if they were together, and one did, they all did. He will ask her when she comes around, for all the good it will do. He doubts if she'll be able to remember, and what she'll want to know is why he didn't call the police, or take her to the nearest ER. She's sinking into a U-shape again, and Billy ends up dropping her onto the bed, instead of putting her down on it gently, as he intended. She opens her eyes a bit, then closes them again and resumes snoring. He doesn't want to wrestle with her anymore, but he also doesn't want her lying there naked. She's going to be freaked out enough when she wakes up. He gets a T-shirt from the bureau, sits beside her, lifts her with his left arm and gets the shirt over her head with his right. Her fuzzy sounds of protest fade back into snores when he gets it past her face and over her shoulders. "Help me now." He lifts one of her arms, and after a couple of failures, manages to poke it through the short sleeve. "Little help, okay?" Some part of her must hear him because she raises her other arm, and finally wavers it into the sleeve. He lays her back down, blows out a breath, and arms sweat from his forehead. The shirt is bunched above her breasts. He pulls it down in front, lifts her, pulls it down and back. She's shivering again and whimpering a little. Billy puts an arm under her knees, lifts her, and yanks the hem of his shirt down over her buttocks and thighs. God, like dressing a baby, Billy thinks. He hopes she won't piss the bed. He's only got this one set of sheets, and the nearest laundromat is 3 blocks away. But he knows there's a good chance she will. At least most of the bleeding has stopped. He supposes it could have been worse. They could have torn her wide open, even killed her. That might even have been what they meant to do, dumping her the way they did. But Billy doubts it. He thinks they were all just really drunk, or high on something mean, like crystal.